The child asks with curiosity if this house is not too big. The man smiles and says, although the hut looks simple, in their village it is the largest and most spacious house. The hero sees such unusual architecture for the first time and cannot help but admire its beauty. The servants nearby also openly express surprise and joy at what they see. Feeling his own strength, the hero understands for the first time that with such abilities, he will definitely become important in this world. The unexpected appearance of this building stunned everyone. United, the residents decided to transform their village into a beautiful and prosperous place. Since the hero finished school and moved from the village to the big city, about 10 years have passed. Now every morning he is forced to commute to work in a crowded metro with many people. His responsibilities have greatly increased, and almost all his free time is taken by work. Even on weekends, the hero finds no joy in his favorite historical novels. He simply no longer has the strength for it. He returns home, recalling how he barely managed to jump into the last car of the train, completely exhausted. The boy sits with noodles in his hands and looks at the screen. He thinks about how every day is hard for him. Settling into bed, with deep sorrow, he remembers his native village and the ancient shrine. Yes, with these thoughts, he slowly falls asleep. In the next moment, the eyes opened, and everything around became completely different. Soft pillows gently wrapped the body, and the large bed gave a feeling of peace and protection. The strange, unfamiliar interior, impressed with its luxury and unusualness, everything caused surprise and anxiety, as if the surrounding world had suddenly changed beyond recognition. I looked at my hands, they seemed small, almost like a child's. Could my body really have shrunk? A glance passed like a wave, but curiosity quickly took over. I could no longer wait, I had to find out what had happened. With this desire, I confidently approached the window to see for myself what was going on. From the window, there was a view of the courtyard, which was enclosed by a neat fence. Right in the middle of the yard stood a fountain, its water sparkling in the sun. The hero felt confused amid all this unfamiliar setting. At that moment, suddenly, someone's voice addressed Mr. Van. 12-year-old servant of Vanna, till warned about the threat. The man did not object, agreed with her, and sincerely apologized. This struck the girl so much that she froze in place, surprised and impressed by this unexpected act. The girl asked with curiosity if the boy really remembered nothing from the past. Meanwhile, his gaze enchantedly slid over the picturesque garden before them, but suddenly Till stopped in surprise. Mr. Van Gogh pronounced such a difficult word. It was incredible, as he had just turned 2 years old. Those rumors reached even the one sitting on the bed. He suddenly thought, he is not 2 years old at all, he is almost 30. Foreign words spin in his head, and with them return memories of working at a Tokyo company. He looks at himself, this body, this being. What is really going on here? He cannot understand where the memories of a new life in his head came from. The hero wonders if this is really another reincarnation. Calling the girl his maid, he notices that she smiles happily and agrees again with relief to play the old role. The boy's name was Van Fersio. Till could not hide his surprise when he heard Mr. Van easily pronounce this name, as if he had a real encyclopedia in his head. The young man's father, Chalpa, held the title of Marquis Fersio, and among the brothers were Marcia, Yardo, and Sesto. The girl was again sincerely impressed, although Mr. Van had met Yardo and Sesto only briefly, he flawlessly remembered their names. In the dining room of the Fersio family estate, a lively atmosphere reigns. Maids quickly set the table and arrange dishes for the head of the house. At the head of the table sits the father, Marquis Jalpa Polati Fersio, who is 44 years old. His confident posture and serious appearance immediately command respect and slight nervousness in everyone nearby. Next to him sat the eldest son, Marcia Alego Fersio, who was already 14 years old. Beside him sat the second in line for inheritance, 10-year-old Yardo Guy Fersio, and behind him, the third son, 8-year-old Chesto Air Fersio. Everyone attentively watches the maids carefully cutting the food, cooling the pieces, and gently feeding the little master Van. Enthusiastic exclamations echo around. The boy eats vegetables with appetite and sits politely, not spilling a single crumb. He behaves simply wonderfully. Here he felt like a true honored guest. It seemed as if he had entered a real cabaret, and even 30,000 yen would not seem a pity to spend on each. However, it was time to stop joking. He still remembers his past life, and because of this, everything around looks a little unreal to him. But when he picks a juicy, crunchy carrot from the garden bed and tastes it, the flavor seems incredible, real. The father, Marquis Jalpa Pulati Fersio, head of the family, asked Yardo what subjects he would study today. The boy said that today he learned to use fire magic and studied battle formations. His voice showed nervousness. During lunch, Dad always asks the younger children about their plans for the day, and during dinner, he inquires how their day went. This has already become their usual family tradition. Then all eyes turned to Sesto. He proudly straightened his back and solemnly said that he wants to study magic. Van thought that this time he would manage to stay out of it, but unexpectedly the father addressed him. The father, stroking his beard, asked the youngest son what he was going to do today. The son was slowly chewing breakfast at that moment. Seriousness appeared on his face when he admitted, he knows little, so first he wants to learn more about the culture and history of this country. Marquis from Jalpapao, as well as Fertio, Marcia, Yardo, and Sesto, were so surprised by the youngest family member's response that silence fell in the room, and everyone held their breath. To everyone's surprise, the Marquis did not argue but laughed loudly. He admitted that the boy was indeed spoiled, as he was the last child of his wife Myra, but according to the Marquis, the little one was simply special and incredible. Jalpo Pilati Fertio felt true confidence in himself. His fire magic was not inferior to the strongest sorcerers in the world. He was calm about the future of his native home and believed that nothing threatened it. And he awaited the trial, which was to take place in 6 years, with impatience, hoping for a fair assessment of his powers. The Marquis has hope only in his skill. In this world, magic is a normal part of life. It is considered important to find the element that suits you best. For noble families, it is mandatory to be able to use at least 2 of the 4 main elements: fire, water, wind, or earth. In addition, they must master the art of healing to protect their family and possessions. The father, together with his brothers, has great power. They control the magic of the 4 elements. He believes that other magical arts can also reveal considerable potential if used wisely. The noble family of Fritio, living in a strong militarized country, has been known for many generations for its invincible army. Their power is based on mastery of martial arts, the main feature of which is the control of fire. It is this element that adds terrible strength to their strikes. First of all, in this world, civilization is developed at least to the level of medieval or early modern countries. However, because magic is actively used here, gunpowder is almost not applied. The main weapons of the locals are swords, spears, bows, and the most important tool becomes magical spells. In this world, there are 3 large continents and many islands. The story begins in a large country in the southern part of the western continent called Grant. The royal family has ruled this land for 300 years and grows stronger with each generation. It is said that during the last war, the father of the main character received the title of Marquis for his merits. There is only one harbor where all ships can dock. In the depths of the ocean hide huge monsters that are just waiting for the moment to attack. Because of this, ships cannot survive in the open sea. Only a narrow bay gives a chance to reach the shore intact. If there is magic in the world, perhaps somewhere there are also fairy tale monsters. Many mysteries remain unsolved, and true discoveries are still ahead. Till enthusiastically began to tell the Lord that many different races exist in the world: elves, dwarves, anthropomorphs, and many others. Usually each people live separately, so such meetings are rare. One of the maids noticed that Till spoke very complicatedly and confusingly. The second, who was already third in line, advised the boy to rest a little and go to sleep. Till politely refused, thanked them for their concern, and said that he was interested not just out of curiosity, but because he truly wanted to understand. After that, he asked the maids why they looked so exhausted. The girls replied with surprise that they were fine. Then Van turned to Till and began asking him about magical artifacts. Magical crystals, precious stones, and various minerals can accumulate magical energy called Milo. All items and tools are made to be suitable for witchcraft, taking these properties into account. Then someone asked about magic, and the girl shared what she knew herself. The maids are sincerely amazed during the conversation. For them, Mr. Van is a real wonder among children. It is hard to believe that he is only 2 years old, as he treats the servants so attentively. They have never seen such kind treatment from the children of noble families. At that moment, their conversation is quietly overheard by the butler. The palace servant Espada, who is already 49 years old, approached Mr. Van and reminded him that just 2 years ago, he was only getting acquainted with letters and learning to count. Then Espada asked what the boy had already learned during this time. The hero mentally turned to Espada, the faithful butler who had been his father's unwavering support for many years. Despite this, the hero had never spoken even a few words to him. Seeing something unexpected, the boy suddenly trembled. The master immediately asked what had happened, and the butler began persistently inquiring how well the child remembered recent events. The hero noted in his thoughts that everyone treats little ones quite differently, but aloud, he confidently said that he already knows well how to listen and speak. The letters turned out to be a complex puzzle. Then a new question arose. Now it was about numbers. The hero clarified that he meant addition and subtraction. After these words, the man literally froze with horror. Thinking about escape, Van carefully watches every movement of his interlocutor. He shows him several fingers, almost 3, and asks, "And how many in total?" Van confidently says, 5. Then the man shows both palms, now 7 fingers are visible, and if 2 are hidden, he asks. Again, the confident answer, "There will be 5. An awkward silence fell in the room, but suddenly the butler broke the silence and suggested that they meet twice a week to study together. This is real hell. A 2-year-old child finds it hard to understand and endure all this at once. Too many trials have fallen on small shoulders. These are exactly the anxious thoughts that filled the main character's head. Aspar froze motionless. His face became cold and indifferent. Nothing revealed his feelings. If demons existed in this world, he could easily resemble a ghoul or a living corpse. But instead of any supernatural powers, only endless suffering awaited him, lessons that were like real hell. In just a few weeks, I learned to read and write. During this time, I managed to learn a lot of new things. I studied the strict rules of war, understood how aristocratic life is arranged, and figured out how to govern an entire kingdom. 2 years of persistent training passed unnoticed for the main hero. Standing on the training ground, he firmly held a wooden sword in his hands and focused on preparing to face a new challenge. As soon as the stick flew in a semicircle through the air, the maids immediately burst out with delighted exclamations. They were amazed by such a quick reaction. Meanwhile, the heroes were happily playing with Miko in the room, and joyful laughter echoed everywhere. It seemed that for such entertainment, it was not at all a pity to spend 50,000 yen, as fencing brought true pleasure. Suddenly Tilly approached Mr. Van, deftly snatched the sword from him, and with a playful smile declared that she had won. Offended, Mr. Van puffed out his cheeks and rushed to chase the girl. One of the maids suddenly stopped Till and said that she had offended the master and would regret it. Another maid immediately agreed, stating that such an act must be punished, otherwise it cannot be left without consequences. The hero still decided to punish her. He hesitated for a long time but finally dared. The girl honestly admitted that she was very wrong to offend him. The boy approached her closer and lightly tapped her on the forehead. Thus all the trials ended. As expected, his fascination with games involving maids lasted only half a year. By the age of 5, the boy trained constantly, and these trainings became much more serious, now easily competing with young boys being prepared as warriors. From early childhood, he was passionate about martial arts. Still a schoolboy, he mastered judo and karate. He only needs to make the first move in a match, and victory is always his. This fascinates even unexpectedly for himself. In judo, the most important thing is to deprive the opponent of balance. In karate, it is important to be able to anticipate the opponent's next move in order to deliver a strong and precise strike. These same rules work perfectly in fencing as well. In front of me stood a boy about 10 years old, tall, with long arms and legs. In both hands he held a stick, which he diligently swung, always keeping his distance. However, his young age was immediately noticeable. He struck almost the same way each time, as if performing a pre-learned exercise. In every movement of his, there was a child's habit and naive sincerity. Each time you carefully observe their actions, there is a feeling that victory is already near. Thanks to Van Van's many years of experience, which lasted a full 30 years, everyone around sincerely admired him and did not hesitate to express their respect and praise to the true hero. Communicating with him is much easier than with Mr. Yardo and Chesto. Those two are not at all interested in fencing. All their passion is directed towards fire magic. The day before, Mr. Wang also spoke with this boy, and some even thought he was a bit strange. The deputy head of the knights, 35-year-old Dai, decided to address young Mr. Van with a question. He looked carefully at the youth, whom he considered one of the strongest warriors of the Marquis family. The man asked the boy to extend his hands. The boy obeyed without asking unnecessary questions, although he did not understand why it was needed. Dai carefully examined his hands and noticed that the master's palms showed no calluses at all. The skin was soft, the nails neat and clean. In response, he only smiled slightly and assured that he would start training hard when he became older. At first, it seemed that Van was deliberately yielding to the students during night training, but the hero realized he was very mistaken. The training turned out to be much more difficult than he expected. However, he promised himself to work even harder and confidently said he would never lose his passion. A rumor quickly spread through the school. Espata gave the boy 3 times more tasks than usual. He could not hide his surprise. There was so much to learn. Now his days started in the morning and stretched until late at night with endless studying. Meanwhile, D offered his help, saying he was always ready to train fencing with him if he wanted to improve his skills. This old man is so passionate about science that his objective view allows one to understand. Mr. Van needs to take the path of the sword. His skills are already well developed and ready to manifest in real action. First, it is worth mastering the basics and strengthening the body, then training daily, putting in maximum effort. Dee promised that over time, the hero would definitely become the best swordsman in the entire kingdom. When Van realized how serious an opponent he faced, it dawned on him. This man was a true master of the sword who deeply understood the theory of combat. Unlike him, Dai always trusted his intuition without delving into reflections. The hero smiled and said that he was interested not only in skillfully wielding the sword, but also in discovering new things in the world, so he was ready to put in all efforts to become better in every field. The man did not even hesitate and said that nothing would change, he would still be the one to train the boy. The hero asked him to be a little gentler with the child. He agreed, but his face clearly showed. He did not intend to make concessions. 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and the same number of jumps in place. Such a trial would tire anyone. Van honestly said he had no strength left and needed to rest a bit. And before that, they had just run a long distance. Now is not the time to get tired. There is almost no time. Action must be taken immediately. Sitting on the bench, the boy mentally called Dee a real demon. A thought flashed in the deputy's mind. If Mr. Van is free and resting now, perhaps it is the right time to take out the wooden bench and settle outside to breathe fresh air. Meanwhile, the boy finally understood. Before him was not a demon at all, but just a simple-hearted man. Without tiring of mocking and insulting him, he again began to humiliate the boy while Dee calmly waited outside. Nights changed one after another, and along with them sounded wishes of good luck for Mr. Van and instructions to obey all the deputy's orders. Finally, the moment came when the boy was approached and praised for his efforts. In response, he sincerely thanked them. He gives all his strength every day, and that is truly impressive. Although his life was not easy, after rebirth almost every day he experiences funny and unexpected adventures. The hero is enveloped by a new, previously unknown pleasure that penetrates the very soul. He dreams of gaining recognition among the aristocracy of this world and becoming better than everyone else. A prospect of a happy and peaceful life opens before him. 3 years passed. During this time, everyone considered the hero a true genius. But later, people appeared who began to doubt his abilities. They said that all these stories were exaggerations and asked if he was not ashamed to be such a failure. Jalpopal Adaferdio firmly grasped the hilt of his sword and declared that if the hero did not leave his family alone, he would have to restore justice himself, even if it meant resorting to force. Versio's second attempt to start over, although it seemed so bright, was quickly cut short. Above his head appeared the father's sword, raised high and threatening. 2 years ago, when Mr. Van was only 6, he sat in a carriage and watched with admiration through the window. He was struck by the large crowd of people. Watching them all was incredibly interesting. But suddenly his attention was drawn to a man walking alongside a knight. The young man immersed himself in his sad thoughts, but suddenly Till loudly called his name, pulling the boy out of the world of sorrow. She remembered his words about a walk and asked where they would go. Then she suggested looking at the market to see what interesting things were there. Van Fertio, who had just turned 6, retained all memories of his past life. In this world, he became the 4th son of a marquis and received the nickname Wunderkind. Every day for him is new lessons, endless learning, and exhausting fencing training, which became a real test for his spirit and body. Everyone discusses that even the most talented 12-year-old beginners can no longer compete on equal terms with Mr. Van. The difference in physical abilities is simply striking. Moreover, he managed to learn material usually mastered only by adults, which immediately makes him special in the eyes of others. Till proudly spoke about his abilities and emphasized that he had achieved great results even in fencing. His words carried hope. He dreamed that one day he would surpass his brothers and become the head of the family. In the world of aristocrats, everything is very harsh. Here everyone thinks only about their own benefit. In the struggle, wealth, title, influence, and good name are at stake, and the one who wins will get everything. If you rise so high, your life will change forever. Therefore, it is common here for someone to try to get rid of a talented younger brother for the sake of inheritance. Unfortunately, true trust between brothers is out of the question. It is quite possible that they are ready to take his life. In other words, the desire to become the head of the family only increases the risk of being killed. Under such conditions, dreaming of peace or happiness is simply unrealistic. The hero finally decided to become a slacker. However, even after that, he does not know what to do for entertainment in the new world. In his past life, all value for him was only in work. That is why Mr. Van came to the huge city market, which is considered the best in the city. The hero decided to start with shopping. There were a lot of people at the bazaar, a real sea of people. Making his way through the crowd, he walked with 2 guards. They quickly reached Mary's company, a large organization whose branches operated throughout the country. The hero looked at the giant creature and mentally compared it to a large American corporation. At that moment, the silence of the night was suddenly pierced by someone's scream urging not to delay. A little boy appeared before me. The stranger felt interested gazes on him, got angry, and irritably asked why everyone was staring at him. This is not a performance for entertainment. In response, the knights around immediately reached for their swords, and the man even involuntarily flinched. Van stretched out his hand, stopping them in their tracks. He looked at the man with curiosity and asked who this child was and why she was tied up. The answer is simple. There is no choice. You must fight for your son at any cost. Debts are suffocating, and now the only way out is to give the boy into servitude. Till explained that according to the law of the servers, there are only two categories of servants. Some work to repay a debt, others serve punishment for crimes. However, life is much harsher. Since ancient times, poor families have been forced to give their children into servitude so they would not die of hunger, and so the family would have at least some chance to survive. The man transferred the responsibility for all other people's deaths onto his child, which turned her into a silent servant. The child's face seemed frozen. There were no words, no emotions, not even a cry, and it seemed the surrounding people had long grown accustomed to the fate of other people's children and watched indifferently as if nothing special was happening. Suddenly, an unfamiliar woman appeared and asked if he was really the son of the Marquis. Till nodded and confirmed it. The girl solemnly unfolded her cloak before everyone and loudly announced. Before them stood the legendary hero, Mr. Van Fersio. The girl smiled warmly, introduced herself as Rosalie, and warmly invited Mary to join their company. She promised that they would fulfill any of his wishes. He just needed to sincerely say what he wanted. As soon as the man realized that the boy belonged to the Marquis's family, he was immediately seized by trembling. The hero realized that the man was afraid he would be punished for abusing the official system. Van looked at Rosalie and thought the man had come to sell the child as a servant, so he quietly asked how much he wanted for the boy, who looked about 8 years old. Rast was surprised when he heard such a reaction from the girl. He thought she would simply thank him, and their conversation would end there. Instead, he calmly pointed with his hand to the hippopotamus paw print in the mud and said that if she meant the one who was chasing her, then the trail led. The man pointed to the nearby shop and said that there they give more than 5 silver coins for each servant. It turns out that the stronger and more resilient the servant, the more expensive he is. Rosalia said that shopkeepers always buy children cheaper than they are really worth. For a boy, she would agree to give only 3 silver coins, and if it were a girl, then they would pay twice as much. A little boy is almost worthless to her. Buy him cheap, but you still have to spend time and effort on care. A powerful blow knocked the boy off his feet, and he fell heavily to the ground. Lying there, he began to grumble that not even a small sum could be extracted from him. He did not hold back in words and showered insults on his son. Those who wanted to stop him, he sharply snapped at and ordered not to interfere. The girl stopped the man, warning him not to do anything foolish. She said that now no one would take him away for nothing, and how could one know if this was really his child? Maybe he was hiding something here too. The man got angry, shouted that they were constantly mocking him, and declared that he would sell them nothing more. I suggested to the boy to get up and promised to go with him to another store, but suddenly a voice sounded. Someone declared that they were buying this item. Van calmly said this. Everyone around froze for a moment, exchanging confused glances. Meanwhile, Van, showing no emotion, clearly and confidently announced he was ready to pay 5 silver for this child. The boy tries to cheer himself up mentally. There is very little left, and this event could be fatal for him. At that moment, the man asks if he has money. Tiller said that they had already prepared gold coins, but they did not have silver coins of 5. Then Rosalia immediately suggested exchanging the money. The man received the coins, tightly clenched them in his hand, and without even looking at his son, quickly hurried to go further. A lonely boy sat on the ground. Complete silence reigned around. The hero approaches the boy, gently frees his wrist, and asks if he is injured and if he can stand up. He says his name, kindly asks the child's name, and extends his hand for an introduction. The boy confidently took his hand and introduced himself as Kesman. Van said that he is no longer a prisoner and now decides for himself how to live further. Suddenly Till asked if he was bought to serve. In response, he was told that was not the case at all. There was not even a thought of using him as a servant. They just wanted to help, and only then did the hero realize how recklessly he had behaved, allowing himself to roam the city just like that. He invited him to go home with them and promised that there would definitely be some work for him there. The knights noticed that Markic would hardly allow anyone suspicious to stay in his estate, except as a servant. The hero asked the young interlocutor if everything suited him. The boy nodded with a smile, indicating agreement. Van suddenly suggested first looking at clothes, since it was important to look stylish during the new journey, but they never made it to the bright shops. Roxana stopped them at the doorstep. She insisted that the contract had to be signed first. She decisively extended her hand and gestured for everyone to do the same. The girl took their hands, quietly uttered a strange spell, and suddenly everything around flashed with bright light. A strange mark appeared on Kesman's body. The hero became interested in what it meant. He was explained that it was a mark of a special contract, which remains on the servant as long as the agreement is valid. Thus Kesman learned that before him stood a mage who possessed the art of making contracts. This time she did not take money, she made an exception for the novice. The hero sincerely thanked her, although he felt a slight guilt inside. Roxana was surprised by the unexpected gratitude of the aristocrat, but quickly composed herself and warmly invited the guests to look at the outfits. First of all, it was necessary to find new clothes for Kesman. The hero firmly took the boy by the hand, which greatly surprised the little one. The boy was confused, as he had never been in such a strange and uncomfortable situation before. The woman sincerely praised the boy for a good choice. Then the hero asked which clothes would be most comfortable for her if she were to choose herself. She calmly replied that this very set was made of beautiful fabric. Roxana suggested one option. She remembered special clothes for a servant, which everyone often liked. But the hero immediately refused, saying he did not want to look like someone's servant. Roxana calmly accepted his decision. Then most likely, it would be time to choose underwear and shoes. The girl sincerely thanked and noted that they just happened to have shoes that would perfectly complement his new clothes. Meanwhile, the boy was amazed. Who could have imagined that during his first walk, he would already get his own servant as a companion? Finally, everything became clear. Kesman suddenly ran into the room and hid the hero's eyes with his keen gaze. It was clear why he came. He was looking for someone to replace the Knights of D. The hero silently handed him the liver and quietly asked, "Say I wasn't here." However, the boy confidently refused. It seemed he immediately understood that the hero was being cunning. Van noticed that the boy was not wearing gloves and asked why. He simply replied that he did not need gloves. The hero was almost certain. If the boy saw this with his own eyes, he would hardly be happy. Kesman bit the cookie and smiled, saying that he perceived it as a special symbol and wanted everyone to see it. Van calmly remarked that it was not worth showing it so openly. At that moment, the boy added that he also had gloves that covered only the palm. Despite hesitation, the servant still dared to try on that thing, but before he could recover, he heard someone's voice. It was D. He was quickly told that the master was not here now. However, these words did not inspire trust. After all, someone had recently entered this room and could confirm that the Lord was here. Maybe all his worries were just a trick of his imagination. The determined gaze immediately noticed crumbs on the boy's face, curiosity won, and the question about their appearance burst out in an instant. The little one quickly licked the crumbs and, as if surprised, asked again what was meant. D loudly shouted that he had paid Kesman, so he must obey all his orders, but Kesman calmly replied that he served only Lord Van. The substitute said that only a truly brave person can admit their mistake, so from now on, he himself would train him instead of Mr. Van. This was truly a reason to be proud of oneself. The man firmly took the boy by the hand and pulled him along. Casting a brief glance from behind the door, the hero jokingly called his partner a poor fellow with a smile. In pursuit of a happy future, he began to justify his laziness. He wanted to be just a simple child, not an outstanding genius. This desire he kept inside himself. As soon as Caspar got tired, he would immediately take his place. Talks quickly spread in the town. Lord Van was already 8 years old, which meant he would soon take a magic exam. Everyone knew him as a child genius and eagerly awaited how he would show himself. One of the local boys dreamed that Lord Van would become a lord, as he always treated them kindly and often came to visit. The sons of Ferdios predominantly possess the powers of fire and wind. Everyone is sure that Ferdios himself also wields fire magic. This seems absolutely natural. In the middle of the room, a scream suddenly rang out. This person has none of the known elements. The father and brothers look at Van with anger, their gazes full of condemnation, for he did not manifest any of the 4 elements. His magical gift is to create things out of nothing. The brothers constantly mock him, sneering and reminding him that such power seems pointless. Most people consider the ability to create objects one of the weakest and most useless magics in this world. Magic, also known as alchemy, allows the creation of various materials, such as iron or copper, and then, imagining the desired shape, making swords or jewelry from them. But using these skills to create something very large is forbidden. To hide a weapon in a jewel, one needs a lot of magical power. While someone simply creates things without problems, masters and inventors do not need any magic for this. For 2 years in a row, the child carefully demonstrated his abilities, not arousing envy in the older brothers. They had no idea to harm him somehow, but the test results surprised everyone. In aristocratic families, they usually hope that the heir will have power over at least 4 elements or possess a rare healing gift. In the Fersio family, magicians who can control fire are most valued. The eldest son, Marcia, inherited the power of wind from his maternal grandmother. He tries very hard to become the head of the family. Although the element of wind is considered honorable among the nobility, the second and third brothers who possess fire often mock him. Among the aristocracy, the type of magic is very important. The father did not feel admiration for Van's magical abilities. For him, the son did not seem special at all. Both he and his wife Myra possess fire magic, so they were very surprised when the youngest child in the family received the rare magic of creation. It even somewhat disappointed them. The mother, though fragile in appearance, had inexhaustible magical power within her. She sacrificed herself so that her son could be born. The father, from the very beginning, placed all his hopes on the boy. Meanwhile, silence reigned around. The entire squad stared into the distance, tightly gripping their weapons and quickly finishing their conversations. He drew his sword and coldly said that it was not worth expecting anything special from him from the very beginning. The child who possessed the power to create never managed to become part of the Marquis's family. At the same time, the man with the sword skillfully sliced through the air with it. A bold voice reproached, asking if he was not ashamed to be such a failure, then added a threat: if you do not leave the family yourself, you will be removed by force. The sword flashed and swung toward him. Van got confused and froze in place, not understanding what to do next. Suddenly Marcia stood in front of the boy, shielding him with her body, and took the entire blow herself. The father asked what had happened. The boy explained that on their family land, there is a plot that is difficult to bring into order because it is located in a remote part of the village. The young man suggested that Van take care of it. At first, about 100 people lived here. The locals do not engage in production, but the wolf dens in the north provide many different useful things. Near the village spread the Ferdinand district, and a little further, beyond the border, are the hostile lands of the kingdom of Aranat. It is there that a powerful fortress towers, serving as a reliable defense against enemies. Thanks to this location, the village can become a convenient camp for gathering warriors and organizing campaigns into the domains of Count Ferdinand. Along with the title of Marquis, I inherited this land, the very one that knights of Count Ferdinand are now repeatedly trying to seize after his estates were reduced. In other words, when Van was sent to this village, it allowed knights to settle in his district without hindrance. The new lands had not yet become fully loyal to their family, and if someone from the Marquises were appointed there, the locals might trust them even less. The father promised Van that he would definitely lead this village. He just needs to prepare a little, and then Van will have the choice to leave when he himself wants to. The man thought that nothing else could be expected from Marcia. He always found use even for useless things, not wasting time in vain, so he confidently moved on. At that moment, the hero addressed his brother. He knelt on one knee and sincerely apologized to the younger one. The father and brothers constantly pressure the boy because of his connection with the wind element. In such a tense environment, the brazen proposal is perceived as a real test, which only intensifies his pain. The offense in this situation is quite understandable. It is very hard for him to endure such treatment. Van said that it was his brother who saved his life. If not for his help, he could have died, ended up in prison, or even lost something more. No matter how difficult the situation was, he would never give up the chance his brother gave him. Marcia exclaimed with admiration that Van was a true genius. Everyone had a question: how did this boy gain such wisdom? His thoughts were much deeper than many adults. Espada was used to boasting about his successes for years, but now he faced a completely different maturity he had never encountered before. Later, the Marquis who sent him to the border would bitterly regret his decision. Marcia, even if her abilities were limited, would do everything she could. Sincerely believing that any help would be needed by the hero, the boy reached out his hand to his brother. In response, Van only smiled gently. After that, he sincerely thanked his brother, shook his hand, putting all his gratitude into this simple gesture. In Till's confident voice, there is true faith. Even without magic, Mr. Van still remains a brilliant and wise aristocrat. They still found this insufficient. The boy was sent to live far away in a village. What a strict master they have, it turns out. Van carefully reminded them that they had signed a non-disclosure agreement. But this time, all thoughts were already about the future. A new chapter of life was about to begin. Suddenly the boy realized, only far from the strict rules of aristocrats can one feel true freedom. It was time to think about which path to take next. Managing the village did not necessarily mean getting involved in great adventures. Here one could finally feel peace and give oneself space for personal reflection. With firm determination, he decided to make the village a true island of comfort and happiness. Ahead of him awaited many tasks and worries. Aristocrats are a strange combination of ordinary human traits and hypocrisy. They can speak arrogant words and be proud of themselves, but when danger comes, they are the first to flee, thinking only of their own safety. It seems that caring for the people is important only until their power is threatened. The man's face with a scar became serious when he remembered that he had to accompany the young aristocrat. Maybe there is a piece of nobility in his heart, or maybe he is just a stubborn aristocrat who looks down on others. The girl quickly added that people often say that about adventurers. But if that is true, then why did they take on this job? The man just shrugged and replied, "There is no special choice if you want to continue living in the duchy." Van approached the group with a confident look, greeted everyone, and sincerely thanked them for being with him. The man with a scar approached the boy, shyly scratched his head, and smiled in greeting. The hero sincerely noted with admiration that this man looked very strong. He resembles a true war hero. In his hands he holds a large and heavy weapon. The man nodded and said that is exactly why it is so powerful. The heavier the weapon, the stronger its strike. Other adventurers were getting to know the boy with interest, spending time in a cozy and cheerful company. When the hero was left alone, he pondered what he had experienced and heard, reflecting on all the details of his adventures. Next to them walks an ordinary boy. You just want to ruffle his hair like a little kid. But you have to be polite, so the girl barely managed to hold back from shouting his name, Van Kun, because that would be too friendly. The hero sat at the table and carefully reviewed the papers. A voice from the crowd was heard from behind. They say, dealing with adventurers is a common thing, and there is nothing special about it. All the things were loaded onto 3 carts. The knights could not set off with them, so Marcia hired 10 brave adventurers. In his mind, the hero silently thanked his brother for the help. At first, only he and Kempson set out on the journey, with only one carriage traveling with them. Shortly after, Till joined them, insisting that she must accompany the master as his personal maid. Their secret about magic, which was unacceptable among the nobility, was guarded very carefully, and everyone who knew about it was strictly ordered to remain silent. Some people are simply impossible to make quiet. Dai insisted that he would go with Van and even take swords with him. He wanted to personally train his comrade. However, Van himself was not thrilled with such a proposal. Use knights as an escort, is that really possible? The man exclaimed in surprise that he was hearing about such a thing for the first time, but his words changed nothing. The knights were ordered to clear the way and march with him. They carried out the order without any objections. Learning about his early release, Espada finally felt relief and immediately informed Mr. Jalpi about it. Everyone accepted his decision calmly, as the new leader had already reached the required age to take the position. Moreover, Espada himself had recently turned 55 and decided it was time to live peacefully and enjoy nature. Is it really so easy to say goodbye to Espada, who served devotedly for so many years under the leadership of the hero? It is unlikely that anyone else could worthily take his place and become a true replacement. Getting into the carriage, the man slyly smiled and said he would see if he could learn something from the young boy at his age, and the youth at that moment mentally asked him to stop mocking. The main character still does not understand why his 2 comrades decided to go with him so far, all the way to a remote village, but he is still glad that brave warrior Dai and wise and experienced Espada are by his side. Till asks the boy if anything good has happened to him. She noticed how a smile appeared on his face. His heart filled with unease due to sudden anxiety. The path to the border held a threat he had never even imagined before. In response, Van smiled warmly and sincerely thanked his friends, glad that they were the ones nearby now. For the sake of fairness, it should be noted that among the maids there were many willing to accompany him, but it was Till who became his personal assistant. She defended this position in a conversation with the mistress Marcia and insisted on her own. The choice was up to everyone. Each had a chance to become a companion. Mr. Marcia is so busy that he has no time at all to talk to the maids. Mr. Yardo and Mr. Chesto do not pay any attention to them at all, but Mr. Vang is different. He behaves completely differently. She always gladly welcomes guests, sometimes treats them with sweets, and even helps with cleaning. Together they constantly practiced fencing, and the maids sincerely admired him. Van emphasized that this also applies to Kesman. If he doesn't like it, he can quite well stay. The aid agreement can always be changed or cancelled. Also, Marsh can stay nearby and watch over him if he wants. Kamen solemnly promised that he would devote his entire life to serving the master, maintaining sincere loyalty and devotion in every deed. The hero was overwhelmed with embarrassment and hesitantly asked what exactly was being talked about. He couldn't believe that he had really become so important to his interlocutor, but in response, he heard sincere words. He was not just respected, but almost admired. From these words, the hero's cheeks immediately flushed with a bright blush. This carriage has no coat of arms of the Marquis's family at all. The father insisted that no one find out about his departure, so we have to pretend as if this trip never happened at all. Over the past 2 years, the city had become almost a home to him, and now, when it was time to say goodbye, he felt heavy at heart. He was walking through the yard when suddenly the daughter of Mr. Wang's guard blocked his way. Her voice rang with sincere curiosity when she asked where he was going next. The hero was surprised. How did she know he was going to leave? Who told her about his plans? Noticing the right moment, the girl pointed with her hand to the wagons, on which there were signs with the inscription about Mr. Van's departure. Mr. D gave the order to flee secretly at night, but for the hero, this seemed too sad and even humiliating. He decided not to hide his departure, but to inform everyone openly. At that moment, the hero remembered how his father warned him not to tell anything about this secret. Most likely, Mr. D did not even suspect this restriction. Now he is probably sound asleep in the carriage, but as soon as he wakes up, he will definitely share everything he heard. At that moment, the hall was filled with a loud cry from Dai himself, who announced that the youngest son of Marquis Fersio was setting off on a journey. The boy suddenly realizes that he must stop him. Meanwhile, the villagers notice the changes and approach Mr. Van, asking why he decided to leave. Such care and attention from the fellow villagers pleasantly surprise him. He did not expect such a reaction at all. He smiled, thanked everyone, and said a warm goodbye. Unexpected excitement gripped his heart when it was time to say goodbye. This farewell brought much pain and longing. Someone warmly handed him a handkerchief, as if silently supporting him at that moment. Till couldn't hold back and cried, sincere tears of pain and despair bursting from her chest. The hero is handed roasted meat on a stick, just as he decides to set up camp for the first time during his journey. Not counting the night spent in the car back in his home world, this is his first real night outdoors, in unfamiliar lands where magic lingers everywhere and many hidden dangers abound. For the escort, 2 groups of experienced travelers were requested. Among them, Uoto Sit stood out especially, a charismatic leader and a true expert in his field. For more than 20 years, he has boldly taken on any tasks and always finds common ground even with the most demanding clients. Although he was only 8 years old, the boy already demonstrated true responsibility. Van thanked him for his vigilance in guarding the territory, but emphasized that sometimes it is worth taking a break and resting. The man looked carefully at the hero and asked, "What happened?" Orthos did not agree with these guesses and promised to return later with a detailed report. The hero asked Till, trying to understand what was happening. She calmly and confidently said that even a stranger would feel his kindness. Without a doubt, many wonderful stories could be made about him. The journey does not stop. They have already passed one city and are moving towards the next. Along the way, they often make stops and set up camps for rest. In 4 different cities, from small to large, new streets opened before him. However, the heavy burden he carried noticeably slowed his journey. In a day, the travelers covered from 50 to 100 kilometers, and in 2 weeks they had already traveled from 500 to 1,000 kilometers. The lands of the Marquis were truly vast. If they had been traveling somewhere in Japan, they would probably have crossed 3 or even 4 prefectures by now, but the exact number can only be imagined. Till reported that they would arrive very soon. It reminded him of a situation when a manager is transferred to another department and must immediately show their best side. It was necessary to create a flawless first impression. The carriage suddenly stopped, and Till, surprised, looked out the window to find out why they had stopped. The coachman noticed that some strangers had attacked the village. It seems the village was just attacked. There is a sense of alarm in the air. The heroes froze in place, stunned by the unexpected trouble. Passengers got out of their carriages and gathered in a tight circle. Everyone energetically began discussing what to do next. It doesn't matter whether it's an attack by thieves or mercenaries from the past. The result is always the same. Either you survive or someone else does. Over time, the fear of battles fades and the noise of war becomes familiar to everyone. Around the village stands a tall wooden fence that seems reliable only at first glance. It offers little protection from enemy arrows. By the village gate stood warriors in strong armor bravely, lined up in a tight row forming a reliable defense. Behind them, mages prepared, ready to use their magic. The villagers hid in the very heart of the village to defend their homes from within, like a turtle hiding under its shell. To die and then ask the Lord to allow returning and joining the fight. Only if everyone unites will there be a chance to win. There are still many enemies, there may be 40 or even 50 of them. Even if attacking by surprise, the advantage will still remain on the enemy's side. This will not make the task easier. Orda warned that it was too dangerous. Dee well understands, during the return of the settlement injuries are inevitable, and possibly losses too, but this task is entirely feasible. Orpho's reminded of his main rule, never leave comrades in trouble. For travelers, such trials are not new, as they have faced similar before. Life tested him more than once, forcing him to take risks. But if you live like that constantly, you probably wouldn't last long among the living. Yet sometimes the moment comes when you have to make a sacrifice, and now is exactly that time. After all, it was here that the first lands of his master were founded, and the first loyal people appeared. Ordo proudly spoke about his honesty and the nobility of a knight, but you cannot say the same about others. No matter what money they offer him, he is not going to die. In this situation, D decides to put forward one demand to them. If the situation gets worse, fleeing will remain the only option. Otherwise, the other two knights will not avoid death either. Espada categorically refused this offer because he knew more than 30 people would stand in his way, and among them, as he believed, most were mages. In such a situation, even D would not survive. So returning to the village would be pointless. Espada considered himself a true mage of the four elements. Beneath their feet was firm, solid ground, so they could confidently rely on its support. Ordo asked him if he really intended to enter the fight. In response, he heard advice not to take unnecessary risks. First, an impregnable wall will be erected on the battlefield. It will hide the adventurers, allowing them to safely attack the enemy from afar. When the enemy is busy repelling these strikes, D and the knights will suddenly rush to the side, attacking from the flank. If both groups manage to catch the enemy by surprise, victory will become entirely achievable. What about the mages? And if archers suddenly appear, it's easy to get confused. Some parts of the carriage are protected by metal plates. If you manage to strike first at the right moment, there will be a chance to quickly get inside and immediately escape. The main thing now is to lure the enemy closer. Van asked the butler if he wanted to stay and fight with them. The butler confidently replied yes, and explained that if he stayed behind the wall, both Die and everyone else would die. The hero did not agree, because then he would also die, so he could not abandon his comrade in trouble. The observer asked for permission this time to take care of only himself. In response, the boy suggested using himself as bait. Everyone looked at him, but in response, they all together clearly and confidently said no. Till confidently and loudly expressed her disagreement. She would never allow this and would not forgive him for such an act. If he dared to become bait, she would also go to meet the enemy to fight side by side. Together, they would definitely manage to overcome the enemy. Kesman said he would agree to join only if Till also goes with everyone together. At that moment, Van loudly addressed everyone, urging them to gather and listen carefully. He wondered why exactly he was now entitled to this entire village. That is why his opinion is worth listening to. Adventurers were hired only to escort to the settlement, and they are not obliged to take part in the fights. Espada is currently on a well-deserved rest. He has done too much for the Marquis family to now risk his life in this desert area. Despite everything, D and the others still belong to his father and must serve him above all else. Even the slightest danger to them would cause irritation in the father. In Kesman Till's life, she became like an older sister to him. It was with her that he spent the most time. The mere thought that she might leave this world painfully wounds his heart. Kesman's feelings fill him with happiness. But even while being next to Till and fulfilling his duties, the final choice, to live on or to leave forever, he must make himself. True happiness comes when you find harmony within yourself and feel satisfaction with your life. These people were ready to follow the one who was disgraced and expelled from their native family without hesitation. They were so sincere and kind that they did not deserve such a fate. Unlike before, he will no longer just give orders, but will also participate in everything himself. It is important for him to set an example and take responsibility upon himself. Therefore, he immediately asks everyone for forgiveness for the situations when he will have to act alone. At first, the vehicle will approach closer, and the attackers will surround him from all sides. Attempts to shoot from afar will bring no benefit. If the plan fails, only escape remains. If they take away both his life and body, it no longer has any meaning for him. Since the names are unknown, the participants will not disturb the guests in the tent. Suddenly, someone unknown appears nearby. Ordohabeles Elacri from the Alberbafin family said, "This time they will go all out, risking everything they have." The child boldly declared that they are ready to sacrifice their own life. If he says it again, the irritation of others will not be long in coming. To be honest, the girl expected a completely different behavior from the aristocrat. Previously, she had only met those who talked a lot but did nothing, but this guy suddenly mentioned the name Plurial. It amused her. Who would have thought he even remembers names? In the heart of the girl, the feeling grows stronger and stronger. For the sake of this person, she is ready to sacrifice everything, even her own life. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. The hero, barely holding back a smile, understood. It was not worth admitting that he remembered her name only because she was very beautiful. The roof, neatly covered with tiles, seemed to say to everyone, noble knights loyal to the Marquis live here. Serving Lord Van meant being devoted to the heir of their lineage. From now on, protecting him became the same as safeguarding the future of the entire family. Espada expressed hope that when everything ends, the hero will reflect on how great the responsibility is for one who claims the throne. The man confidently told the boy that they would manage everything in 3 days. In the youth's thoughts flashed the image of this person, tall and stern, who commands respect and even slightly intimidates. Grandfather advised to use his proven method. First, he would build a strong defense, and only then attack from afar. The dice squad together with the knights attacks from the left flank, and the Ordo team advances on the right. Everyone who can defend themselves stays in this position. The knights rushed forward, and Espada had already begun to create a powerful wall for defense. The adventurers froze in amazement, watching everything happen right before their eyes. Everyone is amazed at how skillfully he builds strong walls, as if it were very easy. Everyone understands this grandfather is definitely not an ordinary wizard. Usually, mages of the 4 elements would not become simple butlers, but for him, this is not just a job. He performs it brilliantly, with special mastery. The man asked Ordo why he risked his own life when he could have calmly refused the young aristocrat, and Ordo without hesitation replied that he could not die yet because he was convinced he was destined to become a great man. If fate had allowed, I would have placed him on the throne without hesitation. Over the past 2 weeks, my attitude towards adventurers has completely changed. Earlier, he could not even imagine that such people existed among the aristocrats. Over time, Mr. Van's figure became a familiar part of his everyday life. It seemed that if something happened to the master, he would rush to help without hesitation. But this time, everything was shrouded in uncertainty. The lord of the small village was not easy to accompany, but at the slightest danger, he boldly rushed to protect his people, unhesitatingly risking his life. On his shoulders lay great responsibility, not only for the lands and their inhabitants, but also for the knights, the maid, the servant, and even the aristocrats themselves. He proposed a plan in which no one was supposed to die, except the 8-year-old boy himself. Ordo only noted that such a hero was hard to call ordinary. He was too strange even for them. Till and Kesman tightly embraced the hero, and in their embrace there was genuine joy and gratitude. The girl was crying but said she was fine. The boy, on the contrary, assured that if he were close to death, he would protect his friend even at the cost of his own life. In his eyes, one could see unspeakable sorrow. The boy felt that these people had become even closer to him than his own family. Running his hand over their heads, he shared his thoughts. An important battle is coming, and he cannot stand aside. Together, they decided to take medicine and tools from the cart. Perhaps this is how they can help. If something truly dangerous happens, they promised to come to help. Till and Kesman nodded with tears in their eyes, agreeing to this. The criminals relaxed and stopped being alert. In small villages, there is usually no serious security, so attacks happen quickly and without resistance. The robbers eagerly counted how many women were there, thinking about their loot and eagerly anticipating a generous catch today. Suddenly, an arrow flew out of the crowd. It hit the target directly. Suddenly, bullets whistled everywhere, flying from different sides. No one understood where these strange walls came from. Complete chaos reigned around. Realizing that the enemy had crept up from both sides, the robbers became confused and worried. Ordo watched enchanted as D together with his knights easily handled the huge swords as if they were very light. Finally, the deputy head of the Knights of the Fersio family arrived. The robbers were seized by horror. Realizing that escape was almost impossible, they hurriedly rushed to run. One of the robbers began to run away, and Orto immediately noticed it. A loud scream echoed around. It meant that the fugitive, who was running straight to the wall, was finally stopped. Warriors advancing from a long distance must distract the enemy so that their attack succeeds. He loudly shouted to his friends that the enemy was already near. Suddenly, a huge bandit appeared nearby. After using magic, she will have to wait 10 seconds before the next attempt. During this time, he definitely won't manage to run up to her. Plurial was sure that the finale was very close, and it seemed to her as if the last breath was about to leave her body. Suddenly, Kesman appeared on the horizon. The hero boldly announced himself, immediately standing out as a warrior armed with heavy weapons. In Plurio's thoughts, such courage seemed rather senseless. Two children could not be worthy opponents against such power. Van, quiet and inconspicuous like a true shadow, flashed under the bandit's feet and sharply knocked out his support by hooking his knees. Kesman decisively burst into the very thick of the battle. A powerful blow hits the enemy's head directly, and he immediately falls to the ground, completely exhausted. Pluriel freezes in place. She is stunned by what just happened. Van warned that enemies could come here at any moment, so everyone needs to be on alert. The girl herself wonders, what is happening to this child? A few bandits managed to escape, but the rest were defeated without any losses. It was the best possible outcome. As soon as we receive the second part of the reward, everyone will go their own way. At that very moment, Pluriel shot Ordo, and he asked in surprise what had happened. Ordo suggested staying here instead of asking for a reward. One of the adventurers turned to his companion, and apologizing, said that they were satisfied since they were going to the neighboring county anyway. He promised they would meet again, and the man agreed to this decision without any objections. One of the boys decided to stay, while the other just carelessly shrugged and said he would leave if he had to wait too long. Nearby, dense forests and tall mountains were visible. There one could get even more game while hunting. Pluriel noticed that Van did not resemble ordinary aristocrats at all. Although he was still very young, he already showed wisdom that even an adult would envy. This was exactly what prompted Pluriel to want to be near him. Despite his age, the boy stood out for his intelligence and wit. After all, being born into an aristocratic family does not yet mean becoming a true aristocrat at heart. Van seems like a typical confident aristocrat, but once he starts talking, you see a completely different person. He is polite, open, cheerful, and easily finds common ground with every city resident. Although he has a high status, Van always remains simple in communication and never behaves arrogantly. Ort suddenly was surprised, for he had never before met such aristocrats on his life path. If you think about it, his magic is not suitable for battle at all. The boy was even ready to give his life. Pluriel admitted that it was he who saved her when she was in real danger. Now it was her turn to repay the kindness for the rescue. He was not yet 10 years old, but everyone around was already whispering. He was a true mystery for his age. Among the aristocrats, he was immediately recognized as a leader, and his behavior showed genuine nobility. If fate gave him power, it is interesting to wonder how far his rule would reach. With these thoughts, he decided to extend a helping hand. All other adventurers also liked this idea and gladly supported it. Tilt advised Vanu to take care of himself first and reminded him that their own lives are important both for him and for others. Van silently nodded, showing he understood and accepted her words. The girl looked him in the eyes attentively and calmly asked him to repeat what he had just heard. Kesman realized it was time to act seriously and give his all. Suddenly Pluriel approached them and asked if everything was all right with them. Despite his young age, he managed to bring the girl to tears. Van sincerely admitted that with the girls he truly cares about, he always tries to be honest. Adventurers asked if this man was an elf, since elves in childhood look almost the same as humans. The girl's manners towards the aristocrat were never particularly good, and nothing has changed now. The hero notices. Till has always been by her side since childhood, so he became a completely ordinary person. The girl understands that her rudeness does not offend him. To change the subject, she begins to talk about fencing. Van proudly pointed to Day and said that although the boy was short, he was his teacher. Van helped him grow and strengthen, dreaming that one day the student would become even better than his mentor. Pluriel believed that the hero's preparation was overseen by the butler Espada. Espada indeed did not object to this, because upbringing and daily habits are formed under the influence of the people around. The brave adventurer knelt on one knee and bowed her head before the young man. With sincere gratitude, she said that it was his courage and skillful swordsmanship that saved her from serious danger. The girl looked at him with gratitude and said she would remember this kindness forever. The hero simply smiled sincerely in response and said she had no reason to worry at all. From the aristocrat's perspective, one can see the true charisma of a leader in him. He has already skillfully won the trust and sympathy of many adventurers. Spada noticed that almost all the villagers were standing near the gates. Till added that although such a meeting was unplanned, the main thing was that they finally reached where they were heading. Van emphasized that they met for the first time, so it was important to work on leaving a good impression. The hero saw exhausted people before him, living in half-ruined and neglected houses. Without hesitation, he stepped forward confidently, greeted them, introduced himself, and addressed the villagers. The new guest, who called himself the envoy of Lord Fultio, declared that now this land along with the village was under the rule of their lord, who recently gained control over this entire region, and from now on he is the main authority here. The gray-haired elder stepped forward and gave his name, Rhonda. With warmth in his voice, he thanked the guests for coming to help his village. It was rumored that in this settlement, no master or warrior dares to take power into their own hands. His dream to protect his native village gives him the strength to become a leader. He sincerely hopes for support and understanding from everyone who lives nearby. The apology sounded so official that Ordo barely restrained himself from laughing. Grateful for the hospitality, Rondo agreed to enter the master's house. He began sharing memories. Previously, more than 150 people lived in this village. Half a year ago and then again last month, bandits attacked the village twice. After those terrible raids, only 100 people remained alive, and today the third brutal invasion occurred. Each time the attackers acted differently, so it was hard to guess their plans. The young man asked anxiously why their village always becomes the main target for enemies. I am sure that the kingdom of Geronetta is involved in this matter. Its borders are very close to our village. Earlier, when Count Ferdinand ruled here, border knights carefully watched over these lands. But with the arrival of the new ruler, everything changed, and now no one cares about security. That's all, the village is no longer threatened, because Lord Fulfio will take care of its safety. The Lord's power was felt everywhere. No aristocrat would hesitate before cutting off Rondo's head. The former ruler, Count Ferdinand, had supporters in every city. It turned out that his father, Lord Ferdbodio, appointed governors only in large cities, but what happens in distant villages remains unknown. In the small village, people lived amicably, and there was no need for guards or heavy taxes. Once Van stood in their way and said that from now on he himself would report on all his actions. There is no use in complaints or grievances about the country. The truth will remain the truth, even if he refuses to accept it. And here Rondo's son, Malaga, suddenly stood up and asked what exactly they were telling the nobles. The hero was healthy and had an attentive, deep gaze. He sincerely believed in his strength, but even his zeal could not guarantee a better life for the entire village. The boy invited him to sit nearby, as now he had become the one who represents all the villagers. Responsibility is the most important duty of a nobleman. If you think about it, it is quite possible that even the founder of the kingdom himself, King Brillian, once made a mistake in the laws, leaving a dangerous flaw in them. Tension filled the hall, and every gaze was directed at the hero. Espada lightly coughed to draw attention to himself. Van finally comes to the understanding. Fear no longer controls him. Soon he will become the leader of the village, barely surviving on the edge of the abyss. But even in this ruin, there are still those who can change everything. They are the true strength to rely on. But complaining about the kingdom's laws or imagining what they should be will not help. It will change nothing. In fact, there are 3 clear ways to solve this situation. The girl will be surprised to learn that there are immediately 3 ways out of this difficult matter. First, I have to create something so valuable that the kingdom cannot ignore it. Then I need to establish a steady income by inviting the best mercenaries to the team. And only after that will I have to take on the revival of the village myself. The girl noticed that they sometimes had similar ideas, but none of them were implemented so easily. In this remote land, even trading wood or stone does not bring profit because the delivery costs are very high. Another serious problem is the lack of education. Local peasants find it difficult to make such products by hand that would sell well in the market. In such a situation, thinking about profit was out of the question, so restoring the village seemed completely pointless. But despite this, they still came here. All difficulties are behind. The hero clearly remembers the hard trials he had to go through. Now, having gained knowledge and education, he returned to his native village with a firm intention to protect and develop it. Silence fell in the hall, and then Espada politely took the floor, introducing himself as the butler of the Ferdio house. The 8-year-old master Van unhesitatingly took on the responsibility of managing entire lands. Such determination surprised many and made everyone recognize his outstanding abilities. This very act led Van to meet the deputy head of the Night Order, and since then, a true friendship has ignited between them. For the peasants, the appearance of important officials seemed incredible, as if it were all a dream. Malaga carefully looked at their faces and finally said what troubled everyone. Did they really come to help? People asked if he was really capable of controlling all 4 elements. He calmly replied that he could not master any of them. Therefore, one should not expect combat power from him. The residents were overwhelmed with despair, but Wang was the first to suggest strengthening the walls so that no uninvited guest could get inside. The fence looks reliable, but wood easily burns in fire, as do the walls of houses. People asked Espada about the stone. Why is it so strong? Espada replied that as long as magic works, the stone remains strong, but once the magic disappears, it will become just a lump of earth. From these lumps, walls can be reinforced. Pieces of any size will do. I have no doubt there should be enough time to build a reliable barrier. The moat around the settlement will become a reliable obstacle for bandits. DZI promised that they will definitely take care of this. For them, digging such trenches is a familiar task, as they already have experience in this. Another useful idea was voiced, to craft traps and prepare thoroughly for an attack that might come from the walls. To defend, bows with arrows or simply stones, which villagers will find easier to find and use, are needed. The hero addresses Rhonda and asks to gather all the villagers. When everyone gathers, they need to be greeted and the further plan of action explained in detail. The hero spoke before the people and with an open heart told everything that troubled him. He promised to do everything possible so that the village would flourish and become even better. In conclusion, the hero thanked everyone for their trust and help. He seems small and inconspicuous, but behind him stands a team of strong and wise people. If bandits suddenly attack, they will all be able to unite and protect the settlement. Their shared dream is to turn this place into a truly flourishing community. The new clothes made the hero look like a real politician. One of the residents approached him and started talking. The boy asked how much tax the peasants pay and heard that they give as much as 30% of the harvest and also hand over skins and tusks of monsters. This seemed too heavy a burden to him. Therefore, he decided to reduce the tax to 10%. If this amount is not enough, he promised to pay the difference himself from his own money. First and foremost, a calm and stable life is important. It often happens that because of debts, parents are forced to sell their children. For them, a tax reduction would be a real relief and would cause sincere joy. A woman asked if it was possible to call a night patrol. The hero explained that delivering the message would not be possible earlier than in 2 weeks. Another week would be needed to get a response, and for the riders to arrive, it would take another 3 weeks. Therefore, one should not hope for quick help. It is too far away. The residents became increasingly outraged. The hero understands well why people are angry, but currently the Marquisate is going through hard times. There are neither funds nor a large knightly army to defend such vast lands. Even if the knights agreed to help, there would still not be enough of them, and for real protection, at least 200 soldiers are needed. Food supplies, horses, armor, and tools, all this required large expenses, and mercenaries took the largest part of all the money. The hero asked Pliamisty to build a wall behind the wooden fence. Pliamisty immediately got to work and completed the task very quickly. The villagers were truly impressed, as they had never seen anything like it before. Now their help is needed more than ever. Thanks to these people, the village will not only stand firm, but also be able to develop and become increasingly stronger. Since there was not enough housing, we had to spend the night right in the van. Rhonda wanted to give up his house, but placing it on the street was impossible. Not once did this fact become a reason for complaints that I only have production magic, yet never before has my heart been filled with such bitterness. If there is no elemental power in your blood, nothing can be changed anymore, you can only accept it. He sincerely addressed the villagers, but instead of support, he saw only distrust in their eyes. Now he decided to prove his good intentions and earn their trust, as the future and peace of the entire village depended on it. The magical power will protect the village, filling it with coziness and tranquility. The residents will feel true happiness here and rejoice in every day. Denotes that merely defending is not enough. It is better not just to wait for an attack, but to force the enemy to respond to your strike. Usually, defenders shoot at the enemy from the walls using magical arrows or bows. But if the walls are low, such tactics are no longer as effective and do not produce the desired effect. Rondo recalls how they used to attack through the gaps in the walls of the forest fortress using spears. D supports him, noting that the enemy is now in the same trap, so they can be defeated again with spears. Van suggested using a catapult. Espada immediately pointed out that this is a siege weapon for attack, not for defense, so it will not help their cause. Rhonda, fascinated and interested by the new word, asked what a catapult is. A catapult launches huge stone boulders, but it is almost impossible to say exactly where each stone will fall. Moreover, a new attack requires time to reload. However, the power of the catapult is so great that it easily crushes the thick walls of the fortress and the tall watchtowers. If something needs to be destroyed, a box filled with stones can cause much more damage. If aimed directly at the gates, the impact will be even more powerful. And when a bottle of oil is placed inside and a torch is thrown in, the flame immediately spreads across the ground. This is the true power of this method. Spada looked at this strange mechanism with admiration, trying to understand who created it and how it ended up here. The hero confessed without hesitation that it was truly him. However, his comrades did not even consider believing in his ability to perform magic. Their doubt only grew. I have not yet fully learned to control this power. While walking to the village, I constantly trained, changing the form of stone, wood, and metal to get used to the new abilities. Finally, the important time came. To show everyone what I had learned. The hero asks if it is already possible to enter the village because the enemies have left. In response, the boy said that he did not intend to stay long in this settlement. His goal was to earn money by tracking and hunting legendary monsters. Casting a careful glance over the area, he noticed that it was clean and tidy here. Feeling that the monsters were nearby, Ort did not hesitate and called everyone to hurry. He understood the danger could be very close, so he ordered to quickly fell the trees around. His quick reaction and sharp intuition deeply impressed the hero. During the journey, the travelers repeatedly exposed and destroyed enemies that the hero had not even suspected before. Despite his significant skills, he still could not raise his own level. Kesman called the mentor and pointed with his hand at a huge tree. The young man immediately noticed that this tree was too big for him. He would not be able to cut it down. The servant pointed to the next one, but that tree was no less enormous. Imagination creates only vague silhouettes, so magic comes to the rescue here. The new appearance seems unusual and delicate. You cannot joke with sorcery. It is not simple at all. But even if the picture in the head is incomplete, it is still enough to realize the idea. Cozy warmth arises somewhere in the stomach and then gently flows down to the very tips of the fingers. The image needs to be made very small, but as detailed as possible, so that even the thinnest fibers of the wood are clearly visible. If it is possible to convey this, these fibers will intertwine, and the ropes will join into a strong knot. It seems that the hero was the one who managed to achieve this. The fibers are crushed into small particles, which are then put together again. Gradually, a wooden cube is formed from them. It looks like plastic, but if you touch it, you feel that it is real wood. Phil was amazed when she saw these cubes. She could not help but admire their incredible quality. At the same time, she became curious about what this wonder was. The hero explained that their structure resembled nanofiber. It is a fiber block, but much stronger than any wood, no matter how well it was processed. Many useful things are planned to be made from these blocks. The boy suggested first carrying the find to the cart, and only then starting to process it. The adventurer immediately asked what exactly they had found. Could it really be just a bundle of firewood again? Or carefully lifted one of the cubes and was surprised. It was much lighter and stronger than Or expected. It was clear that breaking such an object would be quite difficult. Smiling, the hero suggested testing this in practice. The boy thoughtfully considers his abilities and possibilities. The adventurer grabbed a sword and with all his might threw the cube at a stone boulder. Everyone around held their breath, not taking their admiring eyes off what was happening. A large dent remained on the stone, and on the cube there was only a slight scratch visible. There was not a single crack anywhere. The integrity was simply impressive. Till noticed with admiration the incredible strength of this thing. It was so strong that even the stone would not withstand such pressure. The hero became interested in which was stronger, stone or wood, and decided to find out. In response to his question, Vorthau said that actually the hero was concerned about why the stone breaks so easily, although in front of him stands a block of light that cannot be destroyed by any blow. Thus the hero stumbled upon a true and rare treasure in his search. During the journey in the wagons, Vang suddenly realized that his magical power had completely disappeared. He felt it immediately, and the consequences were not long in coming. They say magic is a strange phenomenon, but even in it there are rules and a certain order. Till said, as always confidently, that everything in the world is created not just like that, but with special craftsmanship. How does magic work? For this, you need to fully imagine the weapon, feel its strong metal blades, see its smooth lines and sharp edges. The plan worked. The hero immediately noticed Kesman's gaze, in which something new and unusual shone. Seeing this gesture, the boy suddenly blossomed with happiness. The gift he received touched him to the depths of his soul. Now it will become a special family heirloom. With a broad smile, the boy said that this thing will now be an important value for his family. Till eagerly awaited what he would do next. But instead, the man simply handed her an axe with a skull, and this caused clear disappointment in the girl's eyes. The girl sincerely thanked him for the gift, but the boy noticed her hesitation and asked if she didn't like such a weapon. He explained that he tried to make it very durable, so that neither blows nor scratches could spoil it. Not losing composure, Till immediately pulled herself together and honestly admitted she sincerely admires axes, and this beautiful little axe actually excites her. A joyful smile appears on the young man's face when he notices that she really liked it. In his thoughts, he hurries to apologize to her and promises that he will definitely create a decoration for her, a little later. But a doubt arises in his heart, how much magical power is needed to realize this idea. However, he understands that this is a great opportunity to practice and become even better at his craft. The hero looked over everything he managed to do and pondered. Every item here might be needed at the most unexpected moment. The place where they began building the wall literally changes before their eyes. With each noon, its contours become clearer and more distinct. According to Ordo, this butler was a bit eccentric but very talented in sorcery. Hearing such an assessment, the hero sincerely rejoiced, as he was remembered along with Espada. Besides his magical skill, the butler was also famous for loyalty. Even in the hardest moments, he remained the main support of the Marquis. Even an experienced traveler is surprised by this. Such mages are usually immediately recruited into the army, and if this man really is from the Adventurers Guild, then he is probably one of the strongest, holding the highest rank. She admits to herself, following him was the right decision, even if she was already thinking about peace and rest. She worries about the future as much as about memories of the past. She looks to the future with hope, dreaming that the spider will one day meet old age and happiness. Suddenly Espada appeared next to the master, proud and confident. Now that the young man has received this title, he must accept all the trials and difficulties that the rank of lord brings. Nothing has changed in the last 3 days, and he had to come to terms with this. Now the most important thing is to protect the village, so all efforts should be directed to strengthening the gates. This is exactly what he decided to do. Dvoretsky inquired of the host whether he could spare some time to share his power with them. Then he vanished into thin air, as if melted away. Returning, he assured that he would help gather all the stones into one pile. Van admitted that he came here to engage in magical affairs. To this, Dai exclaimed in surprise that he admired him. No matter how hard he tried, no magical techniques yielded to him. Seeing only an ordinary tree before him, the boy recalled a familiar process. Everything happened just as when he made ordinary wooden blocks. What worried him most was the weight of the wood, as their defense against the enemy depended on it. For now, this was their only hope. Everyone stood motionless, in complete amazement, watching what the main hero would do. No one could believe that all this was really happening. Before the astonished crowd, the gate suddenly changed its appearance before their eyes. It grew, became even more magnificent, and was adorned with the coat of arms of the principality. The people, struck by what they saw, froze in place and could not look away, their mouths open in wonder. The young man asked Orto to cut through these doors with his sword. Only this way could the path to renewal be opened, so there was no time for reflection. The young man himself wanted to test how strong this wall was, so he asked Orto not to hold back and to use all his strength. The fearless adventurer was the first to dare to attack. Rhythmic blows sounded without pause, their echoes spreading around. The people nearby could not endure the loud ringing and had to cover their ears. The man stopped, stunned by the sudden surprise. Only a small scratch remained on the surface. Wood is not the best material for such tasks. The people around wondered how he still managed to do it. Why is it so difficult to work with wood? Pride filled the soul at the thought that he was able to be useful to someone. One would hope that this was truly so. The hero opened his eyes and saw soft morning light pouring through the window of the cozy carriage. In the cramped space pressed against each other in cold sleeping bags, it was not easy to stay. One had to give up even a proper shower. At night, it was only possible to rest a little in field camps or simply on wagons. And when they finally reached the village, they still had to spend the night in a cart. He comes from a noble family, but now he feels like a true traveler. As soon as Till and Kesman stepped out of the carriage, they immediately greeted him. Unlike him, these two, like all the others, can barely stand on their feet from exhaustion. They have almost no strength left, and it is no longer possible to continue like this. Before starting to defend the village, it is necessary to take care of the people who live there. The boy understands that the villagers need food, warm clothes, and a reliable roof over their heads. After thinking it over, he decides to build a real house for them. Kesman clearly heard the order about the wooden blocks and agreed without hesitation to get to work. Meanwhile, Rhonda was examining a pile of stones and asked with interest what this strange junk was. Van said that he wants to build his house here. He asked if this place is safe for living. In response, the hero said that it is here, in the very center of the village, that Van's estate should appear. This is truly the ideal place. Also, a large square can be made nearby. When he gets a free moment, he begins to dream of a real celebration. He has plenty of energy for this, but will he ever be able to create something grander than a simple home? While Kesman and Espada were not yet accustomed to the new place, and the knights did not have their rooms, the most important thing was to take care of the supports. First, you need to make sure the beams are strong enough, and only after that can you determine the final dimensions. Imagine it like a wire passing through the ground. The thicker and stronger the column, the more reliable the entire structure will be. First, you need to build the floor and walls, and only then move on to the roof. It is important not to forget about the interior partitions. In my imagination, this building was much smaller, but now, when I see it with my own eyes, the space seems extraordinarily large. All the blocks have already been used, and the house is finally built. There is a large bedroom, a cozy kitchen, and a toilet, and next to it, another small room for relaxation has been arranged. The house still has two small rooms for which no purpose has been devised yet. If they remain empty, one spot might get offended. For now, they will hang blinds on the windows, and about the quartz sand, it will be necessary to ask the seller. The hero asked if he did not seem too big. The observer noted that the estate seemed quite small, but in those parts there was no house larger in size. This one was considered the biggest. It did not look like an ordinary wooden hut at all. It really had a luxurious appearance. Till did not hide his admiration, and Kesman noted that Mr. Van's magic was no less than the skills of kings. Vang lightly shook his head, dismissing this thought, but in his eyes appeared an interest in magic. However, in his soul, he remained confident. No magic compares to powerful combat. People here felt safe behind strong stone walls, behind which a just ruler protected them. Till admitted that she liked this city much more than the domain of Marquis Jalpa. The hero himself was convinced. Such recognition was only a reflection of her own feelings. Espada noticed that during the war the hero was honored, but when peace comes, people want to have a ruler who can bring them happy and peaceful days. No one else fits this role as perfectly as he does. It is simply impossible to imagine anyone better for this place. Kesman promised that he would not retreat and would always be nearby. The hero tried to thank him but could not find the words. His gratitude remained unspoken. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a loud scream. Someone, frightened, shouted at the top of their lungs, "What is this?" The hero said that this house appeared thanks to magic. His words impressed the knights, because not long ago there was not even a hint of any building in this place. Van said that if they got a little more wood, everyone could have their own house. Dai clearly ordered to bring all the wood and allowed the use of carts if needed. Everyone understood. Everything had to be in place by noon. The knights immediately got to work without wasting a second. The hero had never seen such speed. Everyday relaxation suddenly changed to real zeal. Ordo announced that they too were heading to the forest without wasting time. He intended to cut down trees himself, and his companions were to load the timber onto carts. It was very important not to let the knights overtake them. A question arises in the mind. If their home is in the village, then why do they need a separate hut? The residents were amazed when they saw the house that appeared before them. Then Rhonda explained that he was indeed given permission to build new homes. The people's dissatisfaction only grew. They increasingly complained about their homes. One hut is not a solution at all. Moreover, these buildings are so flimsy that they are unlikely to withstand any difficulties. The order was simple and unambiguous. Everyone had to line up in a single line. The new homes were already prepared to welcome their residents, and this caused genuine joy in their hearts. If his magic can bring happiness to these people, then he sees no other path for himself. In the village of Espada, people enthusiastically build barricades, and Dee, together with Mr. Orto and other villagers, hurriedly carry firewood. The hero invited Till and Kesman with him to build new homes together. The boy quickly learned to use his new abilities. He didn't even need to put in much effort to create something similar. Deep down, he dreams of one day designing and bringing to life a unique interior according to his own idea. When you have to follow someone else's orders, it feels like you are not acting of your own free will, and your heart grows cold, immediately recalling the gray office routine. But once you immerse yourself in the work, you can't tear yourself away. Seeing the final result, Diz called this work a true masterpiece, not hiding his admiration. The houses here stand in groups of 4, and all roads and alleys are arranged in an even grid. This style of development is called quarterly. In the future, this place will be expanded further. The houses of ordinary people were built similar to each other, all to maintain order and equality. For now, this is quite enough, but as soon as more building stone appears, each family will be able to get their own house built according to their wishes. And for now, people are sincerely happy with such housing, as they are at least thankful for this roof over their heads. Next to the main residence, he arranged a simple but very cozy bathhouse, a place everyone had long dreamed of. The girls were delighted and openly rejoiced at this novelty. The hero dreams of resting a little after a hard day and happily watches how happy his friends are. Pluriel quietly conjures over the water. Her magic invisibly makes the waves clean, and the ancient fire spell gives a warm coziness to every drop. Till and Pluriel invited Kesman to go with them to the bathhouse. One of the maids couldn't take her eyes off him and noted that the boy looked very mature. Although he was only 8 years old, next to the adults he seemed older. He no longer looked like a little kid. In fact, he is already over 20 years old. Van noticed that he himself had also become an adult. The girls laughed cheerfully and immediately embraced this idea. But soon a wave of remorse overwhelmed the hero. He regretted his action more and more. After a pleasant bath, my heart filled with gratitude. Finally, there was a place of my own to rest. When I entered the room, I was struck with surprise. It was empty all around, no furniture, I thought. Will I really have to spend the night in a sleeping bag right in the middle of an empty room? Somehow, that felt a bit sad. There was very little time left. It was necessary to prepare sleeping places for everyone. At least, simple beds made of hay and straw, generously shared by the local peasants, could be quickly made. The bed turned out to be very soft and fluffy, and a happy smile appeared on the hero's face. Wishing himself good night, he did not even notice how he instantly fell asleep. The morning began for the boy with a delicious breakfast. He enjoys every bite and notices that today the dishes are especially tasty. Having rested and regained strength, he shines with energy. However, Till admitted that she is worried about the lack of important ingredients. There is nothing better than starting the morning with a delicious homemade breakfast and cheerful laughter together with Till. While I protect our village, one must not forget to earn a living as well. Espada said that foreigners appear here about once a month. According to him, they communicate with the outside world only through traders. Espada tries to speak seriously, but looks funny. A piece of omelet is stuck on his mustache. The boy believes in his abilities. Managing the house, furniture, clothes, and all things is not difficult for him. There is enough food supply, and now the main goal is to strengthen the defense. The butler said that there are no spices in the house, and he also did not find ingredients for his favorite sweets. The hero was overwhelmed with surprise and looked at Till. She immediately looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. Without wasting time, the hero decides to do something that can be sold to the locals. Inspired by this thought, he asked Till to share an interesting idea. Kesman suggested making wooden blocks by hand, leaving this work to the craftsman. But Van did not agree, because he believed that only he himself could handle the task. Till suggested going hunting to get the necessary materials, but this idea was also rejected. Espada advised selling the harvested crops, but there are certain problems with this in the village, and this option will not bring quick profit. A question arose: does Mr. Van really feel love? Kasara said that he had already suggested trying this method to better understand how everything really happens. Although everyone perceived him as an ordinary scout, he was responsible for finding and disarming traps. They are not free from anxiety. The gift from Mr. Van seems too valuable, and even the slightest mistake can ruin everything. But the hero, noticing their worry, calmly addresses Till and Kesman. He assures that he is sincerely grateful and believes there is nothing to worry about. Everything will definitely be fine. An oak knight shield, covered with leather on the inside and along the edges. Thanks to this, it is very strong and resilient. Kesman only slightly touched the shield. Kasara understood this and nodded. He saw that he did not want to do harm, but such a weak effort will not help. To everyone's surprise, Kusa suddenly jumped up and instantly jumped away from the shield. The crowd froze in complete astonishment and confusion. The upset adventurer could not hold back tears, worrying that his shield was brand new, just received. Then Van approached him, asked to hold the shield, and said he would make it even stronger than before in a moment. The shield turned into a black hole again. Kasara was shining with joy, immediately attracting Orda's attention. Intrigued, she asked why everyone was so excited and what caused such a commotion. Looking at the clock, I realized that we arrived just on time. Then I asked if it was already possible to sell the ore. Deep in the forest live many very strong evil spirits. The hero believes they appear here because of the nearby Wolfsburg Mountains. Fortunately, to find rare useful minerals, there is no need to climb high into the mountains. Everything necessary can be found in a safer area. In the ore you can find not only iron, sometimes there are silvery and coppery glints. Even gold got into the hands. All the trophies were gladly shown to Mr. Van. Before him lies mithril ore. The hero, with sincere surprise and joy, examines his discovery, not hiding his admiration. Ordo shares his thoughts. The extraction was most complicated by the fact that the territory was remote and mountainous. Therefore, all attempts to get there were limited to night trips. But such night excursions do not hinder the growth of medicinal plants at all and do not harm the minerals. Experienced adventurers have a real chance to settle here or explore the local mines. If even in the foothills there are such rich deposits, then deep in the Wolfsburg Mountains there are definitely even greater treasures hidden. At first, the hero decided to process iron ore. Unlike wood, in which magical energy is evenly distributed in layers or absorbs magic differently, the power gradually seeps inside, encountering areas that immediately respond to the influence. At the end of this experiment, the hero produced a perfectly even cube. Following Kesera's advice, Orpho began to wonder, what if he tried to forge a sword from this metal? He imagined a long, thin blade, sharp on both sides, which seemed perfect. Orpho could not fully understand what fascinated him more, the swords themselves, or perhaps metal weapons in general. The young man offered to forge weapons for each of the adventurers as a thank you for their arrival. Sarah ordered a dagger and a long sword for herself. The hero worked intently, learning and forging his first iron weapon. In a short time, he skillfully forged a sword, and handing it to Zari, joyfully announced that he was becoming their first client. His face blossomed with a wide smile, happiness filled his heart. The spectators watch with admiration and lively discuss how the hero skillfully creates a new weapon. The hero extends to Zari a sword, tempered through many trials. His eyes fill with tears of joy that appear on his face by themselves. Other adventurers quickly gathered around the elegant man, and each began to ask him to forge the same weapon for them. The young man was impressed to realize that his works had truly become desired, even among experienced adventurers. Plural noted that after trials, this item could be profitably sold for good money. Espada pointed out that finding such a discovery is very rare, because usually it can only be found in the mountains, but here the deposits simply lie in the forest, which happens very rarely. Golems made of stone, iron, or other metals appear only where there are dungeons nearby. That is their whole secret. Travelers admitted that they had never encountered such on their path before. Since this area has been almost unexplored, it is quite possible that a dungeon is hidden somewhere here. Spada believes that if the dungeon is found, the village will change forever. The community will be able to feel revitalized and quickly immerse itself in the world of profitable trade. Manga emphasized that the appearance of a new dungeon could quickly make the settlement more important. The dungeon is a true paradise for those who seek valuable resources. Underground were hidden the main riches of this country: weapons, jewels, and unusual artifacts. They were valuable because every found treasure preserved a piece of the people's history. Opening the dungeon is a real success for any adventurer. If this village announces the dungeon, the locals will hardly be able to accept guild members. There is almost no food here, and the most necessary things are lacking. Their supplies are already running out. One must not forget the danger of an attack from the neighboring country. The hero became an obstacle for the Fersio family, so they are ready to get rid of him at the first opportunity. That is why it is necessary to first develop and strengthen this settlement, and only then report about the dungeon. Now it is unprofitable to tell everyone about the dungeon. They are valuable both for the state and for the nobility, as they matter to both sides. In the boy's family, everyone considers him incapable of anything and places no hope on him. If he even mentions the dungeon, he will immediately be sent to one of his brothers, so he has only one way out: to protect this settlement by force and not let anyone take possession of it. The housing issue has already been resolved without unnecessary difficulties. Now it is necessary to focus on finding funding and organizing reliable defense. We are very short of workers. Experienced masters are needed now more than ever. It is worth stocking up on weapons and shields before the merchants arrive, because strong defense is simply necessary for us. The outer fortifications are almost complete. He skillfully laid stones, building walls that became as strong as concrete. The magic quietly helped him, imperceptibly strengthening the work. At first, the walls were too low and thin, but he had no problems with that. He quickly managed and reinforced them. Right next to the wall appeared ballistae, which the masters made from reliable leather. Their design was simple but very strong. A powerful shield at the front reliably protects this machine, allowing it to calmly fire large shells without paying attention to enemy attacks. Throughout the village there appeared decapitated heads placed on stakes, and next to them he also displayed ballistas. For such a cruel and cleverly devised punishment, his plan was noticed, and Kesman was generously praised for the accomplished work. He tells with surprise that he only gave a few stones, and that man effortlessly changed the entire village beyond recognition. He was answered confidently and with honor: "As a lord, I must care for the welfare of the entire village." Then he turned to Kesman with curiosity: "And what do you really desire yourself?" Such a question could quite naturally arise in response to him. The answer was simple: she wanted to protect him. Van thanked but asked not to worry too much. Kesman, as always, showed his straightforwardness and care, sincerely caring about his well-being. Next time the main character really wanted to craft real armor, such armor that would worthily protect his reindeer knight in the most important moments. The master worked without rest for 3 days straight, diligently working on every detail of his new masterpiece. In Espada's opinion, this place had long ceased to be a simple village. Now it resembled more an impregnable fortress. Under the protection of such strong walls, no bandit could penetrate inside. If only Jalpa had understood in time how strong Lord Van was, the Marquis's lineage would have quickly risen and achieved great prosperity. Espada realized that for the master of this house, combat skill was the most important. Discussing this further no longer made sense. Meanwhile, Debbigan got angry and began insisting that if Van were given more time, he would definitely become stronger than anyone. The argument grew more intense. The opponents relentlessly exchanged new arguments. Kesman watched this spectacle confusedly, and the hero simply remained silent, not intervening in the dispute. He said there is no point in regretting the circumstances of your life or the traits you were born with. The main thing is to learn to accept yourself, seek ways to grow, and live life to the fullest, appreciating everything fate has given. Recalling the phrase I had heard earlier, I casually inserted it into the conversation, and everyone seemed to really like it. Dilaf silently nodded, accepting the decision of his mentor. The room felt light and had a special uplift in mood, an ideal time to start something. The trenches had just been dug by a diligent hand, and the water had not yet filled them. At the same time, a real trench with clean water always inspired admiration, for no other defense gave such peace and confidence as this elegant water barrier. Suddenly comes the realization, without good water it is impossible to move further. Water is life, and without it the journey will soon end. Suddenly the silence is broken by a loud scream. Someone is giving an alarm signal, warning of danger. The bandits are already getting closer. They are attacking from the other side of the wall. The hero ordered everyone to quickly hide behind the fortress walls, raise the drawbridge, and securely close the gates. I asked to inspect the yard, to make sure no one else was left there. The young man noticed that people obeyed his orders, but in their eyes the fear of the coming battle was still visible. Again, as during the previous battle, the heart tightens with anxiety. Power forces one to remain confident, for a true ruler cannot show fear. The defender confidently takes all responsibility upon himself and leads everyone into battle. In the hearts of each, fear and doubt still live, but ahead awaits the decisive battle on which the fate of the settlement depends. He will also take part in this struggle. Understanding that he cannot cope alone, he turns to the residents and asks for their help. United, they will stand together to defend their native village. Having united into a real team, everyone immediately agreed to fight together without hesitation. The hero felt deep gratitude to his friends. The order was unambiguous. They had to go to the watchtowers. Each direction is guarded by at least 5 sentinels, and no fewer than 10 guards always stand by the gates. He hurried to run up the stairs, but Till stopped him halfway. Then the boy told her that it was also time for him to go. The hero quickly ran past and immediately gave the command to gather all the people to find out what tricks the enemy had planned. Then he decided to personally lead the further actions. Dee proudly declared that the master could fully trust him. He was so confident in himself that he considered himself a true leader and genius. Dee was convinced hardly anyone in the whole world could match him. Even when his troops were completely surrounded, he still won. This was made possible by excellent soldier training and masterful choice of winning tactics. His special pride was that he managed to achieve greater success than the famous Commander Stradle. During all this time, service under Mr. Van turned into a real chain of surprises for him. The master always found a way to surprise him even more. She is the one who will believe him the most, and without hesitation, will be ready to sacrifice her life. Next, the events become even more interesting. What appeared before the eyes simply amazes the imagination. Finally, it became clear who was hiding far away. They really were bandits. Everything around spoke of it. The hero looked around confusedly, trying to understand what had happened, and his opponent explained. A large group appeared on the horizon, from 50 to 100 people. They are quickly approaching. The distance between them and the heroes is shrinking to just a few hundred meters. Without a doubt, these people are heading right here, so preparations for defense are needed. Suddenly, they had a feeling that someone invisible was quietly following them. It seems the scout still noticed that he was being watched. Several armored dragons were flying behind. They rushed in a pack, looming over the bandits and bringing deadly danger with them. A real disaster loomed over us. Even experienced warriors find it hard to fight these armored dragons, and our village has no true fighter. Ordinary weapons won't help. Their blades cannot pierce the monster's tough armor. Magic really works, but right now only Espada, and the daughter of that very adventurer, can fight. The other adventurers went to look for the necessary materials. Even if there is no wizard nearby, a heavily armed knight can slow down the enemy and then attack the weakest spot. However, for ordinary locals, this is almost impossible. They cannot cope with tail strikes or sharp claws. The hero confidently ordered everyone to stand behind the archers with bows and to prepare arrows for them nearby, to always be ready for battle. The weapon lay in the hand as easily as a simple dagger. At first glance, it seemed that such a weapon could not pierce the tough scales of a formidable dragon. A loud voice ordered everyone to obey Mr. Van and to carry out his instructions without delay. The bandits, gripped by fear, rushed to flee and shouted for help. The dragon attack still shows no end. Even a large city would have big problems if it tried to stop such an onslaught. About 40 giant creatures, each the size of a 2-story building, approximately 8 meters tall, can easily use the bandits as bait. The hero admitted that he sincerely felt sorry even for the criminals. In the most tense moments, he advises leaving fears behind, smiling in response to danger, and only then will the path to salvation surely appear. Van ordered the dragon's amet to open fire as soon as the bandits jumped into the ditch. He calmed everyone down, assuring them there was no need to be afraid. Even if someone got hit in the eye or mouth, it would only give them more determination and chances to win. Today, none of Mr. Van's people would die. They would be the ones to win this battle. Today they will have to show what they are really capable of. After all, the legendary dish dragon show Schlick is being prepared for dinner. People in panic rushed in all directions, gasping with fear and grabbing air with every breath. Behind, a large flock of dragons in heavy armor rumbled. They hurried to the trench, hoping to find protection from danger there. Bandits with screams rushed down the slope without looking back. Suddenly, one of the fugitives stumbled and fell to the ground. Suddenly, one of the monsters grabbed his cloak with a sharp claw. The man suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs as his body rose into the air, and he found himself right in front of a huge maw with razor-sharp teeth. What the other robbers saw made their hearts tremble with genuine fear. The defenders of the fortress watched with horror what was happening before their walls. At midnight, the darkness loudly reminded everyone it was time to prepare. Suddenly, arrows with sharp tips shoot out from the ballista. While the bloodthirsty monsters greedily devoured their victim, Dee carefully watched the enemies. He quickly assessed the situation, gripped his weapon tighter, and realized the real danger was still ahead, and this trial would be much harder than he initially thought. The drawn upper bowstring showed that the device was already ready for use. Suddenly, the commander loudly ordered the defenders to start shooting. Immediately after that, a volley of arrows, like a downpour, covered the dragons standing behind the ditch. Meanwhile, in the deep chasm, people were still hiding, hoping that no one would notice them. The arrow whistled through the air and hit the monster's head exactly. The dragons howled in pain, and their cry spread far around. On the giant head of the monster, a deep dent from an arrow was clearly visible. Suddenly, the night was illuminated by a bright flash of lightning, and it seemed as if the arrows simply vanished into the darkness. The dragon's head wearily nodded and fell sideways without strength. The dragons suffered greatly due to their wounds. In the night darkness, everything was unknown, only oppressive silence and an arrow stuck in the monster's body and peeking out of the gloom. A desperate roar echoed in the air. An armored dragon, wounded by an arrow in the paw, writhed in pain. The dragon released its paw, and this act so impressed Dai that she did not expect to see anything like it at all. Night noticed that the arrow completely passed through her paw. A thought flashed through the man's mind. She ended up right in the claws of that dragon behind. When she pierced his paw, she was forcefully thrown to the ground. Dai mentally noted that the losses were significantly more than he expected. At that moment, Wang spoke from the other side and asked the knight how he was doing. Suddenly, a frightened scream rang out from behind the walls, breaking the silence of the night. Since early morning, people had been retelling. It was enough for one volley, and immediately 10 dragons fell dead. The townspeople were amazed by this news and were very pleased with it. Dee felt uneasy. There were no more arrows for the ballista, and now he had to search for them among other war machines that had not yet participated in the battle. At the moment when the defenders hurried after the arrows, the main hero suddenly plunged into memories. Large wooden blocks he had seen before appeared before his eyes. After reflecting on previous mistakes, the aristocrat suggested that it was worth trying to make arrows not from iron, but from wood. On Dee's command, the defenders hastily loaded the last iron arrows and prepared the ballistae for the clash. The tension was at its maximum. The warriors had already aimed their weapons at the enemy and were ready to meet him with resistance. Immersed in his own thoughts, the knight suddenly noticed that the guards had already taken their posts on the bastions. Calm determination emanated from Dai, as if she already believed in success, and the second shot from the wall was to be even more accurate. One after another, arrows hit the scaly bodies of the dragons. The villagers collectively unleashed a powerful rain of death on them from their fortifications. Amid this chaos, the formidable knight loudly shouted that now the monsters would understand what this village was capable of. The dragons roared so loudly that even the earth trembled, but at the knight's signal, the defenders decisively opened fire again. Knight stood amazed, as if it could not believe what it was seeing. I was very surprised when I saw that simple wooden arrows were able to destroy many more dragons. A thought flashed through the knight's mind. Unlike the cases with iron ones, this time the result surprised him. He managed to get through even the tough scales. The man did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately ordered to use wooden arrows. He was confident that the teacher was right. Even without iron tips, they would succeed. The order to prepare to shoot was given. Dish's voice thundered like a lightning strike. Fire. Finally, all the monsters were defeated. D and his fellow defenders looked around the battlefield with surprise. Cheerful shouts in the night silence announced the long-awaited victory had finally come. The young man and his maid were stunned by this news. At that moment, the peasants could not contain their emotions. They joyfully celebrated the victory. Vana, captivated by the happy moment, suddenly found himself in the arms of the maid, who did not hide her joyful tears. Amid the general excitement, D thought to himself, the enemy was completely destroyed, not a single fighter was even scratched, and they had used only about 60 arrows. In the darkness of his thoughts, another occurred. If he told Commander Stradle about all this, he probably would not believe such luck. A slight smile appeared on the man's face. Such an ending seemed to him a miracle, hard to believe. Looking at Stradle, he suddenly realized how much Van had grown up. The main character was happy and rejoiced with his friends, while the knight noted with surprise that he could hardly even imagine such a thing. Time passed and Wang finally stood on his feet, full of determination to face his destiny. He spread his arms, and in the silence of the night showed his mentor what he had achieved in the hard struggle, rejoicing in his triumph. The boy walks through the night darkness, feeling sincere gratitude to die. He realizes that all this became real precisely thanks to the support of a friend. The hero stopped, staring at the battlefield, and for a moment felt overwhelmed by confusion. Impressed by what he saw, Van dared to count all the monsters. It turned out there were as many as 44. He did not hide his pride and sincerely praised his subordinates. The knight laughed and friendly slapped the boy on the back. In response, he jokingly said that it was all thanks to the whims of respectable persons. The man could not hide his admiration when he saw how simple wooden arrows effortlessly pierced the steel scales. A genuine smile appeared on Dai's face as he enthusiastically praised ballistas and patted Van on the back too energetically. Van almost fell from such displays of friendship and asked him to stop, or else he might end up on the floor. As soon as the night gave way to the morning silence, the hero finally noticed the ditch where the bandits were still hiding. It turned out that about 30 of them had miraculously survived, and Dai had completely forgotten about these losers. He no longer even remembered that they were still there. Suddenly, a rope descended from the sky, and this greatly frightened the people gathered below. The terrible knight ordered them to tie each other up, warning that otherwise the same hail of arrows would fall upon them. People immediately agreed because they were overcome with fear. When the robbers saw Van, they promised to change. Their voices sounded pleading. They begged him not to turn them over to the authorities, because then they faced either slavery or many years in prison. Among the large crowd of townspeople, the aristocrat listened attentively to their requests. The townspeople sincerely appealed to him to allow them to become his subjects and serve under his leadership. At this moment, an elderly man stepped forward. The elders said that these people had repeatedly attacked their village with the aim of robbery. The peasant confidently stepped out of the crowd and firmly grabbed the bandit by the collar. His voice carried genuine anger. The criminals had forgotten that it was because of them he lost his parents, and the village lost many close people. Rage seized him, and with a cry of revenge he was about to strike the thief, but suddenly a gentle child's hand carefully stopped his movement. Van carefully caught the attacker by the fist, quietly apologized, and asked not to waste his hands on such insignificant trifles. The hero smiled and confidently said that he would handle everything himself. He asked to entrust this matter to him. The man, barely holding back tears, nodded uncertainly in agreement. Addressing the people under supervision, he explained, they will still have to answer to the law. As soon as the relevant services appear, everyone will be immediately taken to the authorities. To conclude the conversation, Wang emphasized that from now on they would all work for the benefit of their village. New masters worked diligently to achieve perfection in the art of dragons. Frightened robbers immediately agreed, not daring to argue. Van and Orto stood on the wall and watched attentively as the work continued. The adventurer recalled how many surprises this week had brought him. Van just smiled warmly and laughed quietly in response. Floriel noticed that among all the swords, many remained just as they once were, no scratches, no traces of magic. Meanwhile, one of the daredevils pondered aloud, how truly difficult is the task of defeating even one dragon. The girl realized, even if 30 masters had the best swords of Master Van, they could only defeat 5 or 6 dragons. We say that action must be taken immediately, while memories are still fresh and everything is still ongoing. The next day, Erdo, Dai, Kamsen, and several other villagers joined the carcass disassembly. Together they set to work, helping each other. The material Van chose for his knife turned its blade into an exceptionally sharp weapon. Now it was sharper than ever before. In 3 days, all teams completed the assigned task. The next night, the aristocrat came out to the people in front of his manor and began to talk about all the good things that had happened in the village recently. The main hero, having lit many bonfires, confidently said, "Now there is no need to worry about money and just enjoy the juicy meat." Wang allowed everyone to sip sake but set a strict rule, no more than 2 glasses per person. When everyone raised their cups, he raised his highest and warmly congratulated the team on their brilliant victory. The cheerful company raised their mugs and loudly wished health to their host. The boys' friends quickly joined the loud celebration. The crowd erupted in applause. Joy filled everyone, for their dream had come true. People raised glasses with a long-forgotten drink, savoring the victory and the forgotten feeling of happiness. The main hero immediately felt true delight when a juicy piece of meat touched his tongue. Ordo gladly tasted the dragon meat, admiring its tenderness and rich flavor. Van silently nodded, fully sharing his admiration. Adventurers involved in dragon trading explained to the aristocrat, dragon meat is so tender precisely because it is surrounded on all sides by a strong shell that reliably protects it inside. Orthos assured that the arrows for the ballista turned out to be as strong and powerful as the weapons Van once made for them. The knight did not yet know that the Lord is generous to travelers. Therefore, bitterness lived in his heart. He wholeheartedly longed to obtain the very sword that others had already acquired. The travelers did not hide their admiration for the swords. They held them so confidently as if they had become part of their hands. And D, with the peasants, impressed by the hero's talent, immediately gathered around him and began asking to forge new weapons for them. The armorer did not take payment because he wanted to show his respect and loyalty to the master he served. As soon as Ordo said he wanted to get equipment, Van could not stand it and immediately fled. The townspeople gradually began to treat the main hero with warmth and sincere sympathy. Bandits ran up to Van from all sides, concerned about how he was feeling. A local resident noticed something strange in the behavior of the robbers. Although danger loomed over him and the future seemed bleak, he dared to join the main hero. Standing beside them was Sadaman, who at that moment raised his hand to strike one of the thieves. He tightly clenched his fingers into a fist. It was a manifestation of his inner anxiety. The peasant sighed with relief and felt gratitude because thanks to Van, he avoided the terrible fate that befell others. Gathering all his determination, he addressed the villagers with a call to build together a future worthy of the memory of the innocently lost families. Raising his fist up, the boy thought that now was the best time to savor the meat. By the campfire, the elder joyfully recalled with the children those times when cheerful laughter once again echoed in the home, and the table was full of delicious food. The girl noticed that among the crowd there was even one man from the upper class. The sun was so surprised that it even forgot to shine for a moment. At that moment, Espada, Till, and Kamsen joined the company. They sided with their master, driving away all doubts around. The girl felt that Master Van would surprise everyone more than once, and she was already preparing for new amazing events. The villagers calmly dined by the warm fires, enjoying the coziness. Meanwhile, Ordo carefully estimated how much could be obtained for the dragon. The hunters assumed it could be as much as 20 gold coins. Van was surprised to hear such a large amount and immediately noted that the man forgot to account for expenses. If everything was calculated, only about 8 gold coins would remain from one monster. The aristocrat was delighted with this amount. After all, he had 40 such dragons, so the total reward was supposed to exceed 300 coins. The boy froze in amazement when he first saw 300 million yen before him. This amount seemed simply unreal to him. The butler solemnly approached and sincerely congratulated Van on the victory in defense. In response, the young man, sincerely thanking him, invited him to try the rare meat, since thanks to their joint work they managed to create a protective barrier. A nervousness appeared on the butler's face. he noted that the achieved result was truly impressive, although some difficulties still remained. The spotted one coughed to draw attention to himself, sighed, and informed the boy of unpleasant news. Half of what he gains will have to be given to the Marquis's treasury. What he heard upset Van greatly. Recalling what the tax system was like in his native world, the hero suddenly felt anxiety. Even here he had to face the same problems again. The hero anxiously asked the butler if there was a way to hide their victory. However, doubts did not leave him inside. Hiding something like that when so many people know about it is almost impossible. Van suddenly felt overwhelmed with irritation, and at that very moment, an important memory came alive in his mind. The nobles became worried when they realized that very soon everyone would learn the true state of the village. Wang began to hesitate whether they would manage to hide this truth. But suddenly he had an unexpected idea that flashed through his mind like lightning. A thought flashed. It was unlikely that anyone else would dedicate many years of service to the Marquis as sincerely and selflessly as Espada did. He was troubled by thoughts that he would have to hide the truth, as it seemed like a betrayal of his father. The hero began to doubt, since the butler always loved a quiet and peaceful life next to him. But instead of going to his father for advice, the hero still turned to the butler to find out how to get out of this situation. Espada suggested sharing this news with the hero's older brother. Thinking over this idea, Wang kept returning to this proposal. The insight came unexpectedly. It finally became clear that the butler had devised something clever. His plan was truly cunning and deserved respect. But in reality, only Marcia was able to tame the dragons, and that was her achievement. The noble lord argued persistently, carefully considering all the details of the plan. In the end, he decided, they would meet the flock in the forest to deal with it separately from everyone else. In the boy's opinion, this method was convenient and beneficial for both. In the brotherly battle, Van Wan's won, and much of it happened thanks to Marcia always staying close and supporting him with all her heart. The main hero looked at his assistant with admiration, sincere admiration shining in his eyes. After that, everyone spoke with admiration about the butler. His idea truly impressed, and he was sincerely thanked. The next morning, everyone living in the estate joyfully greeted the master, meeting him with smiles on their faces. Numerous people thanked the hero from the bottom of their hearts. He mentally noted that kindness had blossomed in people. Suddenly, a voice was heard in the hall. Someone boldly addressed the master with a request to allow him to marry Till. The girl who was next to Van blushed and barely hid her indignation. Van reacted calmly, only slightly smiling in response. Suddenly the boy became serious and took the girl's hand. The maid unexpectedly noticed this and smiled, remembering that Master Van had not touched her for a long time. Quietly she asked if he would like some warmth and tenderness now. The main hero frowned, recalling how he tried to behave like an adult in the bathhouse, although at that time he was only 8 years old, still carefree enjoying childhood. Kamsen also followed them, and this made a strong impression on the people. They openly showed their sincere support. Suddenly the boy let go of her hand, and the girl held her breath in surprise. The maid could not understand why the main hero decided to let her go. At that moment, the aristocrat thoughtfully thought, after all, he was a Maillard. The boy remembered one thing well: warm words can warm the heart, but self-respect is no less important. Van could not get rid of the thought that sooner or later, Till would leave him anyway. But the most important thing for him was her happiness. Having convinced himself of this, he only then turned to the maid. The aristocrat had just begun to say that she should meet a real person who could win her heart, but the girl immediately interrupted him, not even letting him finish his thought. The girl pressed her hand to her heart and honestly admitted she wanted so much to take care of Vanya that she did not think about anything else. Her sincere desire to be near him captivated her entire soul. The hero suddenly became confused and uncertainly took Till's hand again. Kemsin was going up the stairs with the girl when suddenly someone's voice sounded. Someone unexpectedly addressed him. One of the defenders noticed those who had betrayed. The boy leaned against the wall and looked down carefully, trying to make out the strangers. One of the men explained that before them stood Mr. Bell and Mr. Lango. Far away on the horizon, barely visible spots loomed. He was struck by how well the defender could make out these silhouettes, as they were almost invisible, and the faces remained completely unrecognizable. Van glanced at his friends and saw that they were also looking somewhere ahead, and there were many questions in their eyes. At first, the nobles ordered to raise the bridge and prepare the ballistae for battle. It's simple: people behave cautiously because they are afraid to see robbers near the cart or even inside it. Only attention and distrust help protect the village from danger. After this, the companions were given the order to call Orto and prepare to meet their demise. Van pondered how many more tasks lay ahead and how much depended on him. He understood that every opportunity must be used. He confidently told himself, finally, his star time has come. The cart loudly rolled across the field, and the wooden wheels creaked plaintively under its weight. Two carts, surrounded by horsemen, slowly headed towards the village. The coachman, occasionally glancing back at the guards, felt growing anxiety. This time they were truly threatened by serious danger. One of the passengers continued the conversation, complaining that during the trip their cart broke down. Because of this, they lost part of the goods, which were now unsuitable for sale. They had to spend money not only on repairs, but also on lodging and the services of the guards. The upset man sitting nearby sadly summarized, even when they returned to Hashimura, they managed to earn very little from sales, and buying anything in other places was simply impossible. Hearing this, the driver could not hold back tears. He exclaimed in confusion that there was a terrible shortage everywhere. One of the screenwriters addressed the man, who was crying, and asked if this was perhaps Hashimura. The Chumak cart stopped near a huge gate. The horseman immediately noticed that this place did not look like an ordinary village at all. Everything here seemed much larger and more significant. The impressed man looked carefully and nodded admiringly, agreeing. Unable to bear it, the writer expressed the opinion that perhaps they were lost and had taken the wrong turn. The coachman firmly denied this, but also looked uncertainly at the surrounding changes in the village. At that moment, from behind the wall came someone's shouted assumption. Someone decided that the travelers had probably come to trade. Suddenly, a majestic silhouette of a huge fortress appeared before the guests. At the very top of the tower, Van suddenly appeared. He confidently and proudly declared himself, immediately naming himself the master of this village. Looking at the guests with a cold gaze, Van briefly asked if they were really genuine traders. Hearing this news, the passenger in the carriage turned to his brother in surprise and asked if they were really talking about the very same fourth son of Marquis Fersio, who had long been considered a true prodigy. The impression on the bald rider's face did not go unnoticed. Meanwhile, the brother continued to tell. Their protection was the large city where this man had been seen more than once. Many residents here had communicated with him, so his name was well known among the people. The merchant confidently stated that this child was the one they had been waiting for so long. The man was filled with astonishment. A little boy, barely 10 years old, suddenly became the master of this abandoned, remote village. To his impression was added the news. Even the Marquis himself personally sent the boy here to the outskirts. Geniuses were often admired from afar, but the man had never seen such alienation. Turning these old ruins into a real fortress seemed like a quite reasonable decision, but he never found the real answer as to why it was needed. The coachman carefully stopped the cart, stood up, and kindly introduced himself to his travelers. He turned out to be a merchant named Mary Bell, traveling with his brother Lango. They were accompanied by a brave guard, the famous adventurer who leads the guild's Silver Spears and holds rank B. The protagonist asked Orto if he knew this man. Orto nodded slightly and confirmed that they had met before. Finally, the aristocrat allowed them to pass. The gates opened, and the merchants entered the courtyard one by one, bringing their goods on carts. Before the two brothers, a maze spread out the renewed village, enchanting with its appearance. The elder met them with a smile and gladly told them that the whole village had long been waiting for their return. Rhonda greeted the guests with a smile, sincerely glad that they had returned. Mary Bell sighed with relief. Everything in the village was calm. The travelers apologized for the delay and explained that they had to stop halfway. At that moment, Wayne approached the merchants, greeted them, and sincerely apologized for being late. He placed his hand on his heart, politely greeted, and gave his name, showing sincere respect. The brothers were slightly nervous as they bowed before the aristocrat and introduced themselves. The main character immediately got down to business. He asked if it was possible to sell the dragon parts and the shell as soon as possible. Merchants rejoiced at the opportunity and immediately agreed, as they still could not believe that they had managed to tame such terrible monsters. Even experienced travelers usually avoid such monsters. The brothers stood with tears of joy in their eyes, sincerely thanking God for such generous grace. Their hearts were filled with happiness. Their native village received an extraordinarily valuable material. At that moment, the merchants realized they had been mistaken about the shortage. It was then that Van suggested they go to the warehouse. Suddenly, in the deep darkness, a surprised sigh was heard. Before the brothers stretched a huge hall, dozens of times larger than their room, filled with all possible wonders. They held their breath at such a spectacle. What they saw seemed incredible. According to Lango's calculations, before them lay fragments of dragon armor, ranging from 20 to 30 meters in length. Nearby, holding his breath, his brother watched this amazing sight with admiration. Van told the merchant everything he needed to know about the goods, and then asked what he thought about it. The man confidently explained that the cart was already ready. At that moment, Belle could not contain her surprise at how much there was. The man suddenly realized it seemed the aristocrat was telling the truth. Returning to the conversation, he said that they needed to quickly find a way for people to start trading. While one of the brothers carefully examined the goods behind, the other confidently asked for a month to think it over. The aristocrat agreed to this condition, and then, showing his hospitality, invited the brothers to try the delicacy meat. Mary Belle noted that they still had quite a lot of meat left. However, she understood that the village would not be able to eat that much, and soon all of it might spoil. Realizing what had happened, the merchant immediately agreed to transport the meat to a neighboring village to sell it there, and promised to reimburse all expenses. The main character asked with doubt in his voice whether the local residents could even afford to buy meat from such a dragon. Mari said that the peasants have it very hard. After paying taxes, they have no money left at all, so the people asked them to share their food, but the man thought that their own supplies were almost finished too. The merchant thought that if he gave some meat for free, it might at least somewhat help the people. Then he loudly asked Van if it was possible to do so. When the nobles saw that Mary Belle truly sincerely wanted to help, they decided to give away the dragon meat for free. They were surprised that for Mary Belle, human values were more important than profit or gain. Belle addressed the main character and reminded him that a horse is essential for the journey. At that moment, the hero thought that the rumors were probably not exaggerated. The Marquis's son really turned out to be a very clever boy. The merchant promised a reward to whoever caught the criminals, although he himself understood that he would receive nothing then. It seemed that this small reward at least somewhat compensated their work. The aristocrat thanked them but suddenly made an interesting proposal, to come to him next time, as he would prepare for them an opportunity they would definitely not regret. Bella was genuinely surprised when she saw how good the armor offered to her under this deal was. Mary was even more surprised when, already seeing Van off as he was about to leave, she asked him, "Did you bring not only the master draftsman and skilled carpenter, but also a blacksmith?" The main character simply smiled restrainedly in response. Eyre and Mary Belle simultaneously could not contain their excitement. They exclaimed, "This is something incredible." The aristocrat laid his weapon before everyone, warning that he had not yet revealed all its secrets, but proudly noted that this specimen was truly valuable, then generously offered anyone willing to try it. Ordo advised the adventurer to carefully cut a piece of dragon's skin using a shell. The hero easily sliced the piece with his blade, like a knife through butter. Eyre froze in place from surprise when his blade easily cut the piece. It seemed to glide by itself and separate apart, even without effort. Ordo smiled contentedly and immediately praised this weapon, asking if it was really made of iron. The guard was stunned by such sharpness and no longer doubted. He decided to buy this knife. Without wasting time, he also asked if there was a spear available. While Ordo enthusiastically talked about the weapon Eyre made, the girl Fan listened very attentively, with wide-open eyes. Mary Belle was also clearly impressed by what she heard. Meanwhile, the merchant seemed to have already firmly decided to buy these swords, without even trying to negotiate a lower price. He glanced at the whole pile of equipment lying behind his back and began to apologize a little confusedly. Buying so much at once would not work. The main hero reassured him. There was still plenty of time. Everything could be bought gradually. The boy looked around with enthusiasm, leading the merchants along the village paths and showing them all the new acquisitions and changes that had appeared thanks to the efforts of the local residents. The brothers sat by the fire and happily ate meat, filled with gratitude and joy. At that time, Belle sincerely admitted that this place truly enchanted and inspired him. Mary decided to address the trading community and suggested attracting more merchants. Van liked this idea and supported it. The main hero explained what their village lacked and asked to bring everything necessary. He emphasized that if people had tasty food on the table, they would feel much better. The merchant agreed without hesitation to help and promised to deliver the food. An unexpected offer from an aristocrat to advertise their weapons became a real joy for the brothers. They instantly became enthusiastic, excitedly thinking about new opportunities. The boy thought that probably those two already had some special sales plan born. This gave him confidence. These guys really were good people. Van noticed that if both travelers did not deviate from the road and sold weapons together, very soon this path would lead them straight to their native village. The main hero's proposal made the brothers think about how to advertise the goods well in advance. He explained simply, the more they sell, the more they will earn in the future. The merchants' eyes immediately lit up with curiosity. One after another, they began exclaiming that they also wanted to learn how to do it. In response, the aristocrat said that the time had come to open a shop in the village. Van thought that everything would become simpler if he could come to an understanding with the business owners, or at least with someone influential. The brothers immediately rejoiced at this idea and supported him. When the young man imagined a steady income and his own store, his heart filled with inspiration. He even dreamed of building a whole house for Balan Lango. Behind him, the brothers rejoiced at this decision and sincerely admired the young man's enthusiasm. It occurred to me, if I agree to this proposal, the shop will save a lot of time. There will be no need to haggle long and hard with many merchants. Moreover, this establishment will be the first in this area. In his thoughts, Van realized that this deal would be beneficial for both parties. At the same time, Mary decisively turned to Lango, determined to discuss the proposal with her leader as soon as possible. The merchant, placing his hand on his heart, confidently said that he would open the store right here and stay in the village until it turned into a real settlement. The noble aristocrat and the cunning merchant shook hands. Van confirmed the agreement with a friendly handshake and sincerely said he was glad to cooperate with the brothers. The negotiations ended extremely successfully. Lango and the team of adventurers quickly left the village. They were all filled with determination to appeal to the trade chamber to get support, and people needed to save their settlement. To prove his intentions, Van handed the trade chamber a sword, dragon skin, and a magical core. He also asked that this letter be delivered to his brother Marsh. Near the very gates of the village, the boy did something that made Maria hold her breath in surprise. It turned out that this aristocrat had built a luxurious shop specifically for Belle. The merchant watched enchanted as the new shop quickly grew. Just recently they had only dreamed and discussed its appearance. Right now, Van was explaining in detail how the interior space of the store would be arranged. The hero explained in a warm voice that he tried to do everything as Mary had told him, but if he made a mistake somewhere, he would easily correct it. Belle was pleasantly surprised. The boy truly had remarkable strength. Tears of joy sparkled in the merchant's eyes as he sincerely thanked the nobleman for his help. Having mentally decided that all goods should be ready in 2 weeks, so the issue concerning Belle's shop could now be considered resolved. After lunch, the aristocrat set off from the village to the river with his retinue. Till walked beside him, worrying whether her master was tired. The young man quickly cheered up the worried servant and assured her that everything was fine. He asked if she was okay, and in response heard her joyful laughter. The girl said with a smile that she was fine and ready to continue. Kamsin walked quietly and carefully forward, skillfully parting branches and easily passing through dense thickets. The main hero clearly remembered his own noble deed. In Van's soul grew dissatisfaction. He sincerely wanted to care for everyone around, to give warmth and support, but for Kamsin, he no longer had any strength left. The road from the village turned out to be longer than expected and lasted a whole hour. Kamsin, as always polite, let the tired companions go ahead and carefully parted the grass to make it easier for them to walk. On their way, the travelers came upon a wide river whose waters sparkled under the sun's rays. Captivated by this beauty, they decided to take a break and drink fresh water. Having found a suitable place, the man ran his hand over it. They dug a trench, and the wall stopped the turbulent flow of the river. Thus began the painstaking work of lowering the water level. For just a moment, Espada used his magic, and the earth parted, forming a deep tunnel dozens of meters down. As soon as the butler finally sighed with relief, Dai rushed into the room, followed by all the boys who had managed to get inside on their own. He follows everyone, constantly strengthening the ground beneath his feet and making the walls stronger. The main hero carefully watched every manifestation of Espada's incredible magical power. Suddenly, the silence was broken by an unexpected shout from D. In the night darkness, the man suddenly laughed loudly. His unexpected laughter surprised the boy. He could not understand what could be funny here. The butler noticed that D had long passed 40, but despite this, looked cheerful and energetic, as if in the best shape. Hearing this, the aristocrat was genuinely surprised. He had no idea about D's age. This news immediately sparked considerable interest among the other men in the hall. The work required a lot of effort, as the distance from the river to the village was considerable, as Till noted. Van nodded in response, as if to say, without water they would not manage anyway. The hero shared his thought. This task is not easy, but working together towards a common goal is much more pleasant. For a moment he stopped, pondered, and realized that despite all the difficulties, the joint effort brings deep satisfaction, one that you do not feel when alone. It seemed that it was enough just to improve living conditions, and order would return to the village. Then merchants and travelers would gladly come here again. The aristocrat was convinced. This is the kind of life one should strive for if they want to live peacefully and carefree in these places. Only 8 hours had passed when one of the tired and exhausted workers suddenly exclaimed joyfully that the village was already visible ahead. This news struck Van, as according to his calculations, the journey should have taken at least a week. The main character confidently announced that the work for today was finished. Espada and Dai were surprised when they heard this decision. Knight noted that if they moved at the same speed, they would reach the village in a few hours. However, their noble companions did not agree with this opinion. The boy could not take his eyes off Ibai, Lo, and Kamsen. Their tired faces and slumped shoulders showed that their strength was at the limit, and they did not want to work any further. He sighed with disappointment. After a long search, he finally managed to find a good method of hardening. However, he realized that he should not overexert himself too much. Van watched with admiration as the knight still held its positions and did not want to give way to the morning. An unknown force caused the main character genuine horror and anxiety. Looking at this place, I mentally admitted, fear is truly felt here. Today's day opened my eyes to the true strength of the older generation and the experience of those who have long been in this business. The next morning, something unexpected happened. By noon, they had already reached the village, digging the earth remarkably quickly. After finishing digging, they began filling the well with water. The boy coughed and solemnly thanked everyone for their help. He smiled and joyfully said that the installation of the water supply was finally successfully completed. Tears welled up in Abby and Lou's eyes, and Kamsen listened attentively to every word of the kind man. It was then that the main character sincerely admitted that he understood all the difficulties they had to endure over these 1.5 days and thanked them for their endurance and courage. With a barely noticeable movement of his hand, Van gave the signal that the decisive moment had come. The aristocrat was delighted with his discovery and joyfully informed everyone around about it. But suddenly an unexpected collapse occurred. Under strong pressure, the wall crumbled. The water rushed swiftly through the moat, like a living force, and in a moment left not a single breath of air. The boy was genuinely surprised by what had happened. Loud applause immediately sounded in the hall. Joy embraced everyone present. During the rest, everyone paid attention to the fast flow of water. The observers watched with admiration as the water rushed at a crazy speed. The peasants watched in amazement as the lively water ran for the first time through the new channel from the river. The children, not hiding their joy, raced along the shore, trying not to fall behind the fast stream. Their faces reflected true excitement and wonder at what they saw. The old man smiled happily, realizing how much strength and time had been saved. To this, Van enthusiastically noted that they still needed to think about special filters. After these words, Rhonda only sighed heavily and raised her eyebrows in surprise. At that moment, one of the assistants approached the main character. He solemnly handed him a medal, and admiration and sincere curiosity shone in his eyes. The young man was confused and froze when he found himself in front of the boy. The aristocrat, puzzled by this strange scene, could not hold back and asked what reasons lay behind such incomprehensible behavior. To this, a calm answer sounded. It is interesting what kind of unusual machine this gentleman plans to make. Thinking about his behavior, Van recalled, the boy began to glow with happiness when the work was almost finished. According to the hero, the moment of creating something new fascinates the young man the most. Understanding this, the boy smiled sincerely and suggested joining forces to create the device. Help would be very important. As soon as Lo heard this, he immediately cheered up and gladly agreed to join. To calm everyone, Wang began to slowly tell about the device. It consisted of 3 main parts: a filter, a copper reservoir, and a boiler. The hero was just thinking about how to better light the fire under the cauldron when Till suddenly suggested using a magical fire crystal. The aristocrat liked the idea very much and immediately asked Belle if she had such an artifact for sale. Kamsen quickly ran up to Van and hurriedly reported that water had already appeared in the room. The boy looked around the moat with curiosity and noticed that it was completely filled with water. A small bridge had already been thrown across the moat, allowing passage to the other side. The hero asked the overseer what would happen if the water suddenly rose above the usual level. He wanted to find out if this threatened flooding. The steward respectfully agreed that the master said everything correctly. An experienced old man shared, when the water rises, the canal is widened, and where floods often occur, reliable dams are built. The observer again noted that overcoming these tangled paths requires a lot of ingenuity. Van added that if something happens, the water will not be able to find its way out because there will be a dead end ahead. The aristocrat noted, in this situation there are 2 options, either to return the river back along its flow or to make a large artificial lake beyond the village. Dvoretsky was most inspired by the idea of creating a lake. After all, during droughts or when the river water almost disappears, this reservoir can become a real salvation for everyone. A satisfied smile appeared on the main character's face. He was glad about the found solution. He looked at the experienced observer as if asking whether everything would really be fine. The old man only nodded in response, indicating that there was no need to worry at all. Now the entire building looked completely different. They were going to dig the lake about 200 meters from the edge of the village. They had to hurry because rains were already approaching on the horizon. In 3 days, the lake was almost put in order. The aristocrat noticed that some way to drain the water would be needed, but he was still thinking about how to organize it best. Van forgot about all his worries and completely gave himself up to the pleasant feeling of cool water surrounding him from all sides. The boy looked at the street with annoyance, realizing that the day had just begun. The world was still shrouded in darkness, and the sun had not yet appeared over the horizon. The hero immediately noticed this. Wild, sincerely apologizing, quickly combed the aristocrat's hair. Anxiety was visible in her eyes, the same as on the faces of others, including Rhonda. At that moment, in the corner of the hall, Van hurriedly buttoned the buttons on his shirt. It turned out that the unusual awakening was arranged by the elder, along with several villagers. The girl quickly threw a cloak over the boy's shoulders and said that Dai and Espada had already set off to where they needed to go. Without wasting a minute, the main hero asked where they were supposed to go. Without hesitation, they immediately said that they were already heading to the newly created Van Lake. The boy was impressed when he heard this name. The inspired maid shared that the lake was named after the main hero's merits. They wanted to leave a memory of themselves so that this valuable story would be preserved for future generations. The girl told another piece of news. Now the village was called Van, but suddenly the aristocrat interrupted her, confessing that he felt uncomfortable, as if something in this situation was not as it should be. One of the locals was hurrying and urging the gentleman not to delay. As soon as the stranger said this, he immediately ran away. Loneliness overwhelmed the boy again. The feeling of abandonment gave him no peace. Van quickly moved towards the lake together with Till and Kesman. Exhausted from constant fleeing, the main character wondered whether to try something different. Eventually, he decided to make his own passage from the other side. The locals watched the mysterious surface of the lake with curiosity. As soon as the aristocrat approached closer, he asked with interest what had happened here. The locals, impressed by his unexpected appearance, said nothing and simply gestured towards the lake. Suddenly, something strange and unfamiliar emerged from the water's surface. From the fresh water's surface unexpectedly appeared a creature very similar to a magical sea mermaid. Van asked confusedly, trying to understand what had happened and what to expect next. They say that somewhere in the dense forest, near a winding river, live strange creatures with magical blue hair. Obgalu are amazing creatures that combine features of humans and mermaids. Their origin is unfathomable and mysterious. This was the protagonist's first encounter with these creatures, and then Espada immediately explained that this species is very rare. Van asked with interest whether this girl was an Obgalu. Meanwhile, the creature, resembling a mix of mermaid and human, was watching them closely from under the water. The aristocrat pondered and wondered whether she was still a child. Then he called her from the shore to him and asked her name. In the room, it was so quiet that even the echo responded to this silence. The boy decided that the girl did not understand what he said, so he ordered Till and Kesman to bring meat and fruits. The servants immediately rushed to fulfill his request. Having concluded that the best way to show his good intentions was hospitality, the hero decided to start with a treat. Suddenly, something stirred in the water, as if the very depth responded with a living breath. Slowly moving forward, Abgala gradually reduced the distance between himself and Van. The townspeople froze, looking around in surprise. The defenders of the aristocrats stood ready, watching around and expecting any danger. The girl cautiously swam to the shore and sniffed the smell of food warily. It was clear that she hesitated, but still dared to quietly ask if she could try what was offered to her. The boy was so surprised by what he heard that he exclaimed aloud. The girl got scared and stepped back. At that moment, Agala sharply jumped back, keeping a safe distance. The main hero immediately rushed after her, begging for forgiveness and asking her to return. At the same time, he could not help but marvel at her impressive speed. Van, with a smile on his face, politely offered the girl meat and fruits. She thanked him and accepted the treat. "It is necessary to pay attention to the taste of this meat." The girl tasted the meat and suddenly sharply turned to the aristocrat's guards. A spark of curiosity appeared in her eyes. It was clear that she immediately needed answers. Orda looked surprised when Diet turned to her. The young man said that this was dragon meat along with the shell, and if needed, he could prepare a dried dish from it. Hearing these words, the girl suddenly became alert. It became very important for her to find out exactly who had hunted this dragon. At the same time, both an adventurer, a knight, and a butler shouted in unison. It was Mr. Van. The hero tried to convince everyone that it was Ballastai who deserved praise, but the locals only confirmed once again everything the master's people had said. Ultimately, Van acknowledged his achievement. The girl looked intently right at him, not taking her eyes off. Squeezing the meat in her hands, Egbala quietly said that she understood everything. The quiet water was suddenly stirred by a splash. A moment later, the noble guest only managed to see how the girl quickly disappeared among the waves. Such unusual behavior confused not only the main character, but also all the inhabitants. The boy froze on the shore, silently staring ahead. He was surrounded by a curious crowd trying to figure out what had happened here. The main character woke up from Tilly's loud screams that disturbed his sleep. The girl apologized and quickly explained that the peasants had already managed to report the attack. According to her, panic had spread among the people. Everyone without exception was frightened. Barely awake, Vane immediately began to ask what had happened during the attack. While the maid quickly helped the master prepare, she told the latest news on the go. It became known that the enemy had already surrounded the aqueduct. This news greatly irritated the nobleman, and a hope flashed in his mind. Perhaps the threats from the ballists would scare the enemy, and they would retreat. However, one thing was clear: the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. The fact that the young man had not slept took away his peace and left a feeling of depression. The hero flung open the door with anger, everything inside him boiling with resentment. In his mind, he firmly decided, this time he would forgive no one. At that moment, the guards on the walls were carefully preparing for battle. They were strengthening the defense and were ready to repel the approaching enemies. From beneath the surface of the water, Abgals appeared everywhere, like fairy tale creatures peeking into the world. Young men and girls closely watched what was happening in the fortress, not taking their scrutinizing gaze off its inhabitants. The warriors confidently held their swords, ready for battle. They looked each other straight in the eyes, and around them reigned a tense silence before the decisive battle. The Abgala had no intention of leaving. Alertness was readable in their eyes, and every movement showed that they were ready to act at any moment. The archers standing behind the ballistae eagerly awaited the decisive moment. Their eyes burned with excitement, and their faces showed the thrill of anticipation. Van pondered why these strange creatures had suddenly appeared. Could it be that the armored dragon was their god? Yesterday emerged in memory, then among all there was only a little boy. But today a large company of adults has already gathered around, among whom were men and women of different ages. Upgal addressed him. A mighty man in a crown raised his head, and in every movement of his there was an unbreakable strength and grandeur. He looked attentively at the young boy and decisively said that he wanted to talk with him. The sea monster looks at the hero with such a charming and terrible gaze that he simply stops, not daring to take a single step further. To avoid exposing himself to danger, the aristocrat decided to surround himself with the strongest. At that moment, a merchant approached him. Marybelle's eyes flashed with joy when she said, a lot of valuable raw materials were brought to Abgal. The deal with them became a real treasure for trade and opened new opportunities for profitable business. The man, with sincere admiration, suggested going together to see everything up close. Van immediately agreed. The main hero, together with his comrades, set off into the dark depths of Abgali. During the conversation, the man recalled how his daughter sincerely thanked them. The young man asked if it was exactly the girl they met yesterday. Abgal, with excitement in his voice, told that he knew about Van's victory over the dragon. Hearing this, the boy's imagination immediately flared up with excitement. The man confidently stated he was the one chosen. The other Abgals standing behind did not hide their surprise. Their faces reflected genuine astonishment. The sea creatures froze in amazement. The aristocrat looked at his comrades and immediately felt, in this unusual atmosphere, everyone understood they truly radiate power. Chief Gala acknowledged that the main hero showed true courage. It was only after this that Van and Lotta Priola received permission to marry. The boy was stunned by the sudden change of events. He was once again filled with indignation and asked about it yet again. Losing control of himself, Van hurried to explain what had really happened. It turned out that this Abgala was either the real father of Olis or just an annoying eccentric. His name was Vesta. He openly admired her beauty and could not hide his admiration, not understanding why the main heroine stubbornly refused him. The interested aristocrat asked where this girl was, and Vesta, without hesitation, pointed to her. Meanwhile, the girl was happily spending time with friends. She still felt pain due to her inexperience and youth. After all, despite her young age, she really understood nothing at all. Her voice was filled with sincere surprise. When was there ever talk of a wedding? Vesto explained, the La DDA family had never interacted with humans before. In recent years, their river, where they lived, had become a place where armored dragons often came to drink. Because of this, they lost many of their friends. The father is looking for a groom for his daughter, who can bring peace and prosperity to their family. Suddenly Van realized, to ensure security, the chief's daughter would have to be married off. This was a mandatory part of the agreement. He recalled that such political marriages among aristocrats happened often. He calmed Vesta and promised that in time Priola would be able to choose her own husband. Despite all difficulties, the main hero resolutely promised to protect his friends. His words so impressed the leader that he even pondered. Chief Abgali decided to settle on the outskirts near the fiancé. Here he found out who is the real owner of this reservoir. In response, Van suggested they move to the lake behind the house, because merchants and guests often pass over the bridges, which could scare them. The young man was stunned when he realized that Vesta had just called him her fiancé. Shouting loudly after them, as the sea creatures quickly disappeared into the depths of the ocean, emphasizing that he did not consent to this marriage. Hyola, looking back, cheerfully waved goodbye and loudly said that she would still meet her fiancé. The aristocrat hurriedly began to justify himself, awkwardly assuring everyone that he had nothing to do with that fiancé. At that moment, an experienced merchant approached Van and looked at him intently. He asked Van, if the opportunity arose, to get a rare material for him. Van agreed without unnecessary words, promising to fulfill the request as soon as a suitable occasion occurred. Spada noted that the main character was very lucky to get along with Abgalu and gain his trust. However, there was one important point in this story that should not be ignored. The steward confessed in surprise that he never even thought Mr. Van's bride would turn out to be an Abgalu. He said that the consequences of such a marriage are difficult to predict, even for someone who has seen a lot and knows the future. In response, the boy only sighed heavily and strangely. Suddenly, Till began to hesitate. What if this is the master's order? But this thought never fully formed in her mind. The old man noticed that although he was refused, Van's rebellion still failed. The calm lake was slightly disturbed by strange creatures that lazily dozed right on the water's surface. The adults sat quietly on the shore, enjoying their rest, while the children happily played in the nearby water. When the hero learned that the lake no longer belonged only to him, it deeply affected him. Anxious, he said to himself, is it not time for the true master of these lands to watch the strangers more carefully? After long reflections, Aristocrat built 2 pavilions resembling boathouses and turned them into a cozy place for rest. The sea creatures loved these little houses because they considered them a cozy shelter amid the water's vastness. Van was very happy that this place had become so famous. Espada noticed that he had never seen such buildings in Scuderia before. The gray-haired grandfather was sure, the boy knows what he himself lacks. Explaining this, he emphasized that the main hero had already learned much more than he could imagine. Without delay, the grandfather quickly changed the subject. It was time to move forward and start a new stage in life. Aristocrat wanted to make his estate more beautiful, so he decided to build gates with a drawbridge right in his cozy yard. The local residents gradually began to trust Abgal more, talked with them, and shared their food. In response, the sea inhabitants brought them various useful minerals, which they immediately carried to the bell. The hero did not hide his happiness. He sincerely rejoiced when he finally felt that long-awaited connection he had dreamed of. Vanga came up with the idea to build another wall. This would not only make the settlement safer, but also become a reliable protection for the sea creatures. In the aristocrat's office, a lively conversation about important strategies was taking place between him and his Spada. The butler suggested building fortifications for the city, which already had 10,000 inhabitants. The boy paused for a few seconds, but Spada confidently explained that the city was growing so fast that even this would not be enough. The old man noticed that building the wall would require many guards. Then the steward reminded of another solution, to build a city for the same number of people, but more convenient and smaller in size. Strangely, the nobleman loved rural life so much that he did not want to leave it even for his own benefit. He agreed to give no more than 2,000 for the land. I could not hide my indignation and immediately opposed such a proposal. He immediately made it clear that everything needed to be well thought out in advance, otherwise it would take much more time and effort. Van smiled inwardly. After all, legends about the butler's stubbornness had long been circulating, so there was no point in arguing. Espada did not abandon his convictions, even if his father held a different opinion. Grandfather carefully estimated that together with all the extensions, the length of the structure would be at least 600 meters. These calculations caused the main character genuine fear. He had dreamed of building a wall over 10 meters high, but now he would have to build it all by himself. Dvoretsky decided that building a large fortress was premature because there were still few people. Instead, he proposed first erecting a temporary wall that could later be reinforced, but the boy did not like this idea at all. In conversation, Wayne shared his thoughts. He is considering building defensive structures of unusual shape for the city, not rectangular, to better fortify it. Espada was initially skeptical about this idea and was sure it was just an ordinary round-shaped city. To dispel his doubts, the gentleman decided to show everything visually. He began drawing his plan on paper. However, the hero was imagining a city that was built in the shape of a star. This structure was very complex and cunning, so even if one triangular part was destroyed, it was still impossible to get into the city. The boy explained, "Imagine 6 separate fortresses, each capable of defending itself. The roof was connected to the city walls, but if necessary, it could be quickly separated using a drawbridge installed on the inside." According to Van's idea, the attacker should carefully choose the moment to attack, slowly approaching the corners before reaching the center. If someone tries to break inside, they will face a trap. Strikes will come immediately from 3 sides. The hero received at his disposal an old but reliable method of fortification, which was invented back when rifles and firearms were already used on Earth. It was in that very place that I first truly pondered this decision. The butler approved the student uniform and calmly listed possible good scenarios for the development of events. But suddenly, a loud knock on the door interrupted the boy's thoughts and sharply drew all his attention. The door suddenly opened loudly, and one of the defenders confidently entered the room. Van, somewhat irritably, asked what was the matter. Aber immediately clarified what mattered was not what happened, but who exactly was involved. The boy was very surprised by the news that a messenger from Count Ferdinand had arrived. He was not expecting such a visit at all. Another man leaned over his shoulder and pointed out that not only the coat of arms of Count Ferdinand adorned the place. The defender noticed that next to the unicorn flag, the shield of Viscount Keen was also flying, a well-known noble lord from the Count's army. Lowe counted 3 wagons and about 100 soldiers. The main hero asked with interest whether this count had ever ruled the village. He was told that it was true. Most of the inhabitants already believed that his arrival would return the village under the protection of their own. But after that loud appearance, a heavy silence fell. Everyone tried to understand what had really happened. The wheels rumbled loudly and rushed across the clearing. The light sound of women's heels touched the ground. A young girl carefully stepped out of the elegant carriage and looked attentively at the majestic walls of the fortress. At the same time, troubling suspicions spun in the thoughts of the stern lady. Rumors about a talented child seemed too real, and she did not like it at all. A stranger, full of courage, decided to check for himself whether he was really dealing with a genius. One day, unexpected guests came to the house. A modest girl, quiet as the morning dew, and with her, an elegant and confident lady from a noble family. The cart was slowly moving towards the village. As soon as the girl learned that they would arrive soon, she was overcome with excitement and involuntarily trembled. The girl felt a gentle hand softly rest on her head. Along with this warm touch, she heard a sincere promise to always stay by her side. The girl nodded uncertainly, but still agreed. The girl carefully examined the luxurious estate, looking around distrustfully. She decided for herself that, first of all, she needed to find out whom she would have to face here. Van suddenly froze when the Count's messengers appeared abruptly on the doorstep and disrupted his hasty preparations. The friends of the main characters were bustling before the guests' arrival. The room was filled with pleasant aromas of freshly brewed tea, and appetizing snacks appeared on the table. For this, the boy sincerely thanked the girl, smiling warmly. Suddenly, someone timidly knocked on the door. The aristocrat mentally noted with a slight raise of his eyebrow that everything would be decided right here and now. With a calm voice, he invited the visitors to enter. The door quietly and slowly opened, barely creaking. A little girl quietly appeared in the doorway, hesitating to enter because she felt uncertain. Following her, a woman walked decisively, and every movement of hers spoke of confidence. Van did not expect this at all. Instead of stern men, 2 young girls appeared before him. This was a complete surprise for the boy, as meeting such a pair seemed to him a real challenge. The main character immediately thought that there might be a child among the people in the hall, but his mind suggested that hardly anyone so young would bring such an important message. The refined aristocrat introduced himself to everyone present at the meeting with a sense of dignity. In response, the woman calmly introduced herself, Penamara. Carrera Cayenne recently received a promotion and became a viscountess. The young man mentally noted, the appearance of this woman was like a living American dream. Panamera smiled confidently and showed that she belonged to the Parvani Knights, leaving no room for doubt. The girl was a little confused but finally dared to introduce herself. She said she was the youngest daughter of Count Ferdinand, his direct heir. Curtsying without hesitation explained why they were here. It turned out that Marquis Fersio had come to the village, so the girl's father decided to meet the honorable guest and greet him properly. Van could not get rid of his surprise. Why exactly did Ferdinand choose to send his youngest daughter? Suddenly the hero began to suspect, could Panamara be an escort girl? At that very moment, her eyes became cold and stern, as if piercing him through. The troubled aristocrat began to speak politely, quickly offering the guests to sit down. While the guests were taking their seats, various thoughts were spinning in the boy's head, rising from a simple knight to a baron, and then becoming a viscount in one generation. This was not an easy task. This girl immediately caught the eye with her beauty and intelligent gaze. Everything indicated her considerable influence and cleverness. And at that moment, the woman began to speak, looking attentively at Van. Panamara noticed that the main character was younger than the one she was inspired by, but had learned to better control his feelings. After that, the woman immediately addressed the aristocrat and directly asked what he thought about their arrival. Inside, the boy heard a quiet voice that suggested to him. This question was deliberately asked to find out what he really intended. It is quite likely that the count, who was enraged due to the loss of his lands and at the same time forced to obey the marquis, was under double pressure. It is not surprising that the marquis's arrival to the village could arouse suspicion. The locals might have thought that a sudden attack from the border territories was approaching. Probably, that is why Ferdinand chose an experienced fighter as a partner and took his daughter along to ensure the mission's success. After reflecting on all this, the main character finally decided to respond to the envoy. Van believes that his enemies simply want to clarify all unclear points in this complicated situation and then negotiate with him. He voiced his suspicions aloud, thinking that this was exactly how things were heading. Panama laughed, sincerely impressed by how the 10-year-old boy managed to grasp the very essence of the problem so accurately. The girl absolutely sincerely confirmed everything the main character suspected. Panamara's straightforwardness caught not only the boy by surprise, but also the girl who was beside her. She sharply and frankly said that in the last 2 years, Van's name had been mentioned more than once among possible heirs. Moreover, she noted that after the magical abilities test ritual, no festive ceremony was organized to honor the talents of the young gifted ones. The priestess thought that perhaps it was not the magic of the 4 elements, but she still found it strange how an aristocrat could become the ruler of an estate where there was nothing to do. Panama said she had heard rumors about Van. Allegedly, he was a real prodigy. After all, to govern one's own territory and develop one's land, one usually needs a good education. The envoy explained without hesitation that it was precisely because of these circumstances that the count wondered why the main character was entrusted with lands bordering Ferdinand's holdings and the kingdom of Jarnet. A sternness flashed in her eyes as she finished explaining, trying to understand what the aristocrats really wanted. Van's thoughts constantly returned to the strict laws of this country. Here, aristocrats are categorically forbidden to engage in duels, and one can suffer seriously for overly bold words. However, the interlocutors still decide to take a risk. They bring up this topic to Van to see how he will react. In the end, the hero realizes there is nothing left to hide and admits directly. He failed to master the magic of the 4 elements. The aristocrat calmly reassured everyone with unshakable confidence, saying there was no reason to worry. He was simply forced to leave this place. Panama looked distrustfully at his interlocutor's face, as if searching for some trick. The messenger hesitated for a moment, his eyes revealing indecision, because all this seemed to him complete nonsense. Vikal decided to find out if the young man was really a prodigy, so she began asking him questions, trying to learn more details. In response, Van was a little surprised and asked what exactly she meant. Pinamara said she was promised. It was just a small village with 100 houses. The heroine noticed with surprise that in just 1 or 2 months, a real fortress had grown here, and all the buildings had changed significantly thanks to new, unusual materials she had never seen before. She paid special attention to the experienced butler and the mysterious master who appeared only at night. The Viscount carefully examined the road and noticed how the girl began to worry. A slight trembling of impatience appeared on her body. The woman gently took the girl by the hand and softly offered her something to comfort and soothe her. Penhamer calculated that the main hero had at least 5,000 subordinates. For the boy, this was a real shock. He could not hide his amazement. Vigraf said very seriously, the technology that allowed the army to move unnoticed was a real threat to them. However, the interlocutor believed that Van made his choice consciously and understood well that he could still be noticed. Hearing such an unexpected proposal, the noble lord shuddered. The woman stood silently, patiently waiting for his reaction. The messenger reported that, apparently, a new military base will be established at the border. At that moment, the hero covered his mouth with his palm and barely restrained his laughter. From the outside, everything looked quite convincing. Vana was driven out of the house so hastily that there must be some reason behind it, he thought. He barely concealed a smile, noticing the surprised looks of the girls who were eagerly waiting for his explanation. Panamera suddenly became serious, not understanding why this caused laughter. Her eyes flashed a warning. The boy's protectors immediately sensed danger and reached for their swords. The aristocrat simply laughed, radiating genuine carefreeness, but behind that smile he concealed his true intentions. In the heavy silence, the main character suddenly laughed, immediately apologizing for his inappropriate laughter. The Viscount looked at him in surprise, and Dee, tense like a taut string, still kept his hand on the hilt of his sword. Van gathered his thoughts, raised his hand to show he did not want a quarrel, and apologized for his unexpected laughter. He promised to do everything to prevent such a misunderstanding from happening again. But Panamera still could not believe that it was really just a mix-up. The aristocrat, with a sad smile, recalled that his father allowed him to take only Kamsin and the things that could fit into one carriage. At that time, Kamsin, tense and alert, kept his eyes on the surroundings and firmly held the hilt of his sword to immediately protect his master if necessary. Even the closest ones did not say goodbye or cast a last glance because the order was clear to leave the city quietly, without unnecessary noise. Hearing these words, Rout looked at the boy with surprise. Meanwhile, the woman noticed that the knights, the butler, and the maid worked for the manor's master, and this aroused her curiosity. Van did not have time to ask properly because Dai interrupted him and quickly explained everything. Apparently, they were so captivated by the master's genius that they decided to follow him themselves. The Viscount carefully examined his interlocutor, trying to understand whether he was telling the truth. Knight said, smiling, that she really received a letter from the head of the Knight Order with a strict instruction to return immediately, but she ignored it. The main character took her words as a witty joke and tensely asked if she risked being expelled because of her action. It was then that Spada spoke among all those present, pretending to be an old man. Continuing his story, the steward recalled that when the boy went to the village, it became a good opportunity for him to step away from affairs and rest. In the twilight of his years, he decided to pass on all the acquired knowledge and experience to the young master. The aristocrat only noted to himself that such zeal could be quite exhausting. He also told her that he communicates with ordinary people, not considering himself better than others. The girl very much wanted to dedicate her life to serving such a kind and noble master. Wang smiled a little awkwardly and said that he was very grateful to these people. They sincerely wanted to be nearby, and therefore followed the exiles even to such remote and lonely places. Although the wave of excitement had already subsided earlier, curiosity still troubled her. How did this village change so much? The thought kept appearing in her mind. With what words could the aristocrat describe this true transformation? The boy stood up and said that he wanted to check everything himself. Penamura asked where he was going. The main character reaches out to the door and says that he is going outside because it is time to build a new outer wall of the fortress. His words greatly disturbed the envoy. Having stepped outside, I pondered and was surprised at how quickly these nights passed, not even noticing it. Meanwhile, the Viscountess was giving orders to her servants. On the street, everyone froze in amazement. The locals stopped and carefully looked into the crowd of night strangers who suddenly passed by. Meanwhile, the main character asks the workers to bring wooden blocks. The friendly column, hearing the energetic order, quickly set off towards the gates. Suddenly, the boy noticed how Panamera confidently broke ahead. The woman slightly furrowed her brows and asked attentively where they were heading now. Looking back, the young genius thought that the girl probably considered all this a trap. Van briefly glanced at the observer, asking if they were in the right place. The butler carefully checked the plan, nodded in response, confirming that they had arrived. However, he added that the corners were a bit further than they initially thought. Hearing this, the main character suggested building a wall about 2 meters wide so that later, if needed, it could be easily changed. The old man listened to this idea attentively. Changing his voice to serious, he warned, now they would build a real wall like a fortress. The girls looked at each other in surprise. At that moment, suddenly an unexpected noise sounded, disturbing the peace. It turned out that the noise was caused by the spada, which accidentally moved a stone. Marshret and Vigraf froze in amazement at what they saw. This especially impressed Piedmer. He could not take his eyes off it. For him, it was a real revelation that this old man was once a first-class mage and had power over all four elements. The boy touched the cold stone and immersed himself in his own feelings, while the woman at that moment quietly doubted, thinking, if the magic disappears, the wall will fall and lose its power. She did not dare to develop this thought further. At that very moment, Vang plunged into thoughts about magic, imagining how many different materials he could use for this wall. The hero clearly remembered his desire to create the perfect concrete, but the necessary materials were not at hand, so he had to choose temporary options. While he was pondering this, the wall was already steadily growing upwards. For Penamura, it remained a mystery how the main character managed to bring this to life. Suddenly, wagons loaded with wooden cubes arrived. The boy immediately continued his story. The woman asked if these cubes were needed for building houses. Van briefly replied that she was right. In the girl's eyes flashed surprise, but the aristocrat paid no attention and did not stop. In his mind, he was already considering the next steps. First, it would be necessary to cover everything with metal, and before building the gates, it was important to clearly envision their shape and reliability. The envoys, along with their companions, held their breath, watching the elegant movements of the aristocrats. Everything around was hidden in thick fog when the main character confidently announced that what he had planned was already accomplished. The cloak rose in the air and swirled in the wind, leaving behind amazing patterns. When the fog cleared, the silhouette of a young man appeared before the great gate. The friendly smile with which guests were greeted silently made it clear everything was happening exactly as everyone here had expected. Behind the woman, the knights froze in amazement. Interested, Arat turned to Van and asked what exactly unknown magical forces were filling him. Pinamura also could not contain her curiosity and began to ask questions. The Viscount, seized by furious rage, rushed forward and sharply asked who this stranger was. The hero smiled softly and said that he possessed only the magic of creation, and all he was capable of was creating various things. The aristocrat calmly noted that in their society, this magic was considered completely unnecessary. It seemed it would only be useful for impressing a simple plant. Vanya's confession that everyone considers his magic useless painfully struck him to the core of his soul. Whole hills of soft toys and dolls grew before the eyes, mingling into a cheerful, colorful jumble. The girl was often left without her father's attention because he was always busy. Her mother treated her coldly, so she sought support and warmth from the nanny, who became a true family to her. Due to certain circumstances, everyone around thought that Harut was worthless. From the very beginning it was clear. This girl was shy, overly worried about trifles, and struggled to grasp new things. It seemed she had no abilities at all. Her only true talent was the amazing ability to bring dolls to life. Although she could not dance, her true strength allowed her to control the marionette as easily and beautifully as she had never been able to move herself. The marionette in her hands became graceful and free, as if it had always lacked this itself. Yuna always wanted to please her mother with her incredible abilities. Karut trained tirelessly in magic, dreaming that her father would eventually acknowledge her. In her dreams, she saw herself dancing, with a doll spinning beside her that had become as big as she was. But everything happened completely differently from how the girl had imagined. For all her efforts, she only received a slap from her mother, who became angry and shouted at her daughter, calling her worthless. Mother suddenly pulled her by the hair, causing a sharp pain in her head. Confused thoughts flashed through her mind. She never understood what she had done to deserve such cruel treatment. The mother sternly drove the girl out of the house. Later, memories revealed to her the real reason for such anger. In the higher world, the art of puppet control was considered something dark and sinful, so it was treated with contempt and fear. Tears quietly ran down the girl's cheeks. Her last hope for a miracle faded, and magic gave no answer to all her pleas. After all the events, Aryut was left completely alone. People no longer even looked at her indifferently, and her mother stopped coming altogether. Feeling emptiness around, Aryut locked herself in her room. There, her only company remained silent toys. The days dragged on in complete silence and without any activities. Ferdinand's daughter was overwhelmed with despair, and she sadly remembered that she could not help in any way. The girl cried every time she recalled her mother's harsh words. From all this, she could not hold back and screamed, overwhelmed by despair. When she turned 10 years old, her father called her to him for the first time. Harut was very nervous. Her voice trembled, as so much time had passed since meeting her father. Ferdinand confirmed this, and nearby in the council hall, Penamura was watching everything attentively. The Viscount distrustfully asked Ferdinand once again if he was really sure about his choice of this girl. The Count explained that when it comes to a person without a title, it is enough to simply send her a summons, and insisted on doing just that. At that moment, his daughter was quietly standing by the office door, hesitating whether to enter and speak. All thoughts revolved around this mysterious woman, trying to understand who she was. Penamura understood what the Count had in mind and noticed. Everything depends on the decision the other side makes and whether they will be allowed to return. The Viscount looked carefully at Ferdinand's daughter. Penamura leaned towards Harut, smiling kindly, and asked if the girl had heard anything about the upcoming wedding. Harut looked confused and shy, not knowing what to answer. The girl barely held back tears and admitted that no one had told her about it. The priest explained that the wedding would only take place when the groom proved he was worthy of it. Harup, hearing these words, became confused and said that she had no reason to be here. The girl thought that she was being kicked out because she was incapable of anything. The woman showed that she did not like something. Panamura said that her brothers and sisters had long ago started their own families, and only she remained unmarried. A joyful smile appeared on the Viscountess's face as she gently tousled the girl's hair and jokingly said that true happiness would be if the man turned out to be kind. The girl was so surprised she caught her breath. The words never left her lips, and she almost stumbled in confusion. Den's daughter clearly remembers the moment when a hand touched her, strong, yet full of tenderness. The woman smiled so sincerely that both happiness and a bit of shame shone in her eyes. Her heart filled with warmth, for finally there was a person nearby who truly cared about her. For Herud, the journey by carriage, which lasted almost 3 days, became a true joy. Mrs. Panamura was kind to her, although sometimes she could not hold back angry comments. Often flashes of anger appeared on Vi's face, but deep in her soul she always remained kind. As soon as the girl spoke despairingly about her futility, the woman hugged her tighter, concluding this parting conversation. Panamura often talked with Corin and gently stroked his head. The girl could not hold back and cried with joy, and the Viscount gently ran his hand through her hair instead of getting angry. Holding Mrs. Panama's hands in hers, she mentally marveled at how much she loved them. She smiled gently and tenderly squeezed the Viscount's hand. In her soul, she admired the warm kindness that was felt in his touch. The woman said this jokingly, not meaning anything serious at all. Although we were getting closer to the village, one stubborn thought troubled my mind. I do not need any marriage at all. I simply dream above all to stay near Penamura forever. The girl decided to stay aside, not to approach the boy, and just watch him from afar, as if they were complete strangers. The path immediately noticed that Van was special. He was completely unlike other people. Unlike the girl, the main character always looked calm and confident. Servants were constantly near him, treating him with great respect. His refined manners and aristocratic appearance only emphasized this inner strength. This was what impressed her the most. Although he was younger than her, fate had already rewarded him with many opportunities. He had talent and sincerely believed in himself. Harudi understood. The boy would definitely justify his parents' hopes. I could not understand for a long time why he was so happy until I saw how warmly and sincerely he spoke with his parents. Suddenly the girl understood everything. This boy was treated the same way as she was, but what then was the difference between them? This remained unclear to her. Over time, listening to and watching Van, new feelings, previously unknown to him, began to arise in Arut's heart. The young man immediately caught her interested gaze. The girl pondered. If she had not stopped training after what her mother told her, perhaps now her life would be similar to Van's path. Ferdinand's daughter gathered her thoughts and made her own decision. Arut looked at the new gates and decided to test his own abilities. At that very moment, the Viscount seriously stated that this power is dangerous. Pennymer was worried about how skillfully the boy could set up strongholds in key places, and also the Marquis's constant interest in the Count's lands. However, the young man immediately explained that his father had no idea about his talents. As soon as he learned about his son's unusual magic, he kicked him out of the house without hesitation. Pondering, the Viscount sadly admitted that such carelessness seemed completely pointless. With such power, the Marquis could easily expand his holdings. But his thoughts changed as soon as he truly understood. Who would have thought that industrial magic concealed such an impressive power? Someone suggested postponing the departure, because a hard job awaited everyone from early morning. They had to continue building the defensive wall. The woman immediately agreed to this proposal. On the way back, Panamura kept talking nonstop, bombarding Van with questions about his unusual abilities and the possible consequences of the spells he had already cast. The girl understood the explanation, but she could not believe all the arguments. The joyful boy mentally rejoiced that finally all misunderstandings were left behind. Suddenly, the Viscount began talking about the boy and girl living together as a married couple, and only now did the young man guess. Probably that is why the family sent the girl here. He reasoned that the family wants to marry off the daughter to finally end the old feud, but the aristocrat replied that these lands are still not sufficiently protected from attacks by magical beasts. Van clearly emphasized, the main task is to develop and strengthen the village, and this is not about competing for supremacy, but about safety for everyone. Taking the circumstances into account, he reassured that there is no need to forcibly adhere to the promise of engagement in such a difficult situation. Panamera understood that their settlement would continue to develop, but now her thoughts flew not only around the future village. A desire to know something more, to see and feel the world beyond familiar landscapes, was ripening in her soul. Even the mysterious stranger could not hide her interest in the main character. It turned out that the Viscountess was truly worried about Harut and did not support her marriage at all. Pemaris drew attention to the fact that the girl was supposed to marry a representative of the Marquis family, whose true intentions aroused suspicion. Her fiancé was to be the youngest son, who had been managing the borderlands since childhood. Despite the unclear circumstances under which the boy was expelled, the woman was sure, in such a marriage, Garu was more likely to face not happiness, but rather new worries. Van's thoughts completely coincided with what the Viscount meant. The boy began listing all possible failures, and this so frightened the daughter of the man standing nearby that an expression of anxiety appeared on her face. Penema realized that this was the real reason for her journey. She wanted to find a way to save the girl from a forced marriage. Having listened to this story, the aristocrat finally understood why her path had seemed so sad from the very beginning. Only one thought continued to trouble him. What feelings now fill her heart? It seems Vang was confident that he could understand what this woman feels, because he had experienced something similar before. But she met him with an ironic smile and admitted that her mood had sharply changed. Thinking about Jerud's happiness in the future, Penamura concluded that she would support the idea of marriage if the fiancé was Van himself. The Viscountess enthusiastically described all the good qualities of the main hero that she noticed. Meanwhile, the boy simply looked at her in surprise. The woman was especially impressed by his unbreakable strength. When Patamura said that if they were the same age, she herself would pay attention to him as a potential husband, the aristocrat was genuinely confused and very surprised. Vanya blushed from embarrassment, but inwardly he was glad because sincere praise brought him true pleasure. After the wave of praise, Panamura began to treat Van much more kindly. Van did not want the good atmosphere to be spoiled, so he decided to hide his true emotions. The Viscount glanced at Jerut and asked what she thought about it. The woman decided to rely on the girl's choice and allowed her to make the final decision independently. However, Ferdinand's daughter was confused, stopped, and could not find words to respond. Her eyes filled with tears when she realized how kind Van was, but deep down she was still troubled by doubts. In response, the hero modestly said that he was not yet ready to marry, but he would be pleased to stay in the village even without any promises. He thought that at such an age, it is hard to truly understand what you are really agreeing to. The aristocrat addressed the girl and emphasized how important this choice was. He assured her that there was no need to rush and advised her to calmly think everything over. Penamara never understood why Vans refused her. It remained a mystery to her. The woman carefully examined Van and noticed his extraordinary strength was a real treasure that would definitely interest strangers. She realized that it was necessary to think about reliable protection to be confident in her safety and preserve her possessions. The question of what benefit the main character would gain from this marriage was asked quickly. Penamura enthusiastically replied, "Such a union will give him the favor of Count Ferdinand, and more importantly, she herself will become a strong support for him." The Viscountess, with a warm smile, spoke as if casually. Although she probably shouldn't talk about such things, the wedding guarantees that there will be no more unexpected attacks by Count Ferdinand's night squad, who might want to reclaim his lands. The young man grew worried. He noticed that these words were not spoken by chance, and the thought sounded more like a subtle hint than pure truth. Wang pondered this proposal, but could not understand what benefit the Count himself could gain from it. The main character saw no benefit from this person, and at that moment Penamura smiled and noticed that their roles had suddenly reversed. The woman said she would stay overnight, giving the boy the whole day to think everything over. She also advised, if any problems arise, he can turn to her or choose the path she suggests. The aristocrat, surprised by her behavior, asked again, but Panamura only snorted contemptuously in response. The girl laughed with joy because she saw a real boy in front of her for the first time. In this appearance, he seemed much more attractive to her. Vi thought that until this moment he did not seem like a child at all. In response, Van asked if her warriors were also ready to stop moving. Panamara cautiously reminded the nobleman that they were on enemy territory and emphasized that it was very dangerous here, especially for a delicate woman like herself, so she insisted that her people stay close. Inside, the hero smiled ironically, calling Panamara fragile. After all, she was one of the strongest people he had ever met. The woman expressed the opinion that if they stay here for a long time, they might settle here, like taking root in Van's house. This greatly embarrassed the girl. Ferdinand's daughter was frightened by the very idea of sleeping next to a boy, and the main character was so nervous about this situation that his heart was pounding loudly in his chest. He also felt very uncomfortable. Inside, everyone was amazed. It turned out that such an important decision had already been made, although only 10 years had passed since the beginning of this path. When the girl blushed with shame, Penema decided to allow Arya to sit next to her. With a smile, she inquired if there were still free rooms in his mansion. Van encouraged her, saying there was no need to worry because he was already planning to build a hotel. The woman smiled joyfully and sincerely thanked him for his care. After that, the aristocrat built a hotel for his envoys. Such an unexpected act surprised all the guests. They did not even suspect that he would really dare to do such a thing. The runes that the main character created for the warriors pleased them very much. They sincerely rejoiced and admired them. The hosts warmly welcomed the girls and invited them to dinner, and while the time for the feast came, the envoys were offered to rest a little in the house. Till was completely satisfied with the image of the young man nicknamed Scaly Wolf, so Van had no strong reasons to refuse this conversation. Otto, together with Lule, tirelessly search for mythical monsters that appear more and more often nearby. They especially often encounter scaly wolves. This news greatly pleases Mary Bell. The maid spoke confidently and decisively. She promised to do everything so that the dishes she prepared would be the tastiest, as long as the future couple with Mrs. Jarrett would be happy. The boy was surprised because he did not expect the maid to support their marriage. She answered confidently, but sadness had already settled in her heart. No matter how strongly she was attached to him, the girl still decided to give herself to this relationship, firmly believing that she would always be the strong support he needed. Her determination so surprised the main character that he momentarily lost the power of speech. Till noted to himself that if the master's fiancée really turned out to be a good girl, her life would become much easier. Van felt slight embarrassment watching her almost perfect behavior. She was so flawless that even this confused him. Kamson remarked that he had nothing against this girl, but if the opportunity arose, he would like to find a partner for the boy with a stronger character. He preferred those who could protect the aristocrat, for example, like Panamera. The main character was surprised by his thoughts. He did not expect that Kamson was attracted to women with a strong disposition. Havok agreed with the arguments of the viscounts, and he himself understood. For the count, this marriage meant nothing. After all, if they decided to send her to the engagement, it was clear the count's daughter most likely did not have the gift of the magic of the 4 elements. It was impossible not to notice the difficulties with which the butler pronounced these words. She, like him, was mercilessly expelled from her native home. The old man pondered that it was quite likely that Panamera really saw in him the true strength of a hero. However, he could not shake off thoughts about what new problems might arise if the hero married Ferdinand's daughter. The young man could not stop thinking that after the wedding the count and countess would be able to freely come to the settlement, and this would inevitably lead to many questions about ballistas, about weapons, and about other matters. Moreover, Van remembered how important it was not to forget about his connections with Abgallo. The butler reported that the hero must talk to his father, since relations with Ferdinand had not worked out. In the future, the Marquis might completely break this alliance, and this could become a turning point. Wang began to suspect whether the father had decided to pay attention to the Count's estates. For more than 10 years, the kingdom of Scuridia actively expanded its lands, but along with this, anxiety and distrust of neighboring countries intensified. Because of this, the king feared most that internal conflicts would not break out in his kingdom. The young researcher asked with doubt whether this was really possible. In response, I told him about several proven methods. The old man assured that there are many different paths. This immediately interested Van. Now the main heroine is fully focused on the will of the root itself. Whatever the circumstances, he will always respect her choice. There was a deep silence in the living room. The aristocrat, immersed in his thoughts, pondered fate and the various paths by which life leads a person. Remembering that he had not yet managed to talk to her, he decided to make up for it over dinner. Meanwhile, the evening was gradually covering everything around with twilight. Everyone gathered together at the evening table. No one was left aside. I became curious, and I decided to ask Korin if he liked this dish. The main character, emphasizing his lucky nature and ingenuity, said, "If we manage to get new ingredients, we can also prepare various sweets." Hearing his words, the girl became embarrassed and blushed. A wave of shyness covered the girl, but she decided to be honest and sincerely admitted that the dish was incredibly tasty. Words about our delicious food clearly lifted Tilla's mood. The girl gradually got used to the changes, but still felt insecure and often got confused in words. After all, she hardly ever had to speak without necessity before. This discovery painfully struck her heart. Strangely, there was not a hint of contempt in his eyes. Panamera immediately noticed this. Root's thoughts were pierced by deep distrust. How could this even happen? That fate brought her together with this person. Van asked what she liked. The girl thought for a moment, then admitted that she loves cute things. The aristocrat confessed that she really likes small creatures. Korin confessed that he liked dolls, but he only felt sympathy for animals when they were motionless. The boy was very surprised, as he had not seen a single doll until then. The girl was very surprised when the main character asked her to show him these things next time. She did not hide her surprise, but still agreed. Poliad noticed a new road. Van, although still very young, was able to create such a calm atmosphere around him that it deeply impressed her. Her soul was filled with joy because he was not rushing or pushing her, so in response, she offered to bring the dolls the next day. The hero smiled slightly and thanked her. It seemed that her path was now illuminated by magic. An unusual joy suddenly blossomed in the girl's heart, unexpectedly engulfing her entirely. Panamera immediately noticed these sudden changes and carefully watched them. Harut's face flushed with a bright blush of shame, and Vikaut looked at her with his particularly penetrating smile. The aristocrat addressed her with a few more words. The girl gradually got used to Van's presence and increasingly wanted to continue the conversation with him. She was still gripped by a wave of uncertainty. Anxious thoughts gave her no peace. During dinner, I finally dared to express my request. However, she still lacked the courage, and this greatly upset the girl. After dinner, Panamera approached the main heroine and remarked on how peaceful and cozy this village was. She eagerly tasted the dishes and sincerely shared her impressions of their flavor. The Viscount noticed that the locals treated him with great respect, as he was an aristocrat. The boy had no objections, so he immediately agreed. Panamera was struck by the modesty of the main hero. In her place, she would have long ago boasted about her achievements to the whole world, since such fame would not be limited to just their village. Van explained that the residents brought all the necessary materials themselves, and he simply skillfully used everything they provided. The aristocrat noted that it was still too early to write a list of reasons for pride, and added, "When the population here reaches more than 1,000, then one can think about it." The lady laughed in response and promised to wait for that moment. The girl glanced toward the path and confidently set off along it, choosing a new way. The young boy saw the Viscountess say goodbye to him with a light wave of her hand. Arut awkwardly stopped in front of Van, feeling his hands tremble with uncertainty. The main character noticed that she sincerely wanted to say something. It was visible in her eyes. I myself spoke with the girl to clarify everything. About 5 minutes had passed, and she was still silent. Her silence indicated strong anxiety that completely enveloped the girl. The boy just looked at her confusedly, not knowing what to say or how to behave next. The road wanted to say something, but stopped, not daring to utter a single word. The girl suddenly shared everything that troubled her thoughts. She sincerely thanked the aristocrat and frankly explained why she was worried. There was a likelihood that he would be chosen as her fiancé. Van's warm care brought her true relief, and she finally felt peace envelop her heart. Wishing the boy a good night, the girl quickly walked away, feeling awkward and slightly blushing. The surprised aristocrat realized that he had managed to show himself well. I was running down the street, and suddenly a troubling thought struck me. Did I say too much at the end? A bitter feeling of guilt overwhelmed the soul because she did not listen to him until the end. The residents, surprised by what was happening, parted, giving way to the one who was running away. The girl was seized by anxiety. She began to worry whether Mr. Van Nau perceived her as strange. Aru was in a great hurry to get to the hotel, but had no idea where exactly her room was located. At that moment, one of the Panamer warriors led Ferdinand's daughter, who was glowing with joy and excitement. Finally, the long and difficult journey ended. He found himself in the room he had dreamed of so much. When she entered the room, she unexpectedly saw Panamaru without a single thread on him. At such a sight, her cheeks immediately flushed with embarrassment. The girl involuntarily focused her gaze on the woman, for her beauty was so captivating that it was impossible to look away. Settling beside the path, the Viscount asked what had happened after her departure and whether the girl already had a ready answer. Ferdinand's daughter suddenly became very embarrassed. Panemer looked gently at the girl and suggested she stay for a few more days. The woman was sharing all the details intently, while the girl quietly immersed herself in her thoughts. It seemed the route was lost and did not know where to lead next. The next morning, after bathing, the girl finally dared to be the first to address Mr. Van. It seemed that the aristocrat definitely wanted to hear her answer. For the first time in many years, Ferdinand's daughter felt an impatient hope arise in her heart. It seemed that tomorrow would bring something new. The next day, the main character enthusiastically directed the construction of the fortress, energetically giving instructions on building the defensive walls. The boy addressed everyone, urging caution, and said with hope in his voice that perhaps they would manage to avoid difficulties. Van addressed everyone. The Die team will gladly welcome a few more hardworking people. The main character notices something strange that immediately catches his attention. It turned out that the adventurers from Uto also came to the morning ceremony. When the aristocrat asked what their purpose was, the man with a slight smile said he just wanted to watch the spectacle. Orpho noticed that recently the residents began to line up in an organized manner, like soldiers at a parade. Setting out on the hunt once again, the brave ones rejoiced in their weapons and did not hide their admiration. Van promised to make new swords when they find the necessary materials. The main character sincerely wished everyone good work and promised to arrange a big barbecue. The news about the upcoming barbecue greatly excited all the residents. The aristocrat noticed that many people who were calm and quiet just yesterday suddenly became true fans of cheerful entertainment. In the midst of all the events, Panemura suddenly appeared and said that this is the best way to lift everyone's spirits. Having descended from the platform and kindly nodded to those present, the boy smiled and said that he was ready to give them freedom. While they were talking, he shared with the woman another method that truly inspires. At that very moment, Arut entered the game and joined Vi, an aristocrat. In her eyes, when she looked at Van, a wild excitement flared up. The main character felt a little embarrassed. He felt out of place. The road suddenly greeted the boy with good morning, and he sincerely smiled and thanked her in response. Ferdinand's daughter was worried and trying to overcome the silence, threw random phrases into the air. Her aristocrat father gently picked up any topic to keep the conversation from fading. Van was surprised when the girl spoke so much. He even raised his eyebrows in surprise. The girl delved into her thoughts. Her admiration for the world that Mr. Van saw pushed her to move forward. Her curiosity was so strong that she dared to ask permission to stay and watch how he worked. Pondering, their company headed to the water supply. On the way, Panemura asked what they do when they are not building walls. To this, the hero replied that he was currently clearing the drain, which greatly surprised the woman. Meanwhile, the boy from Campson leaned over the water and began to carefully examine its surface. The principle of the pipeline's operation was explained in detail, and they also warned, if the system is not cleaned regularly, it will quickly become contaminated and may become a source of dangerous diseases. The boy said that the water always returns to the river, no matter how far it wanders. Suddenly, a strange shadow flashed and quickly darted through the water. It was a tail. Suddenly, two young Abgalu swam up to them and offered to help carry the water. The envoys looked at each other in surprise, not expecting such an unexpected turn of events. Penemerk was embarrassed and wondered what could have brought these sea creatures here. At the same time, Aryut watched them with curiosity and confusion, as he had never seen such beings before. The Abgalu children rejoiced upon seeing the lady and sincerely welcomed her appearance. Near them stood Priola, who, as always, proudly repeated that she was Vana's fiancée. Hearing these words, the boy was confused and did not know how to react. The girls could not believe the rumors about his wedding with Abgava, but the aristocrat immediately explained that it was a misunderstanding and that there was actually no marriage. The hero once again clearly made Priola understand that there could be no engagement between them. The upset girl quickly swam away from her friends, and the other children's faces froze in fear at what had happened. The news about the attack painfully affected Lara, forcing her to see the full severity of the upcoming trials. But the wealthy lord once again nullified their efforts by bestowing everyone with lavish gifts of fruit, and the discontent immediately vanished. The boy sincerely confessed to Abgali that retrieving waterproof plates from underwater turned out to be much more difficult than they had thought. The sea creatures instantly rushed to help. Some time passed before the main hero finally asked them to close up. The boys suggested having such adventures every day, and Van enthusiastically supported this idea, as he did not want to miss the chance to have fun. Hanamura asked about the Abgolas with interest. The young man explained that they had already integrated into the lives of the locals. Having taken all the necessary things, he said they were now heading to the city walls, where work was still ongoing. The Viscount noted that these people are considered ghosts, as if they had long since disappeared. Arat added to the story, mentioning Abgala and emphasizing how mysterious they are. The workers at the construction site labored with zeal, showing true dedication to their work. This is exactly the kind of energy expected from a true heir. Van explained in detail how the construction was progressing, especially emphasizing that the work was being done very quickly. In an instant, the main hero found a way to get out of the tricky situation with the corners. The young ruler ordered the construction of this wall, and the observer carefully recorded his instructions. The confident aristocrat watched with admiration as the butler instantly carried out even the orders that were not fully expressed. Van could not get rid of intrusive thoughts. Countless options constantly spun in his head about which road he should take. Penimara approached with a light step and began asking about the details of the fortress. The woman decided to help, and for this she chose a truly effective method. Without listening to the main character's explanation, the Viscount and his soldiers hurriedly left this place. Suddenly, a large mouth shaped like a rot appeared from the roots near them. The boy became anxious. What if they left her alone in trouble? The boy turned to the girl, and she hesitantly nodded in response. Meanwhile, your aristocrat decided to take a step forward and try to mend the relationship. When Van brought Ferdinand's daughter to the ballistas, she saw with her own eyes a grand arsenal. She was overwhelmed by both fear and amazement at the same time. It was a truly unforgettable sight. The young man explained to her in detail what it was and how it worked. The wall was made wider, and the ballista was built even bigger and stronger than before. Giant arrows, each the size of an adult's palm, stood in 2 neat rows. The hero felt a strong desire to try something new, but the fear of failure and embarrassment prevailed. Therefore, he decided not to take risks and to engage in a familiar task to build a reliable ballista. Let this be a real surprise. The young man dared to test the new weapon together with Kamson. The ballista shoots in the same direction in which the forest stretches. Its arrows fly forward with insane power, like a downpour, passing through dense thickets. On their way, they break and crush many trees. The aristocrat looked into the distance and admitted that the shot was truly successful, till together with Aryut did not hide their surprise. Marshrut could not believe his eyes. The bow turned out to be much more powerful than he could imagine. Penamura anxiously heard the noise and instantly rushed to the source of the sound, carefully peering into the crowd. When Van explained everything, the Viscount could not take his eyes off the large weapon he saw before him. Suddenly, an unexpected thought appeared in Penamura's head. With curiosity, she looked to see if there were ballistas on the other side of the wall. The Viscount began to carefully inquire about the production details and how much product they manufacture. In his thoughts, Van felt that this conversation resembled a real interrogation. The main character apologized confusedly, but firmly stated that he could not reveal details because it was a military secret. The refusal deeply affected the woman and deprived her of peace. Panamura became interested in ballistas and decided to buy herself a few such devices. The aristocrat politely refused once again, but made it clear that he would change his mind if he received indisputable proof of their loyalty. It was not easy for the Viscount to find evidence. The boy impressed her every time with new actions, and she could not help but pay attention to it. She repeatedly recalled the amazing victories she had managed to achieve. Panamura thought that even the modest and indecisive Arat began to act more confidently, and all this happened thanks to Van. After considering the situation, the woman confidently decided they would conclude a true equal alliance and make it official. To show her determination, the Viscountess solemnly announced that she would send a letter to the capital today. This statement caused a wave of surprise among the warriors. Then Panamura vowed to become a faithful friend to Van and gain fame among the most influential aristocrats. She understood well that if she betrayed him, her path to recognition and respect among the nobility would be forever closed. The main character mentally noted that for the aristocrats, this situation would become a real mystery. But for him, it was a unique opportunity because there were almost no strong ties among high-ranking people. The boy easily leaned forward and gratefully agreed to this proposal. After this, the soldiers of the Viscount, together with Van's close comrades, bowed low, showing respect. Ruta looked around confusedly, trying to decide what to do next. The girl, trying to hide her embarrassment, also politely bowed her head. Meanwhile, the main hero thought that he did not need to respond to her bow with the same gesture. In response to the joy of their first joint endeavor, the woman raised her hand as if greeting a new stage in their lives. In exchange for the ballista, she promised to provide 100 of her warriors who would serve for 2 weeks. Her soldiers lined up in a neat row, respectfully saluting and demonstrating complete readiness to carry out any order. But as soon as she noticed even the slightest flaw in the completed work after returning, she immediately refused to accept it. Vanga was overwhelmed by a quiet feeling of joy. New opportunities were opening ahead thanks to a team of experienced specialists. After this, he explained all the features of transportation in detail. Kemson looked at Till, and after a brief agreement between them, confidently approached the Viscountess. He advised her to take at least one arrow made by the master. However, the lady did not understand why this was necessary and remained confused. She saw no sense in it. The young man silently handed her the sword that the main hero himself had forged. A memory flashed. Not long ago, this saber brought Van true joy when it first came into his hands. At that time, he often shared his find with Panamura, discussing what a valuable trophy it was. The hero suddenly became interested when he learned that Kumson admired Panamura. Now he was curious to see what this person would be like if viewed from another, unknown side. Panamura pondered, if the enemy is reliably protected by armor and shields, the sword is no longer as effective. At that moment, Kimson asked to be given an extra sword to conduct a test. The woman instantly grabbed the spare sword in her hand. The Viscount noted with admiration that if even the slightest scratch appeared on this item, it would be a true miracle. After his words, Campson quietly apologized and drew his sword. The young man struck so quickly and lightly that it seemed almost invisible. Seeing that the sword remained intact, Panamur thought that his strike had not hit the target. At that moment, the sword suddenly broke in half. The other part of the Viscount's army split and rushed down like a stone, plunging into the furious abyss. The warriors were amazed by what they saw. The more the woman tried to understand, the more she got lost in her thoughts, and this greatly pleased Campson. During the conversation, Van finally revealed the secret. He admitted that the main thing was not the materials themselves, but the skill to process them correctly. Panamura asked if the arrows for the ballista have the same features. The main character smiled and replied that these arrows can easily pierce through even 2 or 3 dragons in strong armor. The soldiers, together with the Viscount, froze in astonishment, not believing what they saw before them. Everyone froze in fear when suddenly a huge ballista appeared before them. When Panamura saw all this with her own eyes, she decided without hesitation to buy arrows, despite their high price. Van sincerely thanked her for this decision. The night quietly covered everything around like a blanket. On her way stood cheerful, slightly tipsy townspeople, who loudly joked and friendly reminded to take care of their lord. The girl was confused and blushed up to her ears, attentively listening as he said that she was the best fit for the main hero. She stood uncertainly and listened to the heated argument of drunken men filling the air. At that moment, Van loudly clapped his hands. In a moment, he disappeared into the crowd, taking with him all who bothered the honored guests, thus freeing them from persistent pursuers. The men began to laugh loudly and behave boldly, so the main hero had a thought. With drunks, the same problems everywhere you go. As punishment, he was deprived of the right to receive an extra portion, which greatly upset everyone nearby. The aristocrat invited the fireflies to stay and have dinner with them. Behind, several drunks grumbled something discontentedly under their breath, until only glanced at them angrily. The room immediately became quiet, as if all the words vanished in an instant. During dinner, a lively conversation was taking place. Kemzel and Van were passionately arguing about how much more time was needed to finish the construction. Doroga asked which part of the wall had already been built. The main character confidently assured, "Everything is ready." The girl could not hide her surprise at such news. The young man noticed with surprise that the construction was happening quite differently than usual, and the timelines were very different from the norm. Remembering this, he recalled that once it took 3 whole years to build the royal capital. The young man from a noble family pondered, even if a large group of people gathered, the work would still take many years. The slaves and prisoners suffer the most, as they get the hardest labor, and the strongest mages of the 4 elements are always sent to the very front line. Note, even if magic is used to raise the wall from the ground, in the end it will still form a solid massive block. The hero really wanted to finish the construction before Lengel arrived. Tension rose when Ruth asked why he was here, as she already suspected that this man could be dangerous. Hearing these words, the boy only smiled mysteriously. He truly wanted to impress everyone with a real surprise, there was no doubt about that. The adventure flashed forward like lightning and vanished instantly, as if it had never been. Behind them, the pursuer was quietly creeping. Pina Marina's subordinates proved themselves very useful and inventive. Espada's magic was becoming stronger and stronger, and this was happening even faster than the masters could lay the foundation for the new fortress. The final touches completed this work. Dinner had just ended, and the main character was already caught under the arm by Espada from Dai and cheerfully pulled along to training. In less than 2 weeks, the magnificent walls of both fortresses appeared before everyone. They quickly grew before their eyes, rising above the ground like real giants. New double-barreled ballistae appeared on the battlefield, impressing everyone with their incredible power. Hanamura gladly noticed that their help had already yielded many good results. She was completely confused when Van began to surprise her again and again with his unexpected actions. I involuntarily glanced at the Viscount. It was his posture that almost made me express my thoughts aloud. He quickly covered his mouth with his palm. The boy told her about his plans for the future and how he wanted to develop further. Penamura was overwhelmed with envy towards the aristocrat because she had long dreamed of having her own lands. Van heard her promise. If she proves herself in the next battle, they will try to give her land without ransom as recognition of her combat merits. Suddenly, people quickly made their way through the crowd to them. The forest shook from the loud rumble. A terrible monster was breaking trees one by one. Adventurers, barely running out of the forest, hurriedly ordered each other to hide in safe places. The dragon got so close that no one even expected it. The silence around instantly disappeared when a huge dragon unexpectedly appeared above the fortress and flew at a furious speed straight to the walls. The hearts of the people filled with fear. The adventurer boldly stepped forward. He firmly decided to stop the enemy and buy a few important minutes for his friends who were rushing to the village. Vanga was overwhelmed with anxiety because a difficult question arose before him: what should be done to make everything right? It seemed that danger covered everyone like a dark shadow. People tensely prepared, getting ready to face the threat and be ready for battle. Penamura, with a firm intention to help, immediately got to work. Focusing, the aristocrat confidently called Ordo to himself. They were both ready to attack the enemy together with powerful strikes from their ballistae. They gave clear instructions. It became obvious to everyone, their enemy is the forest dragon, a truly dangerous opponent. Vikin confidently gave the necessary instructions regarding Arat. The girl was seized by anxiety. The main character immediately noticed that a look of anxiety appeared on Aryut's face. The boy pondered how to slightly dispel this tension around. She felt calm because she had weapons and reliable comrades in battle nearby. The aristocrat was interested in Penamura's involvement in this matter. Van confidently stated that they definitely would not lose. Ruth, a bit nervous, sincerely wished them success. In a moment, the main character asked Till to escort the girl, and the maid immediately agreed to help. Ahead, the gates are visible, and behind, a furious dragon chases the brave heroes. Giving orders, he clearly understood how difficult it was to fight an enemy flying high in the sky. The commander ordered, shoot at the wings so that the enemy could not take to the air. In the heart of the girl, a strong feeling suddenly flared up. The stunned adventurers turn around to get a better look at her. She strictly ordered to run, not to look back, and not to think about her. Orto felt as if his whole body was numb from tension. The desperate adventurer decided to distract the monster so that Pluriel could have a chance to escape. The dragon was calm and paid no attention to them until someone dared to attack first. Indignation flared up in his soul, and without hesitation for a moment, he rushed after the fugitive. With eyes full of tears, he fervently begged his friends to run as fast as possible. The adventurers listened carefully to his story, while Kesaro meanwhile felt the bitterness of betrayal because he was left alone. Ordo, without doubting his speed, confidently gave the order and was ready to overcome any obstacle. Tears glistened in the man's eyes, but indignation did not leave him for a moment. He could not calm down. During a heated argument, Zara confidently promised to remind the boss about this matter. Van secretly hoped that their quarrel was just an innocent game. A clear order sounded: aim and open fire. A simple and stern warning was heard. If Zara walked slower, trouble awaited her. She would simply be eaten. Such words did not please the brave traveler at all. Penamura confidently said that she could stop him. The Viscount, with a focused gaze, gathered his courage and was ready to rush into battle at any moment. Van guessed that the Count had not entrusted such a responsible position to someone so young for nothing. As soon as I saw the strength of this woman, everything became clear. a wild fiery whirlwind spun above my head. She sharply threw the fiery spear into the air, and it flew at high speed straight toward the monster. But the dragon easily twisted and managed to dodge. The huge paws of the monster thudded on the ground, raising clouds of dust, and each such strike left deep holes in the soil. At that moment, arrows from ballistae launched by the defenders flew up from the walls into the air. The strike hit directly in the wing. Van quickly realized that the monster saw everything around very well, so he began skillfully dodging its relentless attacks. The received blows should have forced the dragon to slow down a bit. The hero decisively commands to reload the weapon for the next shot. A bloody rain of arrows pours from the sky, bringing pain and suffering. The creature snarled fiercely and nimbly jumped aside, avoiding the strike. The aristocrat noticed with disappointment that the second shot caused no harm at all. When the travelers finally found themselves behind the gates, they sighed with relief. The tension immediately disappeared, and their shoulders felt lighter. The good mood vanished when the boy reminded them of the terrible danger that had not gone away. Everyone immediately returned to the harsh reality. Panemura gathered his courage and summoned his fiery spear once again. She said it would help buy some time, but everyone must quickly hide in the village. The mighty dragon again nimbly dodged the fiery stream. Panemura easily waved her hand, and her attack immediately flew toward the monster, which was thrown back. Van opened his eyes wide in surprise, when suddenly a powerful stream of flame crashed down on the enemy. The dragon roared with rage as it was engulfed in flames. Trying in vain to break free from the trap, it only suffered more. The main hero immediately noticed how strong the fire magic was. The spectacle truly impressed him. Leaning on one knee, the woman quietly froze, intently gazing into the distance. The Panemura swiftly set off for the village, and immediately began organizing a bold response to the attack. While the aristocrat hurriedly gave orders for evacuation, the monster was already waiting, ready to act. The huge monster leapt to the very top of the fortress wall in a single bound. Understanding that the wounds greatly hindered movement, Y could only rush forward, trying to catch up. The boy realized that after the battle with the armored dragons, they had become too confident. After all, an encounter with this unique magical creature did not promise safety, and suddenly someone from the crowd quickly jumped forward. Dai was the first to prepare to engage in hand-to-hand combat, but the confident and precise words of the main hero made him change his decision. Espada, focusing with all his heart, resolutely walked straight toward the dragon. Wang hurried to intercept the butler, hoping to stop him, but he walked confidently, without stopping, straight toward the dragon. Van tried to stop the butler, but he confidently walked straight to the dragon, ignoring any obstacles. The nobleman became angry because of the interlocutor's persistence and stubbornness. The young man insisted he would never go without him. A slight smile appeared on the butler's face, and he noticed that this might cause certain difficulties. Grandfather promised to stay only briefly to buy some time, and promised to return quickly. The main character did not approve of such a proposal at all, and contrary to others' expectations, firmly refused. The dragon was flying quickly straight towards them, when suddenly a huge pillar rose abruptly from the ground. The blow hit the monster directly. A spark of satisfaction appeared in the old man's eyes. Van was always amazed by this man's skill. His abilities impressed again and again. Only then did the boy realize everything, but it was already too late. There was almost no time left. The hero used all possible means to finally make the butler act. Seeing that it was hard for grandfather to run, Kamson did not hesitate and immediately offered him help. Van stepped forward decisively, leaving the palace management to the butler Kempson and briefly overtaking everyone else. The aristocrat stared intently at the stern and mighty fortress, not taking his eyes off it. The village was still far away, even if I ran with all my might. Van began to think up how to help those who were already almost completely exhausted. At this time, Panemura and her team had already taken positions for battle. Van was rapidly advancing forward and immediately giving orders to his comrades. I hurried forward and encouraged the shooters with confident words and a determined look. One day, Countess Vi pondered and asked herself, what should she do now? The boy could not believe his eyes. Panemura was standing nearby calmly waiting for him to tell her what to do. The main hero asks the woman to cast a magical spell on the dragon to bind it, and then give the order to fire at the dragon with ballistae. A smile flashed across the face of the older man, for he realized that there could be no better idea. The girl was so happy, for it was the first time in her life that someone showed her how to use magic, and Van only shyly apologized. Suddenly, from beneath the massive stone boulders, a huge shadow emerged on the surface. It was the dragon that had just gotten out. Emerging from the darkness, the terrible monster suddenly lunged forward. In his thoughts, Van was already considering how to buy a little more time so that everyone could evacuate. Suddenly, a shadow from a cloak flashed before his eyes. Among all the knights, D stood out. He calmly assessed the situation and decided to act differently, to stop the enemy and buy a few important minutes. The courage of this trio sincerely impressed Van. The monster is approaching, its heavy breathing echoes around, filling the air with anxiety and tension. The terrible roar of the dragon tore through the night's silence, and even the darkness trembled from this eerie voice. The knight, like a sharp knife, cut the monster's paw. Its claws weakly fell aside. Suddenly, the silence was pierced by the powerful roar of the dragon, and its massive tail whistled as it swung toward the attacker. But the assistants were ready. They quickly raised their shields, preparing to withstand the blow. A terrible monster aimed at humanity. Espada and Wang exchanged glances and barely nodded. The next moment, the mage rushed to attack the monster. The butler once again hid the dragon under a large stone boulder, thereby saving the knights. This time, the monster suddenly stopped its movement and no longer approached. Van was overwhelmed with excitement, so he quickly turned to Espada and Kamzin, asking them to move faster. Dvoretsky and Kemsin quickly left the room. Rosa descends downward, and among the warriors, a command to retreat spreads. Van could not contain his surprise. Even despite the wounds, these brave warriors immediately moved forward. Suddenly, the dragon swiftly rushed after the knights. When there was only a very small distance left between them, the main hero quietly ordered Panamera to act. The burning spear flew forward at a furious speed, cutting through the air and rushed straight at the monster. But the dragon reacted quickly. It spread its wings wide and deflected the attack. The flame flared up with furious force, destroying everything in its path. The aristocrat ordered to open fire from the western part of the village. The monster easily dispersed the flames that remained after the previous attack. A heavy rain of arrows poured down on the dragon from the sky. Most of the arrows missed, but those that hit caused serious injuries. Having waited for the best moment, Van gave the signal to start the attack, and a terrifying roar of the dragon spread over the battlefield, in which both pain and furious rage were heard. Everyone held their breath and watched the monster, and hope glowed in their eyes. The creature falls to the ground. Although the head was well protected, the arrow still pierced the body. Such wounds almost certainly lead to death. The aristocrat ordered to prepare a few more volleys, just in case. Panamera looked at him anxiously, not averting her gaze. The diet, consisting of wine and herring, proved successful after verification. The dragon was slowly enveloped by the calm silence of the night. People held their breath and carefully watched as Dai slowly and cautiously approached the monster, step by step. The knight holds the sword so that the hilt faces straight ahead, and suddenly an open eye flashes brightly before him. At that very second, a large mouth with sharp teeth opened wide, trying to swallow D. At the last moment, the man managed to dodge the sharp jaws that were almost closed. After a fierce battle, the knight completely destroyed the monster with one powerful strike. The mighty dragon was brought down to the ground, pinned and finally defeated. The knights, joyfully celebrating the victory, celebrated their triumph to the sound of resounding applause. Assessing the situation, Van stepped aside, keeping away from the threat. The hero, with a confident look, set off towards the fortress. The defenders received good news. The enemy was finally defeated. A joyful cry of victory spread through the crowd when everyone learned about the triumph. The heroes, tired from the hard battle, finally sighed with relief. The townspeople erupted with joy, greeting the victory with shouts of happiness. Their excitement knew no bounds. Arun, with excitement in his voice, asked if everything was all right with Van. He smiled lightly and said that he was fine, then immediately turned his attention to those who really needed help. The boy was already completely exhausted. Panamera slowly approached him. She sincerely admired how he could inspire and lead people. The Viscount enthusiastically congratulated the aristocrat on his new victory over the dragon. Inside, a rebellious mood was rising, while behind, the peasants were actively arguing about the recent battle. The hero sincerely admitted that he could only succeed thanks to his friends who were always by his side. The woman nodded approvingly, supporting his words. She emphasized, if the count's estate is attacked, the consequences will be much more serious. The aristocrat sincerely believed that these walls provided the best protection. Panamera replied that there was no place here for such brave men. Meanwhile, Dai and Espada were simply resting nearby. Van smiled and proudly said that everyone on their team deserved admiration. The Viscount recalled with special pride the power of his war ballistae, emphasizing this before all present. The main hero smiled slightly and said that he had not yet reached the limits of his abilities. The hostess suggested organizing a real celebration to mark the achievements of D, Van, and Espada. The new title, Dragon Slayer, which Van received at night, deeply impressed him. On the balcony of the estate, Vanna proudly announced the victory, and her words sounded solemnly. This time, the main hero wanted to thank those who truly helped him on the way. The first to arrive was Penamura Carrera Cayenne. The Viscount's gaze was so commanding and majestic that the crowd immediately fell silent. People stood motionless and quietly, as if time around had stopped. To everyone's surprise, the woman said that another city or village could have been destroyed if not for the joint work of everyone who is here today. Thanks to everyone's support, they managed to achieve such success. Penamura emphasized that despite minor damages, no one was hurt. The townspeople, filled with inspiration, eagerly awaited fresh news. At that moment, the Viscount solemnly announced the names of those whose dedication and perseverance brought them the dreamed victory. A woman named Dee enthusiastically talks about all his good qualities. The second to enter the arena was the scout. Penamur smiled and cast a piercing look at the last hero. While the loud murmur of the crowd echoed around, she confidently announced her victory. Suddenly, she, filled with admiration, began to loudly tell about all his good qualities, which greatly embarrassed the main hero. Then the Viscount explained why the legs of aristocrats were so important during the battle. Children and adults repeatedly chanted the names of the heroes, as if it were a song everyone knew by heart. The boy was surprised by such sincerity and warmly waved his hand in response. The celebration came to an end. Meanwhile, they began cutting the raw material. Penamaru could not take his eyes off the blade, which cut through the material so simply and quickly, it fascinated him. Everyone was very surprised because, as it turned out, the soldiers had long counted hundreds of such swords. However, the aristocrat woman coldly replied without any emotion how much it cost: 5 gold coins for each sword. The door is still not closed. Thanks to Vi's attentiveness and the courage of our warriors, all the necessary materials were quickly gathered. The warehouse was filled to the very ceiling. There was not a single free space left. Over time, a new warehouse was built here, so huge that it seemed like a real fortress. As soon as the fortress wall was almost completed, the merchant Lango appeared in the village again. What he saw impressed this man so much that he could not contain his admiration and was genuinely surprised. But the brother clearly made it understood that this is only one of many problems. Lango gave Vanga a friendly nod, and they exchanged a few simple, yet sincere words of greeting. At the same time, numerous merchants arrived with him. When Mary Belle asked for permission to join her brother on the way to the new warehouse, the protagonist politely offered the merchants to sit in the carriage with them. The merchants were stunned when they heard that a real dragon was sitting inside. The merchants froze in amazement, watching as the boy enthusiastically told them vivid dreams about future earnings. Having counted all 100 coins of white gold, Belle wondered if he had missed some value in this shining pile. Van was shocked when he learned about such a huge sum of money. After that, he turned to the merchant with interest, wanting to learn more about the crafts the man had mentioned earlier. The man said that an auction had opened in the capital, where only the most valuable items are sold. The protagonist clearly made Belle understand that both he and his brother would benefit from this. The merchant noticed that the boy was smart and had a good heart full of compassion. Mary noticed that he was willing to risk his life for such a large profit. The aristocrat proposed to establish his own trading company. The words spoken by the interlocutor struck Bella like lightning, catching her by surprise. The merchants looked with admiration at the incredible changes that had occurred in this village. The boy began to be offered many different options, but the brightest proposal, to open his own shop, immediately attracted attention. On the horizon appeared a merchant who worked for Maria's company. Van detailed how much they were ready to pay for this purchase and at what price they planned to sell it later. One of the merchants offered a decent price for the armored dragon, promising even more profitable offers in the future. The main character immediately understood what was really being discussed. The results of this battle seem truly unique, and so far no one is concerned about what the future relations will be like. If the village continues to develop, raw materials will have to be bought at a higher price. In fact, they are not interested in this distant village at all. They only care about their own benefit. He thanked for the interesting conversation and then summarized everything he had heard. Already walking away, Wang heard one of the merchants shout after him that hoping for help from these two was a vain hope. Everyone around tried to convince the main character that he simply would not have a better choice than them. To drive away the annoying brothers, he loudly named the sum offered by the merchants. Everyone immediately tensed up and began to listen carefully. What he heard greatly surprised Lengel. A clear demand was heard, the price needed to be raised. As soon as Lango said this, the merchants immediately rushed to him, trying to make him be quiet. The customer's irritation greatly upset the merchant. Suddenly Bell rushed to defend his brother, decisively standing against those who insulted him. Under the stern looks of the merchants, Mary explained what their plan was. The merchants were dissatisfied. This news did not please them at all. Among all the merchants, there was one who dared to try to bribe Bell. Van clearly heard every word they said, as if they were speaking right next to him. The brothers showed their loyalty to the truth so sincerely that no one even doubted their honesty. Mary always valued sincerity above all else. The brothers believed that trust in the future would become their most valuable source of profit. One of the sellers sternly declared that if things continued like this, he would be expelled from the trade guild. After the quarrel, the boy asked if everything had been settled. The brothers were genuinely outraged by the merchant's greed. Without hesitation, Bell decided to become an independent trader and confidently moved forward without seeking a partner. The shopkeepers quickly packed their things, discussing the details of the deal among themselves. I found out that to open a trading company, it is mandatory to get a recommendation from someone of the nobility, and the aristocrats, in turn, profit well from this. People from high society somehow always manage to benefit from everything, even without doing anything for it. Then Van asked what happened to the collection. Mary Bell made it clear, everyone has their own path and their own secrets. The question arose, who recommended Mary's company? The brothers' eyes lit up again with sincere interest. Mary herself was recommended by the royal family of Berlin, which rules this country. The young man realized with concern that such news did not bode well. In the background, a majestic building with columns is visible. This is the building of a powerful trading company. Van thinks, the more famous the aristocrats name among the founders of this place, the more powerful and significant the company becomes. The trading company is greeted with great respect. It is well known, and among its patrons are even aristocrats. At this time, Van sits on a wooden bench, settles comfortably, and crossing his legs clearly shows his skeptical attitude towards everything happening here. The boy rested his chin on his hand and said with slight dissatisfaction that it was wrong when the king chooses someone as one of his favorites. Opposite the van sat the manager together with his brother. The manager insists that Mary's enterprise can open a store in any city by offering very favorable conditions. Feudal nobles become regular customers thanks to special materials, slaves, and other rare goods found by the Knight Order. It is said that Mary Triumph, who now heads the company, was once close to the king himself. There are even rumors that she was his favorite. In the background, a figure of a woman in a hat decorated with roses is visible. The mention of the concubine impresses the brother so much that he freezes for a moment. Van's eyes fill with anxiety. Everything around becomes even worse. The hero imagined merchants from Mastasio quietly conversing among themselves. Then he understood. As soon as a large trading company notices that competitors have decided to start their own business, any support for these rivals can immediately be forgotten. Van believes that the Merchants Guild is a strong organization operating simultaneously in several countries, including theirs. Its main office is located abroad. This guild can allow the creation of a new company if all necessary conditions are met. Agreeing with Van's remark, the leader thanked him wholeheartedly, because now they had their own store, and money problems no longer arose. The boy began to worry because he did not know if the aristocrats would support him. Van immediately made it clear. His family was completely unsuitable for such an important matter. Deep in his soul, the boy believed that his relationship with his father had long been broken. The elder brother remained close to him, but did not have enough influence, as he lacked the proper title. Among all the aristocrats, only one person came to his mind as a possible support, Van said. He promised to ask for support from the Honorable Lady Panamara, the only noble with whom he managed to establish contact. Upon hearing this, his interlocutors immediately beamed with smiles. Van confidently promised that he could convince the vicar. He wanted to continue the conversation, but the merchants were no longer listening to him. They, filled with joy, began to cheer loudly and embrace each other. The boy was not afraid of the stormy reaction. He calmly promised that he would just talk to her. The brothers were still joyfully shouting, and Wang asked with interest if they could hear him at all amid the noise. It seemed that for Mrs. Panamara, this could turn into big problems. Van turned to the Viscountess for permission, and to his surprise heard a light yes. The boy did not expect such a simple answer and was very surprised. His confusion amused Mrs. Penamaru so much that she laughed sincerely. The girl with a light smile began to share the story of her choice. At that moment behind her, knights, flashing their swords, fiercely fought in a fierce duel. The girl thought that her aristocratic origin was unlikely to be an obstacle, but if she agreed to open a case that depended on only two people and was done under someone's pressure, then the royal family's name could seriously suffer. Pondering her words, Van realized that the matter was truly about the dignity of the royal family. In my thoughts, I could not shake the feeling that it was a secret enemy attack. Probably such suspicions arose because deep down, I still remained an ordinary simple person. When Mrs. Panamera realized that there was neither a thief nor a nighttime intrigue around her, she thought, if she wants to become truly famous, she needs to do something that both common people and the nobility will talk about. The Viscountess thought that she liked such a proposal. She smiled and joked to herself. What if some novice, having 100 of her own warriors, defeats the dragon and goes straight to the capital of the kingdom? Mrs. Penamura was convinced that this event would remain a topic of conversation throughout the neighborhood for a long time. The young man suddenly realized. No one even suspected that in a small village near the border, there would be a weapon capable of defeating a real dragon. A broad smile appeared on Van's face, and he happily said it was a wonderful idea, suggesting that if they pretended the Viscountess did it, they wouldn't attract the family's attention. The girl shook her head in surprise, not understanding how he came up with such an idea. He notes that defeating the dragon is an extremely rare event. Very soon, all the details and speculations about this battle will become known to the highest nobility. They will be told where the materials came from, how the victory was achieved, how many people participated, where it all took place, and what damage was done. The fate of joining the elite units and even the king's decision now entirely depend on whether this mission was successful. Mrs. Panamura noted that even if she is recognized as the winner in the battle with the dragon, numerous checks will eventually lead to Van. The boy heard this and was not happy at all. Vana was overwhelmed with anxiety. Everything around him turned into continuous worries. He was kicked out of the house, and now suddenly there was hope to return back. In his heart, he really wanted to help his native village flourish. The girl noticed how Vana was nervous. He looked like a little boy who ran away from home. Then she thought, to everyone around, he really was still just a child. Mrs. Panera leaned toward Van and whispered that if he wanted, she could share with him a secret, how to make sure he would never be sent back again. Van immediately felt curiosity ignite within him. I exclaimed in surprise, asking if it was really possible. The Viscount only smiled in response and said that it was quite simple. The girl looked confidently at the boy, smiled slyly, and advised him to obtain a title. According to her, this would help him become independent and one day create his own family. Such an unexpected advice caught Vanga by surprise. It seemed that the girl spoke about it so calmly, as if discussing an ordinary apartment purchase. Panamera advised to leave everything so that everyone would think the dragon was defeated precisely because of the baby, and she explained her actions by saying there was almost no time. Van did not agree because he was sure that this would only create chaos again and attract unwanted attention to them. The Viscount suddenly leaned forward and directly asked what was troubling the boy. Such an unexpected question frightened him. He was completely taken aback by such a sudden address. Van felt a wave of excitement. Along with the new title came not only joy, but also great responsibility and concerns. I recalled the faces of my relatives and wondered how my father would react. It is difficult to predict, but the second and third sons are unlikely to be friendly. From them, hostility is more likely to be expected. Imagining what face his older brother might have made, the boy lingered in thought. He felt somewhat awkward to outpace Marcia in obtaining a noble title, especially now, when a sincere closeness had arisen between them. Seeing that Vans was upset, Panamara decided to continue her story. She was confident. The fame the boy would gain at his 8 years would surely earn him the nickname of Dragon Slayer and bring an honorable title. The Viscount's words troubled the hero. The girl promised him a generous reward and offered her own trading business, which she was ready to support from the very beginning. It seemed this offer was too advantageous to refuse. But she was not surprised that the boy remained cautious, as even she understood that he was worried. Mrs. Penamara's experience became a real trial for her. As soon as she received the honorary title, ill-wishers and false allies immediately appeared around, each intending to take advantage of her new position. A mysterious, almost sinister smile appeared on her face as she recalled events from the past. The girl spoke confidently and even somewhat sternly that she had burned them all to ashes. A ball of fire magic shone brightly in her hand. Van, not hiding his surprise, asked what she meant by the mysterious ashes. Panama laughed out loud and said, "If there are too many enemies, you have to use ballisti. It is enough for the punishment to be large-scale, and no one will dare to go against Van anymore." After this advice on how to survive, the boy shuddered. He cautiously emphasized that if all achievements were attributed only to him, the Chancellor would no longer have the opportunity to develop and grow himself. The girl smiled and, squinting, asked if she heard correctly that the boy was worried about her. The humor about Panamera, Carrara, and Cayenne easily eased the tense atmosphere, but doubts did not leave her. Could her past really be so frightening that even a child would be scared? Suddenly, the pastor looked at her with such fury, as if he had turned into a hungry wolf ready to leap forward. Next to this girl, Van felt like a small, defenseless rabbit who could not hide his anxiety. Although he tried to convince everyone that he was not interested in her at all, inside, he was worried precisely because of her. Feeling as defenseless as a little rabbit, the boy honestly admitted that he was most worried about his life and began to beg not to be eaten. The girl laughed cheerfully and said that his answers always make her smile. Mrs. Panamera smiled playfully and told Van not to worry. She was not going to eat him for at least the next 5 years. The girl smiled mysteriously and said that this time she would give Van the legs along with the dragon so that he could become even stronger. The boy froze in surprise and did not know whether she was joking or speaking seriously. 2 days passed. Lingo, full of enthusiasm, quickly approached Van and asked if he would agree to the price, 130 coins of white gold. Van smiled and nodded in agreement. 2 witnesses standing nearby looked at each other in surprise. That was how the deal was made. The hero recalls how they agreed to create a trading company. Either he or Mrs. Panamera had to give recommendations and in return receive a tenth of the profit. Van's thoughts constantly returned to one thing, whether Lengo had returned to the royal harbor to profitably sell valuable trophies obtained from forest and shelled dragons. But suddenly a shout rang out around. Someone in the crowd raised a commotion, asking if the merchants had already left. Life was bustling around, workers hurried back and forth. The manager's brother assured that all adventurers and merchants had already left with empty carts, but maybe they could still be caught. The manager was outraged. How to justify now to the trading company if they returned with nothing? Mrs. Panamera slowly approached the group. Sighing deeply, she expressed a guess. The merchants still hoped for rescue and good news. If the cargo could not be saved, they would have nothing left but to submit to fate and agree to sell the goods for only 80 coins of white gold. Van cast a nervous glance and resolutely opposed this idea. The boy asked if he could come on the cart he had made himself. He thought everything would be fine if he asked Mr. Ordo and his companions to set out on the road with him. At that moment, Panama declared that she would lead her army to the capital to petition for the title of Van. She assured that Wang did not need to worry about escort or additional help. To this, the hero responded with a sincere smile. His heart was filled with joy. The hero, with sincere gratitude in his voice, addressed the surprised Panamera. He assured her that when she was near, no trouble would happen, everything would definitely be fine. The girl's cheeks were covered with a blush, slightly embarrassed. She told that she had not often heard such frankness and trust. The boy's unexpected actions stunned him, as if a lightning bolt flashed inside. Mrs. Panamera stood confused, with wide-open eyes, watching the van, in which everyone was silent with amazement. Today the city residents look happy. After celebrating fertility, everyone gathers for the bright festival of lights. People look up with admiration, watching a figure shining with bright light, illuminating everything around. Carefully glancing, the leader finally dares and asks Van if he is okay. After all, to transport materials obtained from the dragon, a large cart and many horses will be needed. However, Van confidently smiles and reassures. There is no need to worry. He will start preparing everything necessary right now. Thanks to joint work, they managed to make a large cart with a wooden frame, which turned out to be both light and strong. A special tent was also attached to it to reliably cover the things after loading. The manager and his brother were delighted with such a result. Mrs. Panamera offered the boys to use her horses, which she brought with her. These horses were well-trained, obedient, and distinguished by considerable strength and speed, which could impress even an experienced rider. The boys were very grateful to Mrs. Panamera for her help and generosity, considering this offer a real salvation. The wooden wheels of the cart quietly creak as it slowly moves over the fragrant grass. The wheels of the carts quietly squeak, while the horses slowly pull the merchant Maria's caravan across the plain, stretching to the foot of the mountains. The tired merchant looks back and asks if they managed to find those they are looking for. Inside one of the vans, Maria's merchants started a lively conversation. One of them noted that the brothers are really stubborn, and because of this, they might cause trouble. Another supported him, saying that in such a remote place, they still won't manage to sell their raw materials. The merchant irritably added that without their help, they won't be able to assemble the caravan, and soon they themselves will realize that they refused in vain. Suddenly, a noise rose in the crowd. People began to retreat anxiously, seeing a cart that had never been seen here before. The merchants hurried with concern and curiosity to see what was happening. Nearby, a cart loaded with goods slowly passed by. The surprised merchants murmured among themselves, trying to understand why a whole order of knights suddenly appeared in this quiet village. The question involuntarily arose, who really owns this carriage, perhaps Marquis Fertio? But the interlocutor immediately stopped such guesses and said that Van Fertio is merely the younger son, expelled from the family. Moreover, the nobility usually does not use such carriages. Heavy bulky wagons moved around the caravan, noisily passing by. Unexpectedly, one of the KRVM participants, with a confused expression, pointed with his hand at something in the crowd. His gesture immediately intrigued others, as he had found something truly unusual. Above the great wagons of the majors flew a banner with the image of a unicorn. The caravan members could not believe their eyes. The merchants of Mari looked out from the windows of their carriage, watching what was happening with surprise and delight. At that moment, Viscountess Cayenne calmly and confidently rode past them, showing no emotion on her face. The merchants also noticed Lango, who was beside her, and could not hide their surprise. The boy confidently held the reins, and a slight smile shone on his face. The entire merry camp seemed frozen. All stood motionless, stunned as if struck by electric current. On everyone's faces was the same surprise and shock, with confident and wealthy Mrs. Panamura immediately standing out in the crowd, who by all accounts should already be in the Count's possession, and it remained a mystery why this woman was next to Langia. The merchants were eagerly discussing whether these two had become partners, and whether Belen Lango had started his own trading company, but eventually they realized they were mistaken in thinking these entrepreneurs lacked their own transport and a stable market. The merchant was stunned by the thought that all these words might turn out to be true. Could such a long and difficult journey really be in vain, and all the profits vanish without a trace? After all, he had already signed an agreement with the head of the trading company, taking on the expenses of organizing the caravan that was supposed to deliver 40 armored dragons. Anxiety increasingly gripped his heart. Everyone was sure, if they returned to the city empty-handed, they could lose their place among the merchants, which they had worked so hard to achieve. If they had agreed earlier to the deal for 100 pieces of white gold, each would have made a good profit, 1 or even 2 gold coins more on top. The merchants stood hesitating, not knowing how best to proceed further. One of them said that even if many carts gathered, the cargo would still have to be transported several times. So in his opinion, it was better to apologize and offer their help. But another merchant disagreed and reminded that they had already approached the caravan leader with good intentions. The man continued to ponder and emphasized that the chief needed to be told the truth. In fact, it was Bell and Lengo who ruined all the honest plans, cunningly deceived and tricked the trusting people. Sweat ran down his face from nervousness. The command to turn back sounded clear and confident. Everyone around was filled with amazement. The merchant said goodbye with sincere hope, hoping to be understood and forgiven, and the horses tirelessly pulled the carts forward, traveling across the vast plain among the mountains. Before us stands the ruler of the kingdom of Scudaradino and Zola Berlinetta. He became king at 16 years old, and by 20 had carried out a large-scale military reform, after which his army became stronger than ever. All officers of the adjutant rank and below, except the commander himself, must not only prevent betrayal, but always place family ties above all else. Such people are expected to show true courage and many years of military experience. Loyalty to the army and raising military affairs to the highest level became the foundation of the reforms brought by King Dino. This reform requires a lot of time, effort, and unfortunately is often accompanied by a large number of casualties. There used to be a rule: if a child was born into a noble family, they automatically became an adjutant of one of the knight orders. However, this tradition led to many untalented people being left without a worthy cause. Meanwhile, families who could afford certain privileges, such as Count Ferdinand or those who gained fame in military affairs, notably the family of Marquis Fersio, quickly gained power and influence. For her combat merits in the army, she became commander of the Count's Guards at 16 years old. During this time, she went through many fierce battles and gained fame during the war with the Kingdom of Aranet. Her unit performed a feat that changed the course of that battle. Thus, Maria took the first step into the world of aristocracy. She felt very grateful to Count Ferdinand, as he was the one who recognized her true talent, helped her rise from an ordinary knight to an honorary position, and personally asked the king to mention her name among the nobility. Her energy and zeal in service so captivated His Majesty that 6 years later she received the honorary title of countess. Her husband was confident. The visit was connected with the desire to obtain the next promotion, which she fully deserved with new military victories. He said with a grim face, as if asking, "Does she want the title to be passed to another person?" However, he saw no worthy candidate. Before him stood the ruler of Skutiri Dino and Zola Berlinite, who was already 43 years old. The girl explained that this man is the lord of a royal fief. He bravely defends a border village where there is not even a deputy head. Because of his duties, he could not come to the capital. Then the king asked why a person who governs such a fief and has already distinguished himself with bravery should be promoted in rank, even if his merits are not yet fully visible. The king quietly laughed, noting, if this conversation concerned a man whose fame and military exploits have long echoed in the palace, then his words would carry considerable weight. But a victory achieved somewhere in a forgotten settlement, without the help of knights or even guards, truly surprised him. In the monarch's eyes, even greater curiosity flared up, and now he eagerly awaited a detailed explanation. The girls began to talk about their victory over dragons, which caused a wave of quiet conversations among the men in the throne room. None of them could believe that it was not just about defense, but about a true conquest. The man standing by the king clarified again, not hiding his surprise. If this is really true, it is simply astonishing that such a powerful mage with 4 elements appeared in this very village. The girl explained that although he had a natural talent for magic, he was not valued in his family and was eventually expelled. Near the ship, one man asked if the alien had already defeated the dragons, but the king sharply interrupted him and sternly asked who this stranger was. The girl said that before them stood the son of Marquis Furquio, Van Nie Furquio. She added that this young hero had defeated dragons when he was only 8 years old. He asked with interest what it was about, because the Marquis had told him nothing. The girl replied that she did not know the details of the report, but said that everything said could be confirmed not only by the main participant in the conversation and the peasants, but also by herself. On the day when the boy barely reached a small, nameless village with no more than 100 people, bandits suddenly attacked the settlement. However, thanks to his courage and the help of several loyal friends and adventurers who once worked as guards, the bandits were defeated and the village was saved from disaster. The king noticed with surprise that, although the boy was still very young, he managed to enter the battle and come out victorious. Such courage and strength are rare, he thought. At that moment, the young girl realized that her appearance had greatly impressed the ruler and sincerely interested him. She said that the boy first set about building clay walls to protect the village and restore the ruined houses. The villagers were sincerely amazed. How could an 8-year-old child do something so incredible? She said that the ancient combat team included 100 ordinary soldiers, the deputy head of the Knight Order, the Marquis himself with a couple of loyal knights, an experienced butler, an old gray-haired mage, and 5 brave adventurers. She also took part in the battle with the dragon, although she could only try to stop the enemy a few times and was unable to do anything more. She emphasized that the decisive victory was achieved thanks to the feudal Lord Van Neferthio and his people, and none of their own died in the process. The advisor reacted with doubt, saying it was hard to believe without concrete evidence. Then the girl confidently pointed to the obvious proof, fresh trophies taken from the fallen dragons. Without delay, she added another important piece of news. Among the obtained raw materials were 40 dragon carcasses along with their shells. This message caused a real sensation. The men could not contain either surprise or fear. Even for experienced knights from the capital, facing such a number of monsters seemed an overwhelming task. The young girl noticed how everyone around was anxious and easily understood the reason for such a reaction. She explained that the villagers said this very boy led the battle, although their stories differed slightly from what was recorded in the report, so the real truth would soon be known after the dragon's body was examined. The advisor doubted, did she really manage everything on her own, without exaggeration? Perhaps this man decided to act cunningly. If you consider that the child caught the thief, it is easier to control her than someone external with whom she has no relationship. The king sternly warned, it is not worth testing his patience, because for him everything here is clear and there are no doubts. The king asked the boy if he really insisted that the criminal be handed over to him. The boy confidently agreed. Then the monarch warned that soon people would arrive who would thoroughly check everything, so they would not be deceived. The advisor informed that His Majesty trusts her, but he immediately warned, if this is a deception or a cunning trap, she will not only lose her title, but will also be severely punished. He emphasized this once again, and directly asked if she understands what her actions could lead to. The girl confidently said that she understood everything, and added that she hopes the emperor himself will one day see these places with his own eyes. After all, the changes Wang managed to achieve together with the village in such a short time are truly astonishing, and perhaps the wise ruler will soon decide to entrust this prosperous land to a new guardian of the state borders. The ruler rose from the throne, noted with interest that it sounded tempting, and said he wanted to meet Fersio as soon as possible. At the center of the square, through the crowd, they solemnly carried a huge dragon skull. The stunned spectators froze and could not take their eyes off this terrifying find. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, calling Mrs. Penamaru as she confidently approached in that direction. The girl said that they decided to grant Vanna Fertio the title of Baron, and the issue of the reward for the victory over the forest dragon will be considered separately. In the city, everyone was talking about the son of Marquis Fergio, the fourth heir, whom everyone considered an amazingly gifted child. It was this boy who managed to defeat the huge and terrifying dragon. Hanamura shared the joyful news. The moment has come to establish their trading company. She said that she already plans to submit an application for opening today. With a smile, she asked, which name will they choose for their future business? In the boy's eyes, sparks of inspiration flashed, and his fists clenched nervously. He resolutely suggested, "Let's name the child Longo." The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Would they really not consider the older brother's name? But the boy confidently replied that the elder would be pleased to see the name of his beloved younger sibling after his death. Hanamura said that she does not want to change the name later due to possible disputes, so she decided to register it immediately as Bell and Lango. In the following days, the capital seemed to come alive. Everyone was talking only about the new trading company and the recently appointed Baron Van Feretio. His name instantly became the main topic on the streets and in the conversations of the townspeople. Time passed and this story grew into a true heroic epic. People passed it down from generation to generation, embellishing it with details. Eventually, the legend spoke of how the dragon was surrounded on the battlefield, and a young brave swordsman in a fierce clash cut off the monster's head. The girl watched with pleasure as the rumors spread exactly as she had planned, having done everything to make her role in this story seem plausible, and everyone around was convinced that everything was happening according to her plan. A young girl with a smile reminded the boy that truly incredible things happen right here. After that, she wondered if he was capable of being grateful, carefully watching his response. Since Mrs. Penamara and others left the settlement, everything here has changed. When they finished building the fortified walls, a new chapter began in the life of the settlement. Additional Belize shelters appeared here. About 100 people live in this dwelling, but not everyone manages to work at the same time. New houses in the village were built in a modern style, and the central part of the village became a nice and comfortable place to live. Besides this, the brave man built 2 tall towers. With a smile and wit, he suggested to his friends, "How about the idea of having dinner where an amazing view opens up?" The girl with black hair confessed that she really liked Oligovja. She explained that it offers a wonderful view of the main road. Kesman jokingly remarked that it seems her friend really likes high places. The other girl expressed her opinion. She likes Budatovja the most because only from its top can you see the lake in all its beauty when looking down. A powerful voice addressed the hero and asked if he planned to conquer Oligabeshta. 2 knights behind the hero only mentioned it and reluctantly grimaced. After all, there was almost no strength left. One of the knights said that for him this climb was good training, but if they were to climb, it was better to head straight for Budabashti and go there with a whole squad of soldiers. This idea greatly surprised the hero, and he did not even try to hide it. Reaching the very top of the tower was not easy. It took about 10 minutes. The stairs seemed endless, and the hero felt weaker with each step, unlike Kayamzam, who climbed quickly and enthusiastically, easily skipping steps. The hero turned to the girl and noted that she also showed admirable endurance. The girl only sighed and replied, "They are still holding on now, but when they have to get up, there will no longer be enough strength to go further." Finally, all together, they went out onto the balcony of the tall tower. 3 friends looked with admiration at the picturesque landscapes from above. Van noticed that although only 100 people live in the village, it looked quite large. Till joined the conversation, wondering how such a modern and well-equipped place was still called a village. He suggested that perhaps soon these streets would have the status of a real city. At first, Van himself refused the proposal to name the village Vanna Village, but the residents remained dissatisfied with this decision. It would not have been surprising if they had started joking again and openly suggested even creating Vanna City. Till asked with interest whether this idea was really so bad, because in her opinion, this name sounded very attractive. Nay asked the girl with suspicion in his voice if she wanted to joke about him too, as he heard mockery in her words, but the girl only shook her head, denying it. At that moment, Kamson nodded to the hero and gestured for him to come over to the other side. Lately, the hero's vision has become very sharp, just like that of the people from this village. Now he can notice even the most distant objects. Nothing escapes his gaze. No shadow or hidden detail goes unnoticed. Kamsen explained these changes by the fact that the hero often gazes into the distance. Kemsin immediately understood. Next to him were not warriors or brave adventurers, but mostly children, elderly people, and many servants. Looking at his interlocutor, he asked if this was a joke and inquired how well the boy, already considered the true pride of their village, could really see. The hero thoughtfully furrowed his brows, pondering the situation. There was still a whole hour before arrival, and he decided it was a good time to have a little snack. Till immediately embraced this idea. Today she had specially prepared a special sandwich with a fried egg for him. The girl proudly said that it tasted simply incredible because thanks to Mr. Bell they had the best bread. The boys enthusiastically shared their impressions of how delicious it was, and then suddenly someone ran up to them whom they did not expect to see at all. A young girl addressed Mr. Vin, and the hero, captivated by her beauty, only smiled gently in response. Mrs. Panamura went to the royal capital, and Aruf decided to stay here for some more time. Espada took upon himself the care of her education. The hero curiously asked Garat what had happened to her. His voice grew warmer, the formality disappeared. After all, there was only a child nearby, and he tried to speak more gently and with simpler words. She seems so small, like a doll, and this touches the hero to the depths of his soul. In his heart, not quite love is born, but a warm and special feeling. The hero cannot resist and gently runs his hand through her silky hair. The girl blushed and looked away. In his gaze she was pure tenderness. He began to apologize and said it all happened by accident. The girl, a little confused and stammering, asked for a word, then shyly said, if it's easier for him, let him just call her Korinchik. The hero could not hold back a smile, and thought what a sweet, girlish desire to help it was. He asked if such a thing was really possible. Shilly admitted that she just wanted to make his life a little easier. Then the hero addressed her, calling her Arut, and asked if she had come to tell him something important. Stumbling over her words, she diligently tried to convey to him that important guests had arrived in this village. He noticed how uncertainly and doubtfully the girl pronounced the word village. She remembered the large crowds of people and anxiously asked what to do now, since nothing was left between the fortress walls and the village. Then she suggested discussing this situation at Mr. Van's house. Watching the girl, the hero noticed. She was increasingly getting used to his presence and could already confidently talk about various topics. Caution still remained in her gaze, but today her behavior clearly showed she was speaking specifically with him. Without pausing, the girl with a spark in her voice talked about local news and gladly shared all this with the hero. The hero said that if so, they would continue the conversation at his home, but first they needed to make sure the guests had no bad intentions. Till added that Orto and the team had set off for the forest early in the morning. The hero ordered D together with the people to return back and definitely take the observer with them. Kumsin immediately raised his hand in agreement and hurried to carry out the order. He quickly ran between the towers, calling others. His energy and zeal immediately caught the eye. Kumsin ran so fast to the other tower that even the hero was momentarily surprised by his endurance. Working every day on the construction site, the hero felt that it was also a kind of training for him. He was amazed and inspired by Kamsin's unwavering determination and persistence, which left no one indifferent. Kempstein himself mustered his courage and accepted the challenge of the harsh trials D and was able to successfully pass them. In swordsmanship, Kamsin does not even notice how he is already one step ahead of the main character. Abu and Ro were exhausted because constant lack of sleep, impatience, and rivalry drained all their strength. The hero noticed that he lacked the endurance they had. One of the Kornev admitted that Mr. Kempson is truly unique. Even in this world, children recognize as a leader the one who runs the fastest and has considerable physical strength. A large crowd of excited people filled the area around the hero. The calm butler noted that these people had probably come from nearby villages, and their representative was already waiting by the entrance. The hero nodded to invite the delegation to enter. A gray-haired old man slowly entered the room. He apologized somewhat awkwardly and asked if this house was the main one in the village. The hero, without hesitation, repeated his question. The old woman said that everyone was sure they had already reached the village of Sit, but suddenly, in front of them appeared not a village at all, but some incredible city stretching all the way to the horizon. The hero asked Spadu if he knew anything about the settlement of Seattle. The butler replied that, according to the elder's words, people called Sit once lived in this place. Therefore, in memory of their presence, some named this settlement Seattle. The young hero burst out in a cry of despair, unable to believe that his native village really had a name. Deep down, he felt deceived and betrayed. Little Mr. Van, who had just turned 8, suddenly realized that he had been drawn into a cunning scam. A great deception was unfolding behind his back, leaving a painful feeling of betrayal in his soul. The steward watched the events closely, for the hero still did not know that the settlement would be named after him. He was very eager to find out what would come of it, while the old man, smiling slightly, said that everything was correct. Before them was exactly the village of Seattle. The hero, overwhelmed with impatience, turns to the old man. Why did they end up right here, in this village? The old man looks around confusedly. Everything has changed so much that it is hard to recognize familiar places. Once back in childhood, he had been here before, but now the village looks completely different. The hero cannot stand it and asks the old man again, wanting to hear an answer. But suddenly he remembers the old man's words and falls silent, restraining his excitement. The old man told that when strangers from the neighboring village appeared in their village, young people began to disappear. Taxes were collected very harshly from everyone, and it was impossible to resist this alone, so they gathered together to decide whether they could accept new people. The hero asked if it was generally about resettlement. He added that on such a path one can often encounter various difficulties. He was also surprised that young people were hardly seen here. The hero cautiously suggested, maybe the youth left for the city to earn money and stayed there. To this, the old man replied that they were driven out of the village not by their own will. Grandfather said that young boys are taken to serve in the army, and everyone else is prepared in case of war. The hero could not contain his curiosity and asked about the army again. One of the peasants confirmed this and said, when people left the village, they had nothing to pay taxes with. The count ignored the destitute people living on the edge of his lands. The hero immediately understood that these peasants came from a settlement governed by Count Ferdinand. In memory, Sturka's words surfaced. He assured that the place was very close, but the path turned out to be much longer than they had hoped. The old man calculated, even an adult would need at least 2 weeks to get there on foot. They did not dare to hide in the nearest town. Staying under the count's rule meant inviting trouble. After long hesitation, they decided it was better to move on to the Marquis's lands than to remain within the count's domains. If there are doubts about the count's mood, it is better to wait a little and not accept the peasants immediately. Otherwise, one might inadvertently create the impression that the hero is taking people from him and making others think that the count is not coping with his duties. Such a situation would be uncomfortable for everyone. At the same time, this does not diminish the courage of the peasants who dared to ask for help themselves, risking their own lives. The hero did not want to further escalate the hostility between the Marquis and the count, but he also could not refuse those who sincerely needed his help. The hero asked the old man if all the people from their village had already arrived here for resettlement. The grandfather looked into his eyes anxiously and asked again if the hero was ready to accept them. The hero replied that there really are no taxes here, but he promises to take care of food and housing for everyone, and together they will work for the village's well-being. The man asked in surprise if this was not paradise on earth. Then the hero inquired how many people live in the village. The old man proudly said that today 13 more people have joined them, and in total, more than 300 people live here. The hero asked if each family would receive their own house, but immediately warned not to expect too much. The old man smiled and replied that he had never even dreamed of anything more. The old man anxiously asked the hero if he was doing too much good for them, and at the same time remembered his little granddaughter. She is only 3 for now, but when she grows up, she will definitely become a real beauty. Maybe she would serve the hero better. But the hero only smiled in response and confidently said, "Do not give your grandchildren into strange hands." The hero was amazed because the local residents behaved very strangely. They seemed to present a person as a gift for the new year. Although he knew from ancient times about peoples who gave women and children into service, it still did not give him peace. His personal experience caused him unrest and anxiety. The hero understood, even in our days in Japan, strange or incredible events can occur that most people do not want to know about. In this world, the hero was surprised by how indifferent people were to human life, but he did not hesitate. Turning to the old man, he promised to immediately organize carts with horses for them, and despite there being only 1 wagon left, the hero asked if 2 transports would be enough, to which the old man sincerely thanked him for such generosity, and added that on the return trip, they would use their cows to avoid overloading the horses and bring them back unharmed. Hearing this news, the hero sincerely rejoiced and asked if they had dairy cows. Starkey replied that the village indeed kept cows because the count's lands were famous for excellent pastures. Every year 5 to 6 calves are born, and within a year they grow into adults. Although every year some livestock are sacrificed, the herd always has more than 10 animals. A thought flashed through the hero's mind. Moving to this place gives a chance to raise large herds of cattle. But for this, he needs the help of Mr. Orto and his friends. He can't manage alone. He turned to the old man with sympathy, reminding him that after the exhausting journey everyone was already very tired. So today it is worth resting calmly, without rushing. Although the main yard was built for soldiers, there is enough space here for everyone, and besides, everyone will be generously fed. The old man admitted that he was not actually the leader of the village, and this greatly surprised the main character. Soon everyone was even more surprised. It turned out that they were destined to live right here, in luxurious apartments even better than the house of the village head himself. The little boy standing nearby tried to convince him. He said, "Don't make things up. Everyone knows that the owner can easily move from one house to another." In response, an ironic thought flashed inside somewhere. This is not about the owner's return at all, once the furniture was much better. The heroes suggested organizing a celebration for everyone when more of the village residents arrive. The villagers were surprised and began to inquire about what exactly was planned. Smiling, the hero told them about the new, spacious bathhouse recently built and invited everyone to go there together. The hero asked Till and Kemson to gather all the villagers, also to take care of refreshments for the guests and show them what and where things are located. The young men gladly agreed to fulfill this request. Gertrude quietly approached Van and asked what the fate of these people would be. Suddenly, a clear thought flashed in Van's mind. Before him was not an ordinary girl, but the daughter of Count Ferdinand himself. The hero felt no hostility. On the contrary, his behavior evoked sympathy. Calmly and openly, with a slight smile, he explained that their home in the neighboring village had become dangerous. Therefore, they had to flee here, hoping to find refuge. The most important thing for him was to protect his family, give them shelter and at least some food. The roots assured her that everything they were doing now was for the good. She sincerely believed that a happy life awaited them here. He claimed that they had simply come from a neighboring place, and she did not even think about who really owned this land. Since she appeared here, almost 2 months had passed. Van often thought about this, and today could not get these thoughts out of his head. He looked carefully into her eyes, wanting to find out without words how she felt and whether she wanted to stay here longer. The girl spoke uncertainly and, hesitating a little, admitted that she herself believed this would be better for everyone. The young man noticed that they were still very young, so it was too early to talk about marriage. A sincere smile appeared on his face when he asked what she would like to do. He looked as if he wanted to hint, "Now is the time to think seriously." Her voice repeated his question once again, "What does she really desire?" The girl, slightly embarrassed, confessed that she dreamed of becoming Mrs. Van's wife. She was nervous and, stammering, tried to share her feelings. The unexpected proposal made her cheeks flush with a bright blush. Van shows what a true gentleman should be like. He always acts tactfully, so no girl feels awkward in his presence. Her cheeks instantly blushed with a hot flush, so the girl quickly covered her face with her palms, even shielding her eyes. Hearing the boy's suggestion to pretend nothing happened, she silently nodded. He immediately understood everything without words. Suddenly the girl addressed Mr. Van, noticing that he was walking in a special way. He only smiled in response and casually joked that she just imagined it. At that moment, he felt the relationship between them changing, and it brought him true joy. People gathered around the tables, discussing something among themselves. Someone said that Mr. Van was called because the experienced host had to learn about the guest's return. A young boy happily greeted Orto, sincerely rejoicing at his arrival. Looking around at all the wounded nearby, he asked what happened and why everyone ended up in this bloody chaos. He assured that there was no reason to worry, it was only monster blood. Before leaving, he apologized. The hero did not understand why Ortos was apologizing. Then Ortos explained. They accidentally found the entrance to the dungeon. The hero was surprised when he heard about the dungeon. Silence fell, and only after some time did he fully realize the significance of this news. Suddenly the hero realized this was exactly what he was trying to avoid. For some reason, yellow birds, happy rich merchants, and funny little monsters constantly gathered around him. All of them unconditionally adored him. But as soon as Espada appeared, he immediately called the dignified gentleman, who trembled with fear. The man insisted, as soon as they found the dungeon, they must immediately report it and send a messenger to the capital. But the hero warned, if they delay, Tato will not hesitate and will decide everything himself. Espada immediately decided it was necessary to report everything to the capital right away and not tell unnecessary people. The main hero dreamed first of gaining a title and receiving the village land, and only then revealing the dungeon's secret to everyone. But now events did not go according to his plan, and circumstances demanded acting differently. They plan to open a branch of the Adventurers Guild here, so there will definitely be a weapons shop and a cozy tavern. The town cannot do without colorful residents, so over time they will open an entertainment venue and even a gambling house. To ensure everyone feels safe, a night patrol will operate. Newcomers will be provided with housing, and special places will be arranged for the village livestock. When the hero was called, he calmly replied that the search had already been successfully completed, so any wish would be granted, even a horse could be given as a gift. But then someone made a request. A report needed to be made in the capital Kasara. The hero could not hide his surprise and asked if Van really wanted to send him there alone. The hero asks if the guard was able to find the same dungeon. Caesar, worried and clutching his chest, wonders how the hero found out about it. Ordo did not argue, as Kasara could indeed complete this task, but he wanted them to set out together. The hero added that the main difficulty was escorting the residents of the neighboring village, and regarding payment, Ordo suggested that the job would take about 2 weeks and proposed discussing a reward equivalent to a large gold coin. Ordo, without hesitating for a second, anxiously warned Kesara to be careful on the way to the capital. In despair, he exclaimed that no one in the city could be found with a clear conscience. The herd hero, feeling sympathy for Kesara, handed him a mithril sword and asked if such a reward suited him. Around there was noise and discontent. Some demanded that he give up his place, others insisted that he himself should change, and some even dreamed of being in his place in the very capital. People were becoming increasingly angry. Everything seemed unfair to them. While the tension in the crowd was growing, Kasara cheerfully shouted, rejoicing in the trust of his mentor, and with a smile on his face waved goodbye to his friends. The Ordo squad went to meet with the local villagers, while Kasara meanwhile set off for the capital, taking with her the report on the dungeon. Kusara joyfully waved the sword, quietly humming to himself, and with a smile said that good deeds always come back 100-fold. He looked carefully at the dagger and thought that its young owner truly had talent. This weapon turned out to be very light and convenient. After some time, the boy stopped the horse, giving everyone a little rest. After a short break, they moved on. The road passed quickly, and Kesara, captivated by her new weapon, did not even notice how the journey to the capital went by. Only a few kilometers remained to the city, and very soon its outlines could be seen in the distance. Kasara noticed how the priceless crew lay overturned on its side in the middle of the field. Near the carriage, a group of orcs huddled together, greedily tearing the dead horse into pieces, completely absorbed in the bloody feast. Kasara often secretly watches them, remaining unnoticed. It seemed they had a furious appetite. No orc can resist their main instincts. First hunger overcomes them, then fatigue sets in, next thirst awakens, and finally an insatiable thirst for blood takes hold of them all. It's very simple. This orc is either excited or cannot restrain the desire to destroy the one sitting in the carriage. The boy looked boldly, twirling the dagger in his hand, and with a smile said that under other circumstances you could have become a worthy enemy to him. The young man took the dagger in his hands, and a barely noticeable smile flickered on his lips. He said that now this fight would probably be too easy and even boring for him. The orcs greedily gnaw on pieces of horse meat, as if forgetting about Xar, who stands nearby. They cast predatory glances at each other, competing in a cruel feast. The boys bravely rushed into battle and began chopping the monsters to pieces. The fierce monsters roared as the boy decisively charged forward. They had been warned it was best not to move, but they did not listen and still decided to attack. They were constantly criticized. As a team, they completely failed. The last enemy fell dead, and the victor sighed with relief, raising the blade to eye level. It was not just a weapon, but a true work of art, a mithril dagger forged by Mr. Van himself. His craftsmanship is visible in every detail of this dagger, as this weapon impressed both in quality and beauty. It was enough to look at it, and one could not help but admire it. Suddenly a girl fell out of the carriage. Kaiwit helped her to stand, and she sincerely thanked him for the rescue, emotionally calling the young man her savior. After that, the girl introduced herself. Her name was Framley Estratos. Imagining before her a true noble lord, she still cautiously asked if he would like to say his name. His name was pronounced Zaro, but the boy immediately noticed that he was not an ordinary adventurer. The girl only slyly smiled, as it was hard not to notice his magnificent sword and understand that someone noble stood before her. She suggested that Zaro was carrying out a very important mission and therefore had to hide his true origin. The girl assured there was no need to fear her, as she would take this secret to the grave. Meanwhile, the boy tried to explain to her how things really were. The girl smiled quietly and admitted that she already understood everything. She politely asked for permission and firmly informed that she would go to the capital on foot. Although she could not repay anything now, she promised that she would definitely return this debt in the future. The young man asked the girl to wait a little because he was just about to go to the capital and offered her to go with him on horseback, but the girl politely refused, not wanting to bother the traveler with extra requests. However, the boy insisted, carefully helped her get into the saddle. Smiling, he jokingly said that for the horse it was true happiness, instead of a heavy master, to carry such a charming lady. The girl smiles and says that no one has called her little lady for a long time, and then jokingly adds, by the way, she is already 30 years old. The confident laughter of the boy echoed in the air. He called the stranger a joker because she really looked much younger than her 20 years. Rejoicing at such a compliment, the girl thanked him with a nod and then addressed Lady Framily, asking where she should go next. The girl lowered her eyes in confusion and honestly admitted that she did not know the way at all. Her coachman, who was familiar with the city, suddenly ran away. Then the boy asked why she was going to the capital at all. Familia told about her difficult past. Her father, a baron, died during the war, and instead of their native home, they had to leave everything when another noble lord took it. Having lost everything, the girl was left with nothing and decided to go to the capital to find a job and somehow start a new life. The girl sighed sadly and sincerely admitted that she did not want to reveal this secret to him at all. Then she timidly asked if there was anything shameful in it. The young man asked what she meant when she talked about searching for her path. He also added that there was nothing shameful in it. After all, he too sometimes hesitated in his decisions. The man smiled and said that he now lived in a village right on the border. He offered her to go there with him if she wanted. He also promised that there would be work for her there. The girl smiled happily and agreed, listening to his words. He promised that he would protect her under any circumstances, and she would never regret her decision. She smiled kindly and gladly agreed to go with him, but fate was merciless. Soon the life of the brave traveler was tragically cut short. Meanwhile, a commotion arose around. Someone discovered a mysterious dungeon right on the border of the Marquis Theos's possessions. The man said that they were found not on the border, but right near the village. In this village, people once together with a squad of strangers defeated the forest dragon. The news about the local ruler, Fersio, who recently became a baron, quickly spread among the inhabitants. The guild announced that it is opening its branch there, and for some time will be buying all acquired resources, offering a 20% higher price. The man announced that anyone who dares to explore the dungeon and brings his plan will receive a unique reward. This news immediately lifted everyone's spirits. Adventurers gathered around Zare and Framilia and began bombarding them with questions. Everyone wanted to know if it was really they who defeated the dragon and who exactly dealt the decisive blow. Someone in the crowd asked if it was true that Baron Wung himself destroyed the monster, and they were also curious about how long the journey from the village to the dungeon actually takes. Kaisri's voice sounded harsh. He had no time to explain everything in detail. He had already finished his business and was about to return home. The crowd tried to stop him, reminding him that he was the first to decide to go there. The adventurers ran after him, loudly assuring that they would not leave everything as it was and would pursue him. Kasara just shrugged indifferently and said that he was not thinking about returning home for now. First, he planned to spend the night at the hotel, so watching him was completely pointless. The travelers set off for the market with the intention to buy something and were in no hurry to leave the capital. They waited until a cart with horses and enough provisions was prepared for them. But even then, a whole crowd of curious people joined them, continuing to follow them. The girl apologized to him because he was the one who paid for her hotel and food, and the debt to him seemed too large. The boy just waved his hand, as if to say it didn't matter, since he was to blame for all her problems, so she definitely shouldn't worry. Then she unexpectedly admitted, for the first time in many years, her smile was sincere, and it was all thanks to Kesari. A satisfied smile appeared on his face when he praised the young master, noting that he was not an ordinary child. Looking at the girl, he promised to always support her and assured that the village would pleasantly surprise her more than once. He also added that her smile would become even more beautiful. The girl gladly accepted this offer and confessed that she was looking forward to the meeting. The carts moved slowly forward, and the exhausted people walked alongside. Ordo asked the man if Kesari would be able to reach the capital without obstacles. The man said that the boy already has a mithril dagger and will most likely come soon to test it in action. The girl noticed that little time was left, but it was better to complete the task to the end. Last time when they were talking about everyday things, a dragon suddenly attacked them, fiery rushing into the fight. Lately, Pluriel has been behaving much more strictly than before. Ordo was amazed not only by how many people fled from the neighboring village, but also that even the oldest residents dared to move. In these places, old people usually lived out their years, almost unaware of what was happening beyond their small homeland. No matter the situation, the residents stubbornly stay in their homes until the very end, even if it means the village disappears due to hunger. Ordo has seen this more than once. Leaving a place that has become your whole world is incredibly painful. Ordo himself admitted that these people probably went through very hard times. Seeing the woman who was barely standing on her feet, Ordo was genuinely surprised by her persistence. She did not take a place in the cart, giving it to the older people. Ordo asked how she was feeling and reminded her that there was almost no time left. The woman barely smiled in response and said there was no need to worry about her. She honestly admitted that her heart could not come to terms with either life far from home or the even deeper loneliness in a foreign land. Ordo agreed, saying that she was right, since their village is even farther from the capital. At the same time, he noted that this border area truly resembles paradise. Here people can live comfortably, even better than in a big city. The girl confessed in surprise that she did not understand at all what it was about, but Ordo was no longer listening to her. He joyfully shouted that the village was finally visible ahead. He pointed at the fence, hinting for everyone to look more carefully. There was very little left to the fence. They were almost there. In the village of Sidit, guests were immediately treated to delicious snacks and aromatic drinks, so everyone felt warmth and hospitality from the very beginning. The hero noticed that the road had greatly tired everyone, so he suggested warming up by the fire, enjoying some barbecue, and then going to rest at their homes. He solemnly announced, "The festive dinner in honor of the arrival is about to begin." The man bowed low, sincerely thanking Van for his hospitality. Then he introduced himself as Fabi, the village elder, and did so with a certain solemnity. In response, the hero smiled warmly, said he was glad to meet him, gave his name, and expressed hope for good relations between them. The hero praised Ordos, saying he was a real man, as thanks to his bravery many managed to survive. Ordos just shrugged indifferently. He was simply doing his job as befits a true adventurer, and besides, the reward seemed far too generous to him. At that moment, Plurio turned to Mr. Van and asked if he had prepared a new magical beast. The hero told how yesterday they were suddenly attacked by a pack of 10 giant three-dot boars. They appeared unexpectedly right by the lake, and it truly scared him. Ordo explained that these animals have special magic. If you get too close, a terrible fear paralyzes you, and you can no longer control your body. The hero had no idea about such danger. The hero noted with relief that only 10 shots from the ballista were enough for victory. The friends greeted this with joyful laughter, and Orphos sincerely admitted that lately he had taken the threat from monsters too lightly. Suddenly, a confused child approached them and, shyly stammering, asked for something to eat. The hero confidently said that everything is possible and entrusted till to feed everyone with soup and sliced meat. Till silently nodded, promised to do everything properly, and invited the children to come closer. The girl called everyone to the table and advised not to rush, as there was plenty of time. Various treats shone on the table, and the children could not contain their amazement. They had never seen such generous food. The hero smiled and promised that they would eat like this every day, at least for a week. The little ones eagerly asked if it was really possible to eat everything to the last crumb. The hero encouraged everyone not to hesitate. There was plenty of delicious food for everyone. Only after his words did people finally cautiously reach out to the treats and begin slowly tasting the food. Adults and children could not hold back tears when sharing their impressions of the incredible taste of this dish. Others also began to respond favorably. Many of those present supported this opinion. Plural Orda, together with the villagers, sincerely smiled, attentively watching the newcomers. On the other side, a desperate cry was heard. Everyone was calling to pull the rope towards themselves. The population of the settlement Seattle was rapidly growing, and it was clear that this flow of people would only gain strength. 1 kilometer from the village, with the support of local strongmen, the construction of a new city for adventurers began. When they turned onto a narrow road to the right, Espada told about it, and the hero immediately ordered everyone to go in the same direction. Experienced elders from the neighboring village quickly and skillfully tended to the cows on the farm. Generous Abgalu supplied them with water and fresh juicy grass, making it easier to care for the livestock. Trust and genuine understanding soon developed between Abgalu and the elders. Children from the neighboring village watched with curiosity as new buildings appeared. They were impressed by the large protective wall, and together with the children from Seattle, they set out to explore every corner of the new settlement. The hero smiled happily, glancing at the crowd. A rare joy flared in his heart. He had almost finished reciting the spell when suddenly he heard someone's voice. He approached him and asked if he needed more firewood. The hero sighed heavily and honestly said that 100 logs would be very useful to him right now. De undoubtedly promised that he could count on him and declared that he would bring all 100 logs today. Dee shouted loudly, breaking the silence, and ordered everyone to quickly get into the carts and immediately go to the forest. People immediately picked up his words and without hesitation supported this idea. The hero was amazed. Could he really unite people so quickly in the middle of the night? Silence fell in the room when the conversation touched on the issue of admitting new members to the order. One of the boys directly raised his hand and admitted that he had already received an invitation from Mr. Espada. Now, it seemed, it was time to negotiate and resolve the issue of joining their team. Dee could not hide his surprise and unexpectedly exclaimed. In response, Espada addressed the other boys to hear their opinion as well. Dee shouted loudly as if emphasizing his main life truth. The hero sighed thoughtfully and reproached himself a little. He should have guessed earlier that he was late. The boys waved their hands friendly, showing that they now had free time. The hero was filled with joy, and he said with enthusiasm how wonderful it was. Without much thought, the hero decided to transfer leadership of the order to Dai and appointed Abu and Ro as deputies. According to the plan, the squad was to consist of about 20 people. However, this size seemed too small to the hero. He could not contain his indignation and stated that this was not enough. After all, a new city was growing in this place right now, so it was time to create a special unit specifically for this settlement. Perhaps even Espada would be shocked by such a turn of events. Kesman, loudly calling the hero, ran up to him. He excitedly told that a medium-sized cart with one horse appeared on the roadside, and Mr. Kasara was there. He had finally returned. The distance was quite large, and several more carts were already moving behind. Hearing the news, the hero thanked Kesman and noted that little could be seen from afar. Till replied that everything was fine. In the darkness nothing was visible, as if they had taken root in the very night. The young man briefly thanked and grumbled with light irony about their kindness. Finally, the hero looked at the boy who was walking next to the girl. What he saw impressed him so much that he could not hold back and exclaimed in surprise, as he could not believe his own eyes. Till suggested that perhaps this boy had saved the girl from danger in the capital and had already fallen head over heels in love with her. In her imagination, this story unfolded like an exciting novel about brave people. However, the hero himself hesitated. All this seemed too beautiful a fairy tale to be true. Kesman was convinced that Mr. Kasara was a special person. He moved so fast that he seemed almost elusive, noticed even the slightest shadow of a stranger, and reacted to traps instantly and flawlessly. His swordsmanship was impressive. Every move was precise and confident, like a true master. Moreover, he skillfully threw stones and knives, which only emphasized his versatile skill. The hero was sincerely impressed by Kasara's dexterity and agility. At that time, a brief dispute broke out among the people. Someone sincerely praised Kasara, while someone openly criticized him. Suddenly, Kasara came closer and sternly addressed Mr. Van, ordering him not to discuss him so loudly. The hero looked around, greeted Kasara, and calmly asked who was next to him. A strange case brought them together, and Kasara shared that she was left completely homeless. Without hesitation, he led her to this shelter. He carefully asked if there would be any problems if one more person appeared here. The hero assured that about 300 people currently lived in the shelter, so one more guest would not be a burden. Hearing this, Kasara clarified, was it about those who recently arrived from the neighboring village? After all, the number of residents had really increased significantly in a short time. Till with a friendly smile approaches the newcomer, calmly and amicably greets her. After that, he lightly gestures towards the lord and says, "Allow me to introduce you, this is Wayne Fersio." The girl introduced herself as Familia Stratos. She told that near the capital she was attacked by orcs, but Lord Kasara saved her and accompanied her to this place. The hero asked if everything was exactly as she said. The boy felt insecure and did not even manage to do anything bad. He was far from as brave as he dreamed of appearing. However, the girl saw it quite differently. She confidently said that to her he was more handsome than any fairy tale hero, even if he himself thought otherwise. The girls sincerely admired her words, but the hero, doubtingly asking if it was true, reminded everyone of reality again. Without losing vigilance, the hero asked who those people were that were following the boy in the large crowd. Looking at these adventurers, the hero realized that the disaster had already begun. Kasara awkwardly apologized and explained that he had just informed the guild about the dungeon when a whole crowd of greedy treasure seekers immediately ran here, dreaming of grabbing a piece of the loot. Scaring a local resident would be a bad idea, so he suggested stopping for the night outside the village. However, such options were rejected for the future. Now the travelers themselves must become the main guests of these places. Good reviews about this village should spread further. This decision pleased all the adventurers. The hero noticed that the young man was very tired, so he suggested returning to the village together with everyone. They just had to endure a little longer. Soon the place for the night would be ready, and he promised to build a small fortress around it. Hara agreed and asked where the leader had disappeared. Van said that Uoto and his friends were now inspecting the area near the dungeon. Unfortunately, this area turned out to be abandoned and completely unsuitable for building fortifications. Kasara, smiling, noted that now it was his time to act. Sarah assured everyone that she would rest today and tomorrow become an example for them. She calmly said goodbye. Together with the girl, they bowed low in farewell. The hero immediately noticed true aristocratic features in Sarah's companion. Erwid explained that it was about the daughter of Baron Trados. The hero, not dismissing doubts, asked if she personally knew this girl. Erwid replied that she only knew what she had heard from a servant. The death of the Baron, the family's collapse, and the ruined estate. Till sadly noted that this was a real tragedy, as the girl was almost her age but had already endured so many trials. One of the roots firmly objected, claiming that Familia was actually about 30. After these words, complete silence fell in the room. Everyone present was stunned, not believing what they heard, and asked again, shocked by the unexpected truth. Kamson said with a slight smile that the world is full of wonders. The hero only noted mentally that she looked like a teenager, but preferred not to ask unnecessary questions. He understood that it was better to remain silent about the girl's age. When all important matters were resolved, the hero suggested returning to the restoration of the city. Since the shops were not yet open, he advised building a temporary protective wall to ensure the safety of the townspeople. The hero proposed to erect a wall that could at least delay an average magical creature. This would give people the opportunity to escape to the village in case of danger. It was then that a shout came from behind. Some man was calling someone, and the boys turned toward the sound. The men stood in a circle and asked if it was really possible to play here. The villagers explained. Their village was very close, but the streets were restless, so they needed to be careful. They also mentioned the girl, so beautiful that she would not go unnoticed. People always pay attention to those like her. She had to remember this rule. He added that even strangers could not take their eyes off her, so it was better for her to return home already. In his imagination, these rough and bold strangers seemed like those who appear in the world after some catastrophe. The hero asked his friends if they also felt that these men were worried about them, or if it was just his personal feeling. Kamson agreed he had the same impression. Until added that although the situation was indeed strange, the strangers looked friendly. Suddenly fear appeared on their faces. One man stepped out of the crowd and asked the others not to scare the children. Turning back to the boys, he apologized and said that the warriors of the White Oath really looked scary, but they moved very swiftly. The hero pondered the man's words about the guild's name, then carefully listened to his next question, what exactly the children were doing in this place, since an encounter with magical beasts could be deadly dangerous. Thanking the man for his concern, the hero assured him that as soon as they found something, they would immediately return to the village, so there was no reason to worry. The man asked if this was really the same border settlement that was talked about in the guild. According to rumors, a young but already experienced baron ruled here. He had enough money and reliable people, so this place had become an important fortress for the entire marquisate. Thoughts swirled in the hero's mind. Who was this baron, and was there really a young and agile aristocrat among the marquis's acquaintances? The stranger with a warm smile leaned closer and asked what he was playing. The hero answered a little awkwardly that he was waiting for timber. The stranger immediately repeated the mysterious name, asking in surprise what it meant. Van turned to the cubes, looked at them thoughtfully, and noted that only these remained. Their appearance did not inspire his trust, but he did not want to be upset. Without hesitation, Van began to cast a spell. In front of the surprised adventurers, the hero released a strong stream of magic, but this hardly surprised any of them. Van noted that this is only a temporary solution, but for now, it is more than enough. The travelers stood confused and whispered to each other, trying to understand what they saw before them. The hero, with a tired sigh, said that even if someone deciphered the essence of this thing, it would be hard to believe it. However, he added that behind its fragile appearance hides true strength, and in a week it will become a strong wall to rely on. The adventurers suddenly made a noise, insisting that this was not what they were talking about at all. Their surprise was genuine. Some incomprehensible magic unfolded before them, which no one understood. Confused, they called Mr. Van so that he could also witness this amazing event. Among the logs left on the ground, a voice suddenly sounded. The boy had already dragged 30 trunks. As soon as someone pronounced the hero's name, a real murmur of amazement began among the adventurers. Could this young boy really be Van Fertio? Sword D sliced through the air with a whistle, and he, filled with rage, asked through clenched teeth, "Who among you dared to make me take a step forward?" At first, the man introduced himself as a nobleman from the house of Marquis Furdo, but almost immediately corrected himself and admitted that he was the leader of the knightly order of the Seishan Death Guards. He was filled with a desire to find and punish the culprit. The hero immediately noticed how irritated, even furious, this man was. Such rage was truly frightening. The adventure was just beginning when one of the guys from the company stretched his shoulders and mockingly addressed D, calling him old. Boldly smiling, he challenged, "Does this old man really think he can handle them? If he is not afraid, let him prove it." D made one strong swing of the sword and cut the enemy's weapon in half. The legend of Dai, the mighty knight and famous dragon slayer, quickly spread among the new adventurers. Everyone was impressed, and no one dared to move from their place. Now everyone who came to this village spoke only about the brave hero. Among all, the youngest member of the baseball team stands out especially. Dai's grim warning that anyone who shows cruelty will surely be held accountable made the men start to stammer nervously. They swore in calm voices not to cross the line again because the very sight of the exhausted but vengeful Dai scared them too much. The hero glanced around and realized, peace and order here are not threatened, so why not agree, especially considering Dai and his reputation. Unlike the others, the hero immediately became the center of attention. Everyone noticed him because he proved that even at such an age one can influence their fate. One of the men asked how he ended up in these remote places. The hero replied that he was expelled from his native home. Sympathy flashed in the eyes of those present. Wang noted that even among the nobility, there are those who are not strangers to the feeling of sadness. The soldiers looked at each other in confusion, not expecting to hear such wise words from the boy. No one could have thought that he was knowledgeable in such matters, but he reminded them, before them was a true lord. Panic appeared in Orto's eyes. He could not understand where so many enemies had come from. Meanwhile, the main hero noticed Orto among the people and asked him how they managed to return so quickly. Ortos explained that they had been completely occupied with exploring the dungeon recently, so they had only just returned. He was sure that due to the large number of adventurers around Zara, she had long ago reported all the important information. Van confirmed this and casually mentioned that a beautiful girl had returned with him. This news surprised everyone greatly. Uriel asked again about the girl, but he was immediately told that it was just a fabrication. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the door. It was KSRA, who had finally waited for them and said that they had been delayed so long that he was about to go check where they were. The researcher was supposed to arrive the next day, so the guild received permission to head to the dungeon tomorrow. When the call from Familia rang, Mr. Kesar immediately remembered her. Stratos introduced the boys to Mrs. Familia, explaining that she had accompanied him from the capital to the village. The girl was glad to meet his adventurer friends. Stratos explained that he wanted to help them, but since everyone had already returned, he would not join today. He waved his hand in farewell and said he would stay at the hotel until tomorrow and then decide whether to return. Everyone looked at him with interest, then began asking Van, "Isn't this strange, and how should this be understood?" Van noticed that it was Zara who bravely saved the girl during the orc attack, so now his role as a hero was to support her. The boys were impressed by this turn of events. However, arguing with the fact made no sense. They had no choice but to accept the new situation. Van also suggested, if a separate house was built for the two of them, it would be best to place it next to their home. The news that they would have to live together surprised them greatly. Arguments and accusations began. Why didn't they go straight to the capital, but chose Kesar instead? After these disputes, the hero decided to leave them. When Van approached the girl, he immediately asked what was happening with the dungeon. Relief was heard in her voice when she said that there were almost no magical creatures left nearby. The entrance to the labyrinth was in a very dangerous place, right next to a steep cliff. Van asked how deep this abyss was. The girl admitted that to her, it seemed very deep. According to her, the entrance itself was very similar to a cave. Two people could easily pass side by side without touching each other. They decided to go further to understand whether it was just a natural cave or a real dungeon. Ahead, stone stairs were visible, the first level, columns right near the entrance, and magical crystals mysteriously flickered on the walls and ceiling. There was no doubt, this was indeed a real dungeon. The hero asked how much farther it was to the village. The girl replied that it would take an hour by cart, and then, when entering the forest, another 2 to 3 hours of travel would be added. Hearing about such a long distance, the hero exclaimed discontentedly that it was too far and that it did not suit him at all. To this, Pluriel only shrugged indifferently. In all dungeons it was like this. Since there were many dangerous creatures around, new settlements had to be placed away from the wild nature. For the first time they thought, building a settlement in such a dangerous place was almost madness. But over time, the idea of settling near the dungeon no longer seemed so absurd. On the contrary, they began to like it. She said that near the dungeons you can almost always encounter not only giant magical creatures, but these places themselves become very harsh and dangerous. Because of this, even building a small safe fort was extremely difficult, not to mention creating an entire settlement, but now everything has changed. The boy could not understand what was being talked about and what exactly she meant. At that moment the girl added, Mr. Van can build a real impregnable fortress. In his thoughts, the hero only begged her to be quiet already. But inside, one thought still quietly flickered. He would never dare to utter a single word aloud. Afterwards, he vainly tried to justify himself, saying that danger lurks everywhere in the forest, and without his ballistae he is completely defenseless. Pluriel assured everyone that nothing threatened them, and there was no need to worry about safety. They had descended into the dungeon many times and learned to overcome any difficulties. The heroes suddenly felt a surge of confidence. All doubts seemed to disappear immediately, and yet the thought of escape did not please them. More than anything, they just wanted to hide at home, but this road seemed too dangerous and frightening. Therefore, no one wanted to go there. The hero noticed that not only would he be accompanied to the entrance of the dungeon, but they would also arrange a daytime rest with sweets. For the journey, among the servants, they chose Till, Kamzin, and Art, while Dai and Espada stayed behind to handle city affairs and would not go on the expedition. Van especially emphasized that there must be enough guards, as security is the top priority. He was convinced he would be refused and imagined the impression his performance, which enchanted the whole forest, made on the girl. If he had not been 8 years old, he probably would have been immediately scolded, and his eyes would have popped out in surprise, but unexpectedly he heard her agreement. She said with a smile that in such a case, one can start preparing and set off on the journey already tomorrow. The hero was stunned. Plurio turned to Orda and informed her that they would start building the fortress the very next day. Mr. Van would go with them, so everything necessary needed to be prepared as quickly as possible. The friends were just as stunned by the surprise as the main character himself. When the frivolous lord reached the outskirts, he was greeted with jokes and merriment. It had already been 3.5 hours since their company left the village. Our hero did not understand why to hide underground. He was sure that life would not put him in such a necessity. But around him, other people silently and stubbornly carried their experiences, gradually disappearing under the weight of invisible losses. It never even occurred to take him along to build the new fortification. The hero looked around and said with delight that it was an exceptionally beautiful scene. The sprawling root agreed that fresh and clean air pleases the soul, but the constant slight trembling does not allow complete peace. A supposition arose that so many eager to become guards, as many as 50 people, appeared precisely because of the dungeon. Their homemade palanquin was surprisingly light, so the group members easily carried it alternately without feeling tired. Inside, everyone was thrown up and down and rocked from side to side. Only the hero seemed to be somewhere far away with his thoughts, confused and distracted, as if the waves themselves repeatedly lifted and threw him back. As soon as the horses entered the dense forest, the surrounding landscape with steep gorges and cliffs suddenly changed. Before them appeared a huge troll, whose appearance instantly ignited in the adventurer a desire to engage in battle. His hand reached for the weapon by itself, preparing for the fight. Loud and annoyingly cheerful voices of men sounded around, and amid all this chaos, a terrifying scene of mutilated bodies of beautiful creatures appeared before the eyes. The hero admitted with surprise that even in his boldest imaginations, he could not have predicted such events. Till tried to smile, although it was difficult for her, and Kamson nearby nervously trembled with excitement. When the boy returned to Van, he reminded him of the promise to go together to some cave. His face reflected despair, and seasickness had completely exhausted his already weak body. Till noticed that their journey started from the very first rays of the sun. This time Kaizen looked extraordinarily serious. The hero apologized to him and asked him not to look so gloomy. On the other hand, the girls were simply delighted. It seemed they were enchanted by the very atmosphere of this journey. Meanwhile, Till called Mrs. Harrow and enthusiastically described the steep cliff here. She agreed with the route, saying that this place is truly majestic and deep, and the distant mountains here enchant with their beauty. Till laughed and joked that this impresses even more than the clouds. Tile suddenly raised her finger up and exclaimed excitedly that a magical beast was flying above them. Her words completely confused Ruta, and a sincere fright appeared in the hero's eyes for a moment. The hero felt a slight doubt. It was enough to attack, and instead of guests in the palanquin, there would be only victims. In haste, he managed to make only a crossbow, which he now firmly held in his hands. Suddenly, a sharp shout came from the front. Someone screamed that they had finally arrived. Driven by curiosity, the hero looked out the window, and what he saw greatly surprised him. Seeing only 2 logs at the top of the cliff, the hero shouted loudly, demanding an urgent stop. The hero's voice rang out again, full of determination to change something right now, to become who he must be. One of the adventurers looked at him in surprise and quietly muttered that there was very little left. In his thoughts, the hero only angrily called him a fool. The hero's voice thundered over the field, calling on everyone to immediately give people freedom and let them go where there is more space. Orda, deeply moved, rushed towards them and asked on the go what had happened. Kasara hurried after her, also eager to understand the reason for all this fuss. An ironic thought flashed in his mind. Could they really be so senseless? They rushed to him along the logs, while he mentally begged these madmen to think a little about their safety. Van carefully examined the logs and was surprised. Even experienced builders would not tolerate such careless work. Fortifications were out of the question. It seemed the local adventurers completely lacked self-preservation instinct. The hero stood before the adventurers, who were full of determination, and immediately pointed out the danger of this place. Here every flaw could turn into a tragedy. He emphasized that the main thing was to be careful and able to foresee threats. With a serious look, he asked everyone if they realized the importance of his words. One of the travelers asked if such a place really existed. The hero smiled mysteriously, nodded, and pointed aside, advising to sit and think alone. The other travelers immediately grabbed the confused man and sat him down on the ground, ignoring his surprised shouts and fruitless questions. Kasara ran up to the man, and the hero calmly addressed him. "Was it you who jumped over the logs?" Hearing the question about what would happen if a log was pushed, Kasara got scared and exclaimed, "Could someone really wish him harm?" The hero explained that if the log started rolling along with the other owls and broke, even the agile Kasara could fall. He turned to those present and asked if everyone understood everything. In response, all unanimously confirmed that they did. Van pointed to the steep cliff and insisted that the logs must be securely fastened or a safer path found. He asked his companions what they thought about this. Kasara suggested laying many logs in one row. The hero approved her idea and suggested everyone sit down. Another adventurer who had already been here on this land joined Kasara. The hero calmly asked him to bring some wood. One of the boys boldly said that a strong bridge needed to be built. When he used magic, a large crossing appeared before everyone, connecting two distant hills. The hero ordered the men to cross to the other shore to make sure everyone would be safe. However, dissatisfied shouts were heard in response. They said it was impossible, it would take many days, and they had little time. Van immediately stopped the arguments, warning that if they complained anymore, he would not build the fortress at all. Realizing they had gone too far, the men apologized and quickly got to work building the bridge. Nearby flashed a thought that the position needed to be strengthened. The gaze fell on a cave hidden to the side, and immediately a guess arose. What if this is the entrance to the dungeon? Steep cliffs towered around the cave, and in front of the entrance there was only a narrow strip of land, clearly not enough for building a fortress, till slowly approached Van and asked what had happened. A man approached them and asked if it wouldn't be better to first discuss the options for the necessary equipment. The hero did not hesitate to answer, immediately asked what he was getting at, and guessed it was about some club or bar. Surprised and irritated, the hero decisively rejected this idea and seriously ordered the man to sit down. 3 adventurers looked at the land before the hero when one of them suddenly suggested going to the gambling house, but the hero immediately rejected this idea, explaining that there was neither time nor place for that here, as building the fortress was already associated with considerable difficulties and trials. Before him, the gates opened, revealing the path to the prison. The hero placed a block on the stones to be able to draw water from there. Near the entrance, among the stones, he found a convenient slope. It was here that it was decided to build the fortification right on the border. Firewood was neatly stacked together, preparing it for the construction work ahead. The guide took a few steps forward and looked up at the sky, where a magical creature was soaring high. He anxiously asked if everything was going according to plan and if anything unforeseen might happen. The hero calmly replied that there was no need to worry, and meanwhile gathered his thoughts and began to cast a spell. 4 hours had already passed, and the brave travelers were still persistently carrying building materials, not losing their enthusiasm. The construction finally ended, and everyone watched the magnificent new building with interest. The hero's friends and his subordinates were stunned. The unexpectedness of the event struck each of them. Finally, the hero allowed everyone to move forward, and the crowd of brave souls enthusiastically rushed ahead, plunging into the true whirlpool of the race. On the first floor, everyone was greeted by a spacious lounge area and large storage rooms. Such premises pleasantly surprised the guests. On the second floor, there was a dining room and 3 cozy bedrooms. One of the guests asked if it was possible to sleep right in the dining room, but he was sternly told, "There are special rooms for sleeping, so don't make up nonsense." And the third and fourth floors impressed even more, as each of them had as many as 6 bedrooms. Someone thought that for strength and balance, this structure was built in the form of a step. This place could really have been a terrace or served a similar function. People around began to exclaim excitedly, appreciating the wonderful view. It immediately became clear how everything was organized here. In the crowd, a brave man was already found who loudly declared, "This terrace is mine." The heroes were told that just below the ceiling of each floor there are 4 toilets, equipped with special tanks that collect rainwater. If this system is flushed once a week, the drainage can be used continuously, but this water is not drinkable, so caution is necessary. He emphasized this point separately. The question was asked a second time, "Is everything clear to everyone?" In response, uncertain words were heard. They seemed to agree, although in reality they understood nothing and did not listen carefully. At that time, the main character handed over command of the fortress to Orto and asked him to seriously engage in preparing all the inhabitants. Orto only smiled and, joking, assured that he perfectly understood his task. During the conversation, Legiro noticed that the dungeon gates are usually better kept closed, but he asked if it was possible to set a specific time for their opening. Vortho suggested discussing this issue with the other adventurers, as some of them set out on a raid before dawn. Earlier, he noticed that when no one is nearby, the gates must definitely be kept closed. If danger suddenly arises and an enemy appears, this barrier will at least delay the opponent for a few minutes. In the very center of the gates, plywood is fixed, and on top of it are plates made of mithril. In his opinion, such a construction turned out to be strong. The hero is convinced that this fortification will hold for at least one day, even against an attack by a forest dragon. The hero assured everyone that he had foreseen everything for safety. Bars and protective shutters are already installed on the windows, so no monster will be able to sneak inside. To make the house brighter, he added a few more windows and asked everyone not to forget to always close them tightly. While examining the building, the hero suddenly noticed that it somewhat resembled a spotted garden eel. Suddenly, the hero noticed that the time for lunch had long passed. He loudly addressed his companions and informed them that they would soon set out on the road, so he asked everyone to take care of safety. The tired traveler suddenly began to whine, saying that it was still light outside, but he absolutely needed to sleep before the long journey. At that moment, the heroes exclaimed indignantly that their vacation lasts only until sunset, so it was time to return home. Smiling, he remarked that someone would probably get angry at him over some trifle. The adventurer immediately laughed about it. Laughing boldly, they realized how funny the moment looked when the very nobles angrily called him a kid. Amid their mockery, a sly smile flashed. A plan to completely destroy this fortress was already being born in his mind. He urged everyone on, hurried them, and loudly said, "If you don't hurry, you'll miss dinner." Everyone laughed together and ran after him, loudly calling others to join faster. The hero felt that these people did not respect him at all. Joy and cheerful noise prevailed around. Everyone competed to see who would laugh more sincerely and enjoy this moment more. His luxurious palanquin was solemnly carried through the crowd. Suddenly, Campson felt unwell. Everyone heard a concerned voice from the crowd calling for Mr. Van. The researchers wondered with interest what they would find near this cliff when they finally got there, as they had been here before. However, the hero felt uneasy. His memory failed him, and this moment was completely erased from his recollections. Seeing the danger, he loudly expressed his dissatisfaction and called to make the place safer as soon as possible. Before leaving the forest, he built 2 more bridges. When the sun had just touched the horizon, the weary traveler reached the village and, despite the fatigue, confidently moved on. Right by the very entrance stood Dina Spada. His smile was so forced that the hero instantly felt a sense of unease. Usually calm and serious, the hero suddenly flinched when he was sharply called. The butler calmly said that they needed to talk and gestured with his hand to follow him. His fervent call to announce dinner hung in the air. All ignored him, not even looking his way, pretending they heard nothing. The hero called Tilly, and she immediately said she was ready to go with him to the ends of the earth. But he quickly explained that he meant something completely different. Then he turned to Campson, but he replied that he could not and looked completely confused because he did not understand what exactly his friend wanted from him. He voiced the place he was heading to, but heard only uncertain murmurs in response. Surprised, he asked, "Is that true?" And she, confused, silently agreed to follow him. Van firmly grabbed Ordo's hand and confessed that this whole story started because of his request. Ordo, hesitating and long reluctant, still approached the butler and honestly admitted the whole confusion happened because of them. At that moment, the hero barely contained his joy and was already ready to shower Ordo with compliments. When Espada gave a brief order, the traveler immediately stopped and did not utter another word. The hero could not hide his anxiety when it turned out that the chamberlain was actually plotting evil. Instead of a peaceful dinner, he received a stern reprimand that lasted until midnight. Desperately trying to justify himself, the hero explained that he wanted to do better for the whole village, but in response, he heard that it was not about that at all. On the outskirts of the capital is a city where servants live. Women who do not have abilities in the magic of the four elements take care of the house, where singing and dancing are held. Girls who resemble huntresses are not taken for this work. Staying here meant one thing: prices would fall, and attitudes would get worse and worse. On the streets, everyone was talking about the mysterious man who relentlessly hired local servants. Some locals dreamed of becoming one of the few lucky ones who would get a job and find a protector. Rumors reached one man that they all wanted to send them to a remote village where hard work awaited them in quarries and mines, with almost no chance of survival. The girl was overwhelmed by heavy thoughts that her life had no meaning and was slowly fading away. It seemed to her as if fate itself had doomed her to oblivion. The girl, thoughtfully concentrating, was looking far ahead of herself. The village of Sit is a place where brave adventurers live. Crowds of servants gathered near the entrance, patiently waiting for the arrival of guests. Strangers approached Van and asked if the caravan had really arrived, as they had heard rumors about it. Van briefly confirmed it was true and immediately walked on without stopping to talk. The boy asked if Lango had already returned. With a smile, the hero announced that he had returned not alone. A crowd of people was already following him, and in the distance, the loud clatter of horse hooves could be heard. The long-awaited meeting of the brothers after many years of separation could have been warm and touching, full of joy and hugs, but instead, one of the boys only slyly smiled, calculating how much money he would get if he sold his brother. Lenko admitted that he sold it for 180 platinum coins. He sincerely surprised his brother when he told him that he had brought wagons loaded with horses and also 150 young men, mostly healthy and strong serfs under 20 years old, specifically for future affairs. His brother could not even believe that all these boys were in such excellent physical condition. He became interested in whether it was really possible to make 3 from 1 platinum coin, but in fact they received as many as 8 large gold coins from that amount. Lengo said that after the auction he went to the trading company, Mary, intending to say goodbye to them and these foolish people, but to his surprise, he heard apologies and confessions from them. Without cooperation with Van, they would have big problems, and moreover, they promised to sell everything necessary at half the usual price. In the brother's mind, thoughts about the trading company's affairs constantly swirled, even when the hero sincerely greeted him on his return. Lingo replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. Van thanked him for all his efforts. First, the man fulfilled his promise and gave the hero 130 platinum coins. Only after that did he promise to introduce him to those who could be useful. Trembling with excitement, Till extends coins to the heroine, and the girl accepts a significant sum. Meanwhile, Lango shares part of the earnings with Vanna. 2 platinum coins gleam brightly in her hand. He respectfully informed that from now on he would share with him a portion of the profit from each deal. He also expressed hope for successful further cooperation. The hero thanked and promised that, first of all, he would sell the obtained materials from magical creatures, specifically to Bell and Leng. Profitable cooperation benefited both. Lengo told Mr. Van that he was officially awarded the title of Baron. His eyes shone with incredible wonder. Could all this really be happening? The title of Baron now truly belonged to him, and neither his father nor anyone else could simply take his lands or strip his honor away. Genuine congratulations echoed in the hall. Everyone hurried to pay respect to the new lord. Kempson asked if Mrs. Panamura would visit the village. Lango replied that the woman promised to come as soon as she told the count about what happened. Frankly speaking, Van noticed that for her, developing shared lands together with him was more interesting than joining the count's faction. Van was very surprised when he heard that she decided to live with him in the village. He really liked Painmer, but her too high status somewhat embarrassed him, since he was just a lord and she had an even higher title. The situation was complicated.